Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1041, Refusal of Entry. In fact, when Julius II attacked Siena on the grounds that Siena violated the regulations and did not pay enough tithes to the Holy See, all European countries were a little confused. Why? These days, isn't it an unspoken rule that everyone does not pay enough tithes to the Holy See? Even the bishops in Germany usually cannot pay in full. Only when the previous bishop dies and the successors need to be recognized by the Holy See, will the tithes for that year be paid in full. As for those sovereign secular countries, they pay even less. Of course, big countries like France that the Holy See can't afford to offend will pay less. Small countries with poor strength will pay a little more to avoid offending the Holy See. The Republic of Siena is a country that is neither strong nor weak. Its economy cannot catch up with Florence, but it is not too far behind. In general, the Republic of Siena is still a rich country because of its developed commerce, hand-woven textiles, and banking industries. At least, in Germany, it is definitely a wealthy country. The reason why it and the Republic of Florence became mortal enemies was because the two countries were too close and had the same business, so of course they were full of competition. This is like China and Japan in later generations. Japan originally relied on manufacturing exports. As a result, after China's reform and opening up, it also vigorously engaged in export-oriented manufacturing, which was completely stealing the business of the devil. Let's put it this way, as long as China can manufacture a product, the devil dare not sell it at a high price. Because the same product of China is so cheap. Therefore, ordinary devil citizens later also hated China. In addition to being misled by the devil media, there was also the anger factor of having their jobs taken away. Siena was prosperous and powerful in its early years. As early as 1260, the powerful Republic of Siena and the more powerful Republic of Florence at that time had fought a war, the Monteperti War. In this war, the Republic of Florence dispatched 33,000 troops, passed through Siena's most important Via Francigena, entered the Republic of Siena from the north, and tried to eliminate the competitor of the Republic of Siena. As a result, relying on the terrain advantage and luck, the Siena army of only 20,000 people actually defeated the Florentine army of 33,000. After that, the Republic of Florence never dared to send troops to attack Siena easily again. It should be pointed out that the terrain in the Republic of Siena is quite complex. The most important road in the country is the Via Francigena, which runs from Monteperti on the northwest border to Radicofani in the southeast. The city of Siena is located right on this avenue. It is a river-valley fortress surrounded by mountains on three sides, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, the second most important road in Siena is the mountain road from Grosseto on the west coast to Siena. But this road is relatively narrow and it is a mountain road, not as wide as the Via Francigena. You know, the Via Francigena is a classical Roman road that can accommodate several carriages in parallel. And the southwest-northeast mountain road from Grosseto to Siena can only accommodate one carriage. It is precisely relying on these two roads that Siena's business has prospered and developed, becoming an important commercial country in Italy. However, in 1348, Siena was attacked by the Black Death that swept across Europe, and the population dropped sharply. Then, in the 15th century, Siena began to decline gradually, and the gap between it and commercial states such as Venice and Genoa gradually widened. However, it was not far behind Florence. Siena and Florence, a pair of brothers in distress, although they did not develop as fast as Venice and Genoa after the Black Death, they were not weak. At least, in the commercial field of Italian states, if Venice and Genoa ranked first and second, they could rank third, Florence, and fourth, Siena. Moreover, as of now, if the Republic of Siena is ruthless, it can also gather 20,000 troops. However, they are all Italian mercenaries, and Marin does not look down on their combat effectiveness. Of course, the combat effectiveness mentioned here is the combat effectiveness in the field. If they defend the city or guard the pass, these Italian mercenaries can also cause great trouble to the North Sea army. Because, no matter what, these Italian mercenaries are always better than militias. They are cowards in field battles, but if they stand behind the city walls or the pass, they can also stop the army of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin did not dare to send troops to confront Siena openly, and could only ask Emperor Maximilian I to help act and attract Siena's army directly. In fact, with the combat effectiveness of the North Sea army, if 30,000 troops were transferred, it would be able to defeat Siena's 20,000 troops directly. After all, the combat effectiveness of the North Sea army is there. However, if it is fought like this, the casualties of the North Sea army may be very large, and it will take a long time. Marin dare not leave the country empty and take 3 main corps south to fight Siena to death. If the loss is heavy, maybe the North Sea Kingdom will be besieged. Therefore, Marin plans to use Maximilian I's Austrian army to launch a feint attack from the front to attract most of Siena's troops. When most of the Siena army went to the pass on the Via Francia to stop the Austrian army, there must be not many troops in Siena. Marin's 15,000 men were enough to capture the city of Siena. As long as the city of Siena was captured and the leaders of this state were captured, the Republic of Siena would be destroyed. After accusing Siena of tax evasion, Julius II dismissed the bishop of Siena Cathedral, Coleni, on the grounds that his faith was not pious enough, and selected a deacon named Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici from Rome and appointed him as the new bishop of the Republic of Siena. From his name, it can be seen that this guy is also a member of the Medici family. Moreover, Marin, who is familiar with future history, knows that this guy is the future Pope Clement VII. He is the cousin of Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, and his father is Giuliano de' Medici, the younger brother of Lorenzo de' Medici, the father of Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici. He was born in 1478, 3 years younger than Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici and the same age as Marin. Of course, the Holy See did not expect the people of Siena to accept his appointment as Bishop of Siena. As expected, the people of Siena were extremely angry when they learned that the Holy See was going to replace their bishop. Because, in general, the Holy See has no control over the appointment of bishops in the Republic of Siena. Under normal circumstances, the Church of the Republic of Siena selects its own bishops and then reports the list to the Holy See. The Holy See also knows that it has no control over what happens in Siena and generally does not interfere in what happens there. Julius II's move was obviously a provocation to the people of Siena. Therefore, Siena was extremely angry. The governor of the Republic of Siena, Pandolfo Petrucci, publicly stated that there was no problem with Bishop Coleni, and the affairs of the Republic of Siena did not need Julius II to interfere. Julius II said that the Holy See had no intention of interfering in the political affairs of the Republic of Siena, but the Church of Siena belongs to the Church under the Holy See, so the Holy See naturally had reason to interfere. Therefore, he hoped that the authorities of the Republic of Siena would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Church. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. But the Republic of Siena, which was used to being confident, ignored the orders of the Holy See at all. Moreover, the Holy See did violate the unspoken rules and was unreasonable. Therefore, when Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici led a convoy from Rome and wanted to go to Siena to take up his post, the convoy was stopped at Radicofani on the southeastern border of the Republic of Siena. And Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici himself was also refused entry by the Siena garrison. In this way, the matter was completely out of control. Chapter 1042, Various parties express their opinions and divert the topic. Under normal circumstances, the Pope would not issue such an appointment that is likely to be rejected. Because if the appointment cannot be executed, the Pope will lose face and even lose his prestige. But Julius II is not afraid, because he has already found a thug and is waiting for the other party to not give face. If the other party gives in, he will feel difficult. However, it is unlikely that the Republic of Siena will give in. Why? It is still the tax issue of tithe. Because it does not obey the jurisdiction of the Holy See, the Republic of Siena has actually taken back the right to appoint local bishops. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the Republic of Siena controls the right to appoint bishops, it will have the opportunity to share the rich tithe. Every year, the wealthy Republic of Siena can get a tithe of about 250,000 gold coins. Because the right to appoint the protagonist is already controlled by the Republic, the Bishop of Siena is actually a puppet of the governor. The tithe of 250,000 gold coins collected will be divided into 120,000 gold coins from the official republic. The rest, the Church of Siena will keep most of it. Then, they will take out a few thousand gold coins, at most tens of thousands of gold coins, and give them to the Holy See as a token of appreciation. In some years, they even don't bother to give this token of appreciation. The Holy See is not angry, but the military of the Papal States has always been weak. After all, there are many bishops in Rome who are good at intrigue, but there is an extreme shortage of military talents. For example, a villain like Caesar Borgia can be regarded as a military genius that the Papal States rarely encounters in 100 years. Therefore, knowing that the little money sent by the Republic of Siena is really a beggar, the Holy See cannot get angry. Because, getting angry is useless. After all, the Republic of Siena has only one way in and out, the Franco Avenue, and it is a valley road, which is very conducive to the defense of the army of the Republic of Siena. The example of the tragic defeat of the 33,000 troops of the Republic of Florence is there, and the Holy See can't do anything to the other side. On the surface, Julius II's behavior of replacing the Bishop of Siena is just an internal affair of the Church. However, when it comes to the huge amount of tithes, the Republic of Siena will not back down no matter what. Once the Holy See takes control of the Siena Church, the Republic of Siena will not get a share of the 120,000 gold coins of tithes each year. Therefore, Julius II's act of replacing the Bishop of Siena hit the other party's 7 inches, and the other party had to jump into this pit. Unless the other party does not want the annual tax of 120,000 gold coins, but is that possible? Impossible, so it is difficult not to make a big fuss. As the matter became more and more serious, it also became a headline news in Europe. Basically all countries in Europe joined the ranks of onlookers, and that's not all. Some countries have also begun to take sides. Maximilian I, who wanted to ask the Pope to help him be crowned as the official emperor, had a request from Julius II, and naturally he was the first to stand up and support the Holy See. Maximilian I publicly stated that secular power belongs to the king, but church affairs belong to the Pope. After saying a lot, Maximilian I also said that offending the Pope would not end well, and the fate of Emperor Henry IV was there. What this sentence means is that if you dare to confront the Pope, be careful of excommunication. In fact, Maximilian I said this because Julius II arranged for him to say so. Why? This is to mislead the people of Siena and the French who may appear behind Siena. Why mislead them? Because Marin and Julius II are worried that if the purpose of the war is exposed early, Siena will be desperate and seek refuge in France. The 20,000 Italian mercenaries in Siena are not terrible. As long as Maximilian I's army attracts the main force of Siena in the southeast, Marin can easily sneak attack the city of Siena. But if the people of Siena feel the danger of war early, they are likely to ask France for help. The French and Julius II are at odds, so they might send French troops to land in the Grosseto area on the west coast of the Republic of Siena to help defend the Republic of Siena. If the French send 10,000 or 20,000 troops to assist in the defense, Marin's raid will encounter serious difficulties or even fail. What's more serious is that if he directly confronts the French army, he may fall out with France. Although Marin may not be finished if he falls out with France, it is better to avoid falling out with a top power like France. Therefore, the solution discussed by Marin and Julius II is to try to disguise this conflict as a diplomatic conflict in the early stage, without involving military. As long as the Republic of Siena does not feel military pressure, it will not ask France for help. As long as France does not send troops to help fight, Siena's army will not be a concern. And with Maximilian I's statement, the German princes of the Swabian League of the Habsburg family also jumped out to support Pope Julius II and accused the Republic of Siena of being too disrespectful to the Holy See. But at the same time, France also made some statements. King Louis XII of France believed that Siena was an independent sovereign state and had the right to decide the candidate of its own bishop. Even if the Holy See had the right to intervene, the Bishop of Siena should be decided by both parties through consultation, rather than the Holy See unilaterally replacing the candidate. Although Louis XII's remarks pointed out that Julius II was not right, his tone was still relatively mild. After all, it was not fun to tear your face with the Pope. If Julius II announced in anger that Louis XII would be excommunicated, Louis XII would be embarrassed. Maybe it would also lead to domestic rebellion. Even if Louis XII could hold on, it would definitely take a lot of effort. Moreover, if excommunicated, it would definitely be a great loss of face and a laughing stock. Therefore, even as the King of France, Louis XII did not dare to tear his face with the Pope easily. Moreover, France is not the only superpower now. Spain in the southwest and Austria in the east are still eyeing France. Then, many nobles from the French faction also spoke out and publicly supported Louis XII's views. But at the same time, King Ferdinand II of Aragon, Spain, stood up and supported the Holy See. Speaking of which, the relationship between Ferdinand II and Julius II may not be very good, but the Spaniards and France are mortal enemies. Whatever France supports, Spain must oppose. On the contrary, what France opposes, Spain will support. Then, many countries and forces began to quarrel over this incident, and divided into two factions and attacked each other. At this time, Marin suddenly issued a statement on behalf of the North Sea Kingdom. In the statement, Marin believed that the Republic of Siena was a wealthy country, and the tithe was very considerable, estimated to be more than 200,000 gold coins per year. But every year Siena only pays a few thousand gold coins to the Holy See, or even no money, which is no different from sending beggars away. Therefore, the core of the matter is not the appointment and removal of bishops, but whether the Republic of Siena is respectful to the Holy See. To put it more bluntly, Siena is too disrespectful to the Pope. Then, Marin also gave his own suggestion: should Siena increase the tithe paid to the Holy See to 70,000 or 80,000 gold coins every year? As soon as Marin's statement came out, all parties suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be about the gold coins. Then, Maximilian I jumped out again, posing as a peacemaker, trying to mediate the disagreement between the Holy See and the Republic of Siena on the tithe, and suggested that the Republic of Siena should pay tens of thousands of gold coins every year, so as not to embarrass the Holy See. In the end, everyone was led astray. Except for those who knew about it, all European countries thought that the Holy See wanted Siena to pay more tithes, and no one thought that Julius II actually wanted to take action against Siena. Moreover, Julius II never admitted that he wanted to blackmail Siena, which laid the groundwork for sending troops later. Now, Julius II was just waiting for Maximilian I to gather a large army and march south after the autumn harvest to help attract the attention of the Sienese army. Chapter 1043, Marching into Rome, Part 1. Marin's approach of diverting the topic really had a good effect. Countries quickly shifted their attention from the conflict between the Papal States and the Republic of Siena to the discussion of tithe. In theory, after the churches of various countries collect the tithe, they should give the remaining part to the Holy See after deducting the normal expenses of the local church. However, that is only a theoretical situation. Just like the friction is zero in theory, but it is impossible in reality. Deceiving superiors and subordinates, tax evasion and tax evasion are not unique to the East. Moreover, in this era, due to backward information, the Holy See cannot confirm the amount of tithe that countries should pay. In the end, the Holy See can only adopt a stupid method counting tithe according to the output of the fields. As for commercial income and mining income, there is no way to count them specifically, and countries tacitly do not report these incomes to the Holy See. Even so, the Holy See cannot collect much of the tithe that should be paid by the fields of various countries. Because local churches will falsely report the amount of tithe. I have clearly received 100,000 gold coins, but I offer you 10,000. What can you do? If it is a country like the German bishops, because the position of the bishop needs to be confirmed by the Holy See, they have to pay more. But those sovereign countries are not so polite. The bishops of sovereign countries are often nominated by each country themselves, and then go through a process and be confirmed by the Holy See. In this way, the bishops of sovereign countries are obviously on the side of the monarchs of each country. Then, after the bishops supported by these monarchs come to power, they will also share the benefits of the tithe with the monarch. Of course, these spoils will never be seen in the history books, but quietly put into the monarch's own pocket, without anyone knowing. Generally speaking, those who can be recommended as bishops are often children from aristocratic families, and are often the non-eldest sons of aristocratic families. After such bishops come to power, they often pay attention to the protection and expansion of family interests. For an aristocratic family, in addition to money, titles and fiefs are probably the most important pursuits. And many times, titles and fiefs are often more important than money. Therefore, after a bishop takes office, he often uses the tithe he has embezzled to secretly conduct transactions with the king. For example, expand the fiefdom of the noble family to which the bishop belongs, and even upgrade the title. This includes awarding fiefdoms and titles to the bishop's nephews who have no inheritance rights, or even illegitimate children. The king takes out the title and fiefdom, and the bishop takes out the tithe he has embezzled. The two sides conduct an equal transaction, and everyone is happy. The only one who is not happy is probably the Holy See. Because their interests are ignored. However, the Holy See has no choice. Because the Holy See cannot tear its face with a sovereign state just because of money. Only during the Crusades, the tithes of various countries will be paid in full. Normally, it is normal to give discounts to the Holy See. According to an article that Marin read in his previous life, during the Crusades, the tithe standard set by the Pope for England was £20,300 per year, 1291 standard, which is 30,450 marks of silver. France and Germany have more people and more arable land than England, so the tithe standard is naturally much higher. However, only when major events such as the Crusades occur will countries pay in full. At other times, they will find various excuses to avoid paying most of the tithes they originally paid, and only pay a small part to the Holy See. If there is no holy war, like the Crusades, the Holy See has no reason to force churches in various countries to pay in full. Why do we need so much money if we don't fight? In normal years, churches in various countries usually bribe the corresponding heads of the College of Cardinals to try to pay as little tithe as possible. In the end, those who fall into the Holy See's treasury are basically just for show. Siena is a sovereign state, and it is a republic that deprived the bishops of their ruling power as early as 1167. Although it is very close to Rome, the Republic of Siena despises the Holy See. In addition to not being interested in the church, the poor military strength of the Holy See is also an important reason why Siena dares to be presumptuous. As a republic founded on commerce, 250,000 tithes are definitely not all of the Republic of Siena. It should be pointed out that in this era, the great nobles generally did not pay the tithe tax, and it was basically paid by ordinary people. Moreover, the standard for the collection of the tithe tax was mostly calculated according to the area of arable land. Only those craftsmen with no background would be unlucky enough to be included in the collection category of the tithe tax, like farmers. Of course, this has nothing to do with the Holy See. Even if the Republic of Siena's annual tithe tax is 250,000 gold coins, the Republic of Siena only pays a few thousand gold coins to the Holy See every year. If it encounters a bad year, it simply does not pay. Frankly speaking, Siena is right next to Rome, and its behavior is so arrogant, which is very embarrassing for the Holy See. The popes of all generations were very unhappy with Siena, a disobedient state in front of them, but the military of the papal states has never been strong, and the terrain of Siena is very rugged and difficult to attack. Therefore, the popes of all generations have endured it. Only Julius II, the Pope of War, was ambitious and hoped to use Marin's hand to remove Siena, the thorn in the eye under the eyes of the Holy See. As time went by, the autumn harvest began to draw to a close. There was jubilation all over Europe. Not only the farmers were happy, but also the nobles were very happy. Because the autumn harvest was the time when these nobles had the most money in a year. It is said that in the early Middle Ages, because everyone was poor, even the king would take the army to the fiefdoms of various nobles after the autumn harvest, in the name of inspection, and take hundreds and thousands of people under his command to eat and drink in the nobles' territories. Of course, a noble family could not afford to eat and drink like this. Therefore, the king at that time would take the army to eat in the territories of various nobles in turn. Some poorer lords were directly eaten out. Of course, that was the dark age of the early Middle Ages. Europe is now more developed, and the king will not do the shameful thing of eating and drinking. In the early days, lords would start wars for a few boxes of bees, all out of poverty. Just as the world celebrated the harvest season, an explosive news suddenly came from Austria. Maximilian I decided to lead the army to march into Rome and seek to be officially crowned as emperor. But at the same time, Maximilian I vowed that he had no intention of disrespecting the Pope by leading the army to Rome. As for the reason, it is said that he was afraid that the Swiss mercenaries would ambush him halfway. Although this statement is nonsense, it is not without reason. After all, the Habsburg army is currently fighting a tug-of-war with the Swiss resistance in central Switzerland. Those Swiss mercenaries seeking independence must be eager to kill Maximilian I, the tyrant. At least, they would like to capture Maximilian I and then threaten the Habsburg army to withdraw from Switzerland. And the Swiss mercenaries are so powerful. Therefore, it makes sense for Maximilian I to bring troops to protect him. The only thing that doesn't make sense is that Maximilian I actually brought 20,000 troops with him. Chapter 1044, Marching into Rome, Part 2. To be honest, the Swiss mercenaries are indeed strong in combat. If they knew that Maximilian I went to Rome for coronation, they would definitely want to attack him. However, due to the cooperation of Marin, nearly 17,000 veteran Swiss mercenaries were intercepted and captured by the Habsburg family, and are still imprisoned in the Netherlands. Therefore, there are actually not many Swiss mercenaries in Switzerland now, only a few thousand people, and they also need to confront Frundsberg's army in Switzerland. Today, the Swiss can't spare many troops to intercept and attack Maximilian I. Therefore, it is too exaggerated for Maximilian I to lead 20,000 troops to march into Rome. Or, it can be said that his move is full of provocation to the Holy See. Of course, this is the view of the spectators. In fact, Maximilian I went south with 20,000 troops this time to help Pope Julius II. Therefore, the Pope would not think that Maximilian I was provoking. However, neither Maximilian I nor Julius II would say it clearly. Because once they knew that Maximilian I led the army south to Rome to help Julius II, the French might also send a large army south to confront him. Of course, it is said that there are 20,000 troops, but there is a lot of water in it. Because, among these 20,000 troops, only 10,000 are real soldiers. The other 10,000 are actually pretending to be civilians. This is because the Habsburg family can't draw out more troops. For now, the Habsburg family can draw out a maximum of 20,000 regular troops. However, at present, Frundsberg has led 10,000 regular troops to confront the Swiss and French coalition forces in western Switzerland, and he can't get away at all. Therefore, Maximilian I can only lead 10,000 regular troops south. But 10,000 regular troops are a bit too few to achieve the effect of strengthening momentum. Therefore, according to Marin's suggestion, Maximilian I recruited 10,000 civilians in Austria and secretly trained them to pretend to be regular troops. Of course, these 10,000 civilians did not undergo systematic military training, but only Q training. As long as the Q training is well practiced, outsiders will not be able to see the problem during the march. Unless a real war breaks out, these civilians who have only undergone Q training will show their true colors. Frundsberg was once Marin's old subordinate, and naturally understood Marin's Q training. So after the autumn harvest, Frundsberg selected 400 veterans from his 10,000 troops as instructors to conduct emergency Q training for the 10,000 recruited civilians. By walking barefoot, these 10,000 civilians quickly distinguished between left and right. Then, they further carried out basic Q training content such as turning left, right, and turning back. After just 1 week, these 10,000 civilians walked in a very uniform manner. Seeing that the 10,000 militiamen had been trained almost to the point of completion, Maximilian I put on his armor and personally led 10,000 regular troops and 10,000 militiamen pretending to be regular troops on the road. Of course, he would never tell the outside world that the 10,000 militiamen were not regular troops. Coincidentally, some time ago, Maximilian I, commissioned by his daughter Margaret, recruited German mercenaries in Germany and sent 20,000 German mercenaries to the Kingdom of Castile in Spain. Therefore, Maximilian I simply claims to the outside world that while helping his daughter recruit 20,000 German mercenaries, he also recruited 10,000 German mercenaries himself. In this era of poor information transmission, it is difficult for other countries to confirm whether what Maximilian I said is true or false. Therefore, everyone really believed that Maximilian I went south with 20,000 regular troops. By observing the marching performance of this army, intelligence personnel from various countries believed it even more. However, the monarchs of various countries did not know that Maximilian I would actually use the trick of only conducting Q training. Moreover, Marin's shoe-taking training method can allow the civilians to distinguish between left and right in just 2 or 3 days, which is very remarkable. If this method is not used, ordinary civilians may not be able to distinguish between left and right after 2 or 3 months of training. Therefore, the spies of various countries who pretended to be passers-by to observe the march of Maximilian I's army, after seeing that the soldiers under Maximilian I could accurately distinguish the orders to turn left and right, came to the conclusion that this was a well-trained elite army. Not only that, in order to cover up the immaturity on the faces of the recruits, Maximilian I also followed Marin's advice and deliberately selected a group of veterans with murderous faces from the 10,000 veterans, standing outside those civilians to cover up those civilians with no murderous faces. Those spies from various countries who came to observe by pretending to be passers-by must have been standing on the roadside, and the first thing they saw were those old soldiers with murderous looks on their faces. Judging from the mental outlook of these veterans, spies from various countries were more certain of their judgment that this is a well-trained elite army. And on the march, Chief Instructor Rangnick, who was transferred from Franzberg, suddenly took the lead in singing a military song he learned from Franzberg, Our Beloved Lady. Our beloved lady, in the cold, you let us poor mercenaries stay for a night, like a warm sun. Not letting us freeze to death, and staying in a comfortable hotel, we came with full purses, but left with empty ones. That drum sound, alarm. 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 Hi, la 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 la, la la la. Get ready, set off. Mercenaries, set off. Drummers beat the drums to call, silk military flags flying, with luck and blessings, we go to the battlefield. In fact, this is a song popular among German mercenaries in the 16th century. It tells the story of mercenaries who spent the money they earned from selling their lives on women. Accommodation, finding women, were important aspects of the lives of mercenaries in that era. In later generations, Marin once heard this song online, and the person who posted the video also called it the Holy Roman Empire military song. In fact, this is just a song that was popular among German mercenaries in the 16th century. Its content is not too progressive, it just describes the living conditions of mercenaries. Therefore, it is impossible to be adopted as the military song of the Holy Roman Empire. Because it has no morale-boosting effect. However, in the era of the Holy Roman Empire, many mercenaries did like to sing this song. This song often appears in some old German movies that reflect that era. Then, it was misunderstood as a military song. In addition, this song has not appeared yet. Because German mercenaries have not yet reached a period of prosperity. Originally in history, the father of German mercenaries was Frundsberg. But Frundsberg's success had to wait until 20 years later, when they defeated the Swiss mercenaries and captured King François I of France in the Battle of Pavia, in cooperation with the Spanish army, and his reputation reached its peak. And this song also appeared in that era. As for how this song could appear in advance, is there any need to ask? Of course, it was created in advance by the time traveler Marin. However, Marin disliked the song for not being positive enough, so he did not promote it in the army. However, Frundsberg brought the song to Switzerland and sang it to his men. Instructor Rangnick happened to like the song very much. Seeing that the march was boring, he took the lead in singing. And the 10,000 militiamen, who were used to obeying the orders of instructors such as Rangnick these days, sang along without knowing why. At first, the militiamen who were unfamiliar with the song sang a little sparsely and not in a neat manner. But after singing it several times, they gradually became familiar with it. And how impressive is it when 10,000 people sing together? Under their influence, the 10,000 Austrian regular army soldiers walking in front also sang along. Those regular troops liked this song more than the militiamen recruited from farmers. Why? Because they are serious mercenaries. This song describes their lives and resonates with them very much. Even Emperor Maximilian I, who often led his troops to fight in many battles, was infected and sang loudly with his soldiers. The chorus of 20,000 people, although the quality of the song itself was average, the momentum it created was also very scary. Then, this momentum scared the spies from various countries who were disguised as passers-by and peeping. Nima. The elite of the elite. This momentum. What the hell? Then, high-level officials from various countries received intelligence one after another. The quasi-emperor of the Holy Roman Empire led 20,000 of the elite, rushing towards Rome with the momentum of a lion king descending the mountain. Maybe, he was going to cause trouble. Our beloved lady, this song is still very exciting if you watch the video. I don't feel it just by listening to the sound. Also, which movie is that video from? It seems to be about things in that era. If anyone knows, please tell me, I want to watch it again. Chapter 1045 Turning North. In fact, the song could be sung so vigorously by Maximilian I's army only because of a misunderstanding. As the chief instructor of 10,000 militiamen, Lannick's every word and action was regarded as an order by those militiamen. He sang, and those militiamen followed. In the end, the regular army in front was also infected. The Austrian army was greatly influenced by Marin. As Marin's army fought north and south and was invincible, Frundsberg, as one of the first generals under Marin, was also valued by Emperor Maximilian I. Nowadays, the Q training method specially used by the North Sea Army brought by Frundsberg is also popular in the Austrian army. Mainly, through Q training, the mental outlook of the entire army has changed greatly. Not to mention the improvement in combat effectiveness, the momentum displayed by the uniform movements during the march is indeed amazing. Moreover, this momentum can not only deter the enemy, but also inspire its own soldiers and make them feel proud. Just like the military parade of China in later generations, it is so majestic and handsome. Although we cannot be sure whether those guards of honor are really capable of fighting, it seems that they are indeed very encouraging and very morale-boosting. Morale is very important in any era. Even in this era where soldiers need to charge and fight hard, morale is often the key to victory or defeat. When the 20,000 veterans and civilians in Austria became familiar with this song, they actually fell in love with the chorus. Because the chorus of 20,000 people is really amazing. When the 20,000 Austrian soldiers lined up in neat rows and sang, Our Beloved Lady, in unison, marching in the valleys of Italy, the neat and loud singing resounded through the mountains, leaving echoes. Combined with the relatively neat pace of 20,000 people, it is scary no matter how you look at it. In fact, Marin has made some changes to this song. For example, the section, The Emperor annexed the entire Flanders, and he wanted to annex land all day long, was deleted by Marin. This section actually tells the history of Charles V annexing the entire Flanders region and fighting everywhere. Of course, that was decades later. Moreover, it would not appear in this time and space. Because Marin saved Juan III, Charles V could not become the King of Spain. The line, A strong wind blew out of Geldern, in the lyrics also had problems in the translation of later generations. Because this, Geldern, should actually be translated as, Gelden, which is the capital of the Principality of Gelders. This sentence also implies that Charles V annexed the Principality of Gelders. It was Charles V who annexed the Principality of Gelders that laid the foundation for the future borders of the Netherlands. The Lower Gelders area was included in the Netherlands, and the hundreds of square kilometers of Upper Gelders belonged to Germany. Because marching on the mountain road was too boring, the Austrian soldiers fell in love with this song and kept singing it in chorus. Then, Emperor Maximilian I, who also loved this song, simply ordered that Our Beloved Lady would be used as the military song, one of the Holy Roman Empire army in the future. Because singing this song in German does boost morale. In this way, Maximilian I led 20,000 troops, singing while walking, and arrived in the territory of the Papal States. When the 20,000 troops arrived in the territory of the Papal States, Maximilian I encountered 10,000 militiamen and a large amount of military rations prepared by Pope Julius II for the army. These 10,000 militiamen were recruited by Julius II from the Papal States. Italy is further south, and the autumn harvest ends a few days earlier than Austria. The Pope has already arranged for the monasteries under his jurisdiction to summon the militiamen after the autumn harvest. In addition, simple queue training was also carried out. Of course, they don't have to execute queue orders as accurately as the army or the Austrian militiamen who disguised the army. They just need to be honest and obedient and transport military rations according to instructions. Needless to say, these grains were transported by Marin. In exchange for Maximilian I's troops, Marin took the initiative to bear the opponent's military rations and sent ships to transport boatloads of rye to Rimini on the northeast coast of the Papal States. Then, let the 10,000 militiamen take them to the northern border to wait for Maximilian I's army. After the two teams joined together, the 10,000 Italian militiamen all put on white vests symbolizing the Habsburg family. However, unlike Marin's North Sea army, the Habsburg family's white vests were not printed with a black cross, but a black double-headed eagle symbolizing the Habsburg family. This was the new symbol of the Habsburg family set by Maximilian I's father, Frederick III, during his reign, and Maximilian I later applied this symbol to the army. Of course, Maximilian I also learned to wear a white vest from Marin. The clothes worn by ordinary German mercenaries are varied and look very informal. However, it costs too much to make a set of military uniforms for each mercenary. Therefore, in the end, Maximilian I learned from Marin's practice directly put a white vest made of inferior wool on the outside of the mercenaries' clothes, and the black double-headed eagle of the Habsburg family was printed on the vest. In this way, everyone knew at a glance that it was the Austrian army. Moreover, tens of thousands of people wearing the same white vest did look much more comfortable and formal. The most important thing is that it is cheap. How much does a low-quality coarse wool white vest cost? Even expensive dyes are not used, and the black ink of the black double-headed eagle is also very cheap. If a full set of military uniforms is made for the soldiers, the cost is too high, and poor Austria can't afford it. In addition, Frundsberg copied Marin to the end and brought the straw sandal-making technology, invented by Marin, to the Austrian army. Maximilian I was overjoyed when he saw it. Straw sandals cost nothing, they are not as expensive as leather shoes, and they are not as durable as wooden shoes for long walks. For the poor emperor, this is a magic weapon that saves money and is easy to use. So, if you put the North Sea army and the Austrian army together now, if you don't look at the logo on the white vests, you might think they are the same army, the same white vest style, the same straw sandal army. The queue is not much different. Just as the Austrian 20,000 troops were marching, another big thing happened in Siena. It turned out that the Siena Bishop Collini, who was announced to be replaced by Julius II, was depressed and got drunk and cursed Pope Julius II in public. Originally, this was nothing, just block the news. But unfortunately, there was also a French diplomat present at the time. And this French diplomat was not sober-minded, and thought that Maximilian I led the army south to Rome to force the palace. Therefore, in order to make things difficult for Pope Julius II, who was unfriendly to France, the news was deliberately spread. Then, Julius II learned about the news. But when the Pope heard the news, he was delighted at first. Then, he reacted and jumped with anger. Of course, the joy on his face was real. Because, Colline, this pig opponent, was simply giving the Pope a handle. And jumping with anger was just a cover-up. With this handle, Julius II angrily, publicly stated that he would replace Colline as the Bishop of Siena this time, and anyone who opposed it would be an enemy of the Holy See. Moreover, when Maximilian I came to the outside of Rome with 20,000 troops, singing Our Beloved Lady, Pope Julius II, who seemed to be still angry, did not even open the city gate, but directly sent people to the city gate tower to yell at Maximilian I, "Want to be crowned? No problem, take your 20,000 troops to escort Giulio di Giuliano de Medici, who was appointed by the Holy See, to Siena to replace the treasonous Collenni as the Bishop of Siena." Maximilian I, who had a tacit understanding with Julius II, did not waste any words and directly commanded the army to turn north and head straight for Siena. Chapter 1046 Ready to go. This is simply a divine turn that shocked all the European countries. Originally, everyone thought that Maximilian I came to Rome with 20,000 troops to force the Pope to crown him. Unexpectedly, when they arrived in Rome, just because of a word from Pope Julius II, the 20,000 Austrian troops turned north without saying anything. Moreover, just to escort a bishop to Siena to take office. Not only were the representatives of various countries in Rome stunned, but the people of the Republic of Siena were also dumbfounded. They wanted to beat Coligny to death, but at this time, they could never succumb to the Pope's request. Because once this opening was opened, the right to appoint bishops in the Republic of Siena would belong to the Holy See in the future. This is secondary. The most important thing is that they will have nothing to do with the tithe in the future. Without these taxes, the official Siena Republic will immediately be in financial distress. Therefore, although he wanted to kill this fool, Pandolfo Petrucci, the governor of the Republic of Siena, had to stand up and say at this time that the rumor about Bishop Coligny scolding the Pope was pure fabrication, and Bishop Coligny was very well behaved. However, Coligny scolded Julius II at a public banquet, and there were many people present. In addition to French diplomats, there were also many businessmen and diplomats from other Italian states. After their propaganda, it was difficult for the Republic of Siena to deny it. Just when the people of Siena were struggling, news came from the southeastern border that made them even more entangled. Maximilian I had brought 20,000 troops to escort Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici's carriage to the southeastern border pass on the Via Francigena, Radicofani. At the same time, the attitude of the Holy See was quite tough, either accept or fight. Julius II gave the Republic of Siena 3 days to consider, but even if they were given 3 years to consider, the people of Siena would not be willing to return the control of the Siena Church to the Holy See. So, 3 days later, there was no movement from Siena. The people of Siena were also betting that Maximilian I would not really help the Holy See to fight. Unfortunately, the people of Siena miscalculated, and Maximilian I's Austrian army really took action. Of course, the Austrian army did not attack Radicofani, but began to bombard the pass walls of Radicofani. Even so, the people of Siena were scared to death. Because, although Radicofani was a steep pass, there were only 3,000 defenders. If Austria's 20,000 elite troops attacked fiercely, Radicofani's 3,000 Italian mercenaries would definitely not be able to resist. At this time, the French also felt that something was wrong, and began to send people to Maximilian I's military camp to mediate, hoping that the emperor would give up the attack on Siena. But Austria and France were mortal enemies, and Maximilian I forced the French envoy to retreat with just one sentence: "Return the land of the Duchy of Burgundy, and I will withdraw my troops immediately." How could the French envoy agree? He had to leave in disgrace. The northwest of Burgundy is adjacent to the southeast of Paris, like a sharp knife inserted into the heart of France. Otherwise, France would not have risked war to seize this place. Moreover, France was very lucky at that time. Because Austria happened to be at war with Matthias I of Hungary, and was defeated, and even lost its old nest Vienna. In desperation, Maximilian I signed a humiliating treaty, recognizing France's occupation of most of the Duchy of Burgundy. Seeing that Maximilian I could not be persuaded, the French had to make other plans. On the one hand, the French suggested that Siena withdraw troops to support Radicofani. As long as the army of Maximilian I was blocked at Radicofani, the first pass, it would be considered a success. Because, although the army of Maximilian I was powerful, it might not be willing to fight for the Holy See. On the other hand, French diplomats in Rome wrote to the country, suggesting that France send troops to support Siena to prevent Siena from being conquered by the army of Maximilian I. But what the French didn't know was that at the same time, Frundsberg, far away in Switzerland, also commanded his 10,000 troops to attack the Swiss and French defenders in western Switzerland, and it seemed that the offensive was very fierce. In fact, whether it was Maximilian I or Frundsberg, their attacks were feints. Of course, in order to make the performance more realistic, the momentum was still quite large, and the bombardment was frequent enough. Otherwise, it would not scare people. Which one is more important to France, Siena or Switzerland? This goes without saying. Even if Siena wins, it is just to disgust Pope Julius II, who is at odds with King Louis XII of France. And Switzerland is really important to France. The Swiss region can recruit many powerful Swiss mercenaries to fight for France. However, if the Habsburg family is allowed to occupy the entire Switzerland, then the Habsburg family that rules this area will definitely not allow the locals to fight for their own enemy, France. Even the locals would be absorbed by the Habsburg army. On the other hand, France would become weaker and its enemy Austria would become stronger. Therefore, the French regarded Switzerland as an extremely important strategic location. Its importance was much higher than Siena. After all, France did not have any deep hatred with Pope Julius II. Before, when Charles VIII was in power, Julius II was even an ally of France. It was not until Louis XII came to power and chose to ally with Julius II's mortal enemy Alexander VI that the relationship between the two sides deteriorated, but it was not to the point of life and death. Since Maximilian I's army began to bombard the walls of Radicofani, the Sienese knew that this matter could not be resolved. So, as a last resort, the Sienese began to gather a large army to support Radicofani. Because they did not expect to fight, the Republic of Siena actually had less than 10,000 standing troops at this time. Among them, the capital Siena has 4,000 garrisons, Radicofani has 3,000 garrisons, and the province of Grosseto on the west coast has less than 3,000 garrisons. In order to defend Radicofani, the governor of the Republic of Siena, Pandolfo Petrucci, ordered to draw 2,000 people from Siena and 2,000 people from Grosseto to form a 4,000-man reinforcement team to support the Radicofani fortress. At the same time, Pandolfo Petrucci issued a general mobilization order, requiring the 10,000 militiamen of the Republic of Siena to gather urgently and concentrate in the direction of Siena. These 10,000 militiamen are not regular troops, but the people of Siena are good at fighting and have money. Therefore, these 10,000 militiamen gather from time to train during the slack season. Although the combat effectiveness of these militiamen is relatively average, it is definitely enough to defend the city. At least, it is much stronger than the pure civilians who have not been trained. In the end, the defense plan of the Republic of Siena was to have 7,000 regular troops and 5,000 militiamen jointly defend Radicofani, leave 1,000 regular troops to defend the mountain road from Grosseto to Siena. The remaining 2,000 regular troops and 5,000 militiamen were mainly responsible for guarding Siena and the pass to the north of Siena. Of course, Marin didn't know about these arrangements. At this time, Marin had already arrived in Grosseto, with a group of men, taking a small road and going to a hidden mountain village a few kilometers west of Siena that had been selected before. There, Marin had piled up a lot of food there. The army under Marin's command had just begun to get ready and make final preparations before landing in Grosseto. Chapter 1047, Over the Mountains and Over the Ridges. Marin's previous worries were very prescient. Sure enough, the grain he stored in Clark village, west of Siena, was robbed by the Siena garrison who went out of the city to collect grain, and not even a receipt was left. In the village of Yolani in the valley a few kilometers away, which was the second place chosen by Marin, nothing happened. Why? Because Yolani village is in the mountains, there is not even a road leading to the outside world, and vehicles cannot pass. Before, Marin stored grain here by hiring a group of donkeys and mules that are good at walking on mountain roads to carry grain into the mountains. In such a place, even if you rob the food, you can't transport it out without a car. You can't expect the group of mercenaries to carry the food out by themselves. Therefore, the village with difficult mountain roads was lucky to escape the disaster of being looted by the army. In ancient times, there has always been a saying that soldiers and bandits are inseparable. In ancient times, the official army was generally more honest in peacetime. But once the war broke out, these officers and soldiers who were supposed to defend the country immediately turned into evil bandits. While suppressing bandits, they robbed the people in the name of suppressing bandits. Therefore, in order to prevent the soldiers from disturbing the people, the Ming dynasty reluctantly set the rule of guest troops are not allowed to enter the city. The so-called guest troops are foreign troops passing by. They are not allowed to enter the city because they are afraid that they will take the opportunity to rob the people in the city. There are many rich families and a lot of shops in the city. If the passing guest troops have bad intentions, it will be bad. The Chinese army was not really disturbing the people until the Red Army launched the 3 disciplines and 8 points for attention. Bald Chang himself is not weak in ability, but the discipline of his troops is not good. They robbed the people everywhere in the name of collaborating with bandits, which ruined his reputation. Wherever the communist army goes, they sing 3 disciplines and 8 points for attention loudly to calm the people. In this comparison, it would be strange if Bald Chang did not lose his country. When Marin arrived at the village of Alani in the mountains, 50,000 pounds of barley had been stockpiled here, all of which were purchased at high prices in nearby villages. Moreover, the batch of mules that Marin hired before had not been returned yet. Because Marin needed these mules to transport the food out of the mountains again. When the army arrived, these grains must also be carried to the outside of Siena with the army. It is not impossible to let the soldiers carry the food out of the mountains, but it is too wasteful of the soldiers' physical strength. Therefore, Marin rented a long-term contract in advance, so that these mules could help carry the food out of the mountains and reach the front line. After Marin arrived at the village of Alani in the valley disguised as a businessman, he stayed there and did not leave. Then, hundreds of Marin's men also came to the valley where the village of Alani was located one after another. They mainly came to protect Marin's safety. After all, Marin was the real core of the North Sea Kingdom. If something unexpected happened, the hegemony of the North Sea Kingdom would disappear. Moreover, after the arrival of these hundreds of people, they set up guard posts on the mountain roads leading to the outside world every day, and did not allow the mountain people to go out. Because they were afraid that the mountain people would go to Siena city to inform on the secret. In fact, they were also worried too much. The people in Yalani village had experience. During the war, they never went out to avoid being blackmailed by the chaotic soldiers outside. Of course, their vigilance was not useless. At least, they could prevent the outside army from entering the mountains. If the enemy was found, at least it could buy time for Marin to escape into the mountains. Marin was waiting for his men to arrive in Yalani village at ease, while Khan and others were more miserable. Because they had to wade into the water in the winter at the end of November. The landing site was in the village of Eric, a small coastal fishing village in the northwest of the Grosseto province of the Republic of Siena, located northwest of the city of Grosseto. The reason for choosing this place was mainly because it was close. The straight-line distance between Eric village and Siena city was less than 70 kilometers, which was more than 10 kilometers closer than the distance between Grosseto city and Siena city. However, there is no decent road from Eric village to Siena city, even a decent mountain road. Of course, it does not mean that Eric village really has no road to Siena city. That no road mentioned here actually means that there is no road that can be used by horse-drawn carriages. But if people walk, they can also cross the mountains and ridges to Siena. Moreover, the donkey mule among the mules can barely walk the mountain road to Siena. Marin had walked this mountain road before and found that the road was very undulating, sometimes up and sometimes down. It was okay for people to walk, but the carriage could never pass. Because some sections of the road are too steep. Even if people pass by, they don't walk, but climb. Therefore, this road cannot transport goods at all, and only some pedestrians can walk. Or, some donkey mules can also pass. But in some passages with too steep slopes, donkey mules can't crawl over with goods. In Italy at the end of November, even if the temperature is higher than that in Germany, it is still very cold. The soldiers waded into the water and landed, and most of them were shivering with cold. Fortunately, a spy had stored a lot of firewood in the village of Eric in advance. So, as soon as everyone landed, they immediately sat around the fire. At the same time, they took out the candied ginger slices that had been prepared long ago and chewed them in their mouths. On the first day, everyone wasted time on landing and roasting fire. It was not until the next morning that the army regrouped and prepared to march eastward. Before departure, the Italian spy sent by Marin to act as a guide suddenly asked whether a group of donkeys and mules could be requisitioned to carry some supplies. Khan was a little surprised, so he asked through the translator, "Didn't it say that some sections of the road are also difficult for mules to climb over?" The Italian spy who was handed over to Kernick explained, "There are such sections, but there are relatively few, only a few sections. Moreover, it is difficult for mules to climb over because they are carrying heavy objects. If the heavy objects carried by the mules are unloaded in those limited sections and the soldiers carry them over, the mules can still climb over." Khan suddenly realized, and then sent people to nearby villages to collect donkeys and mules, and he really found dozens of mules carrying goods. The area is mountainous, and some farmers simply raise mules to help people carry goods. At this moment, their mules have been forcibly requisitioned by Khan. Of course, Khan paid them money, not for free. Then, four generals, Khan, Stade, Steindorf and Hinks, led 15,000 soldiers carrying large backpacks and 50 donkeys and mules loaded with food, and began a crossing mountains and ridges style forced march in the Siena mountains. The experienced Stade ordered the army to be divided into two parts. The front part was 14,000 soldiers. And the back part was 1,000 soldiers guarding 50 donkeys and mules loaded with goods. Each mule carried about 300 pounds of goods. In addition to food, they were also responsible for carrying gunpowder barrels. After all, although this army did not carry artillery, the musketeers also consumed gunpowder. Stade asked the musketeers to bring some of the gunpowder themselves, and the rest was carried by the mules. The 1,000 soldiers walking behind were not only responsible for protecting the donkey and mule transport team, but also for carrying goods and even pushing the mules but to climb the slope when encountering steep slopes. In addition, all the spearmen's spears were ordered to be sawed off, leaving only a length of 3 meters. This is because the 5 or 6 meter long Swiss-style spears are too heavy to carry on the mountain road. After being sawed in half, it is more convenient to carry. Not only that, it can also be used as a walking stick for mountaineering. Moreover, when they arrived in Siena, they could not use the 5 or 6 meter long spears in street fighting. The army of the North Sea Kingdom has experienced many urban street battles and summed up the lessons learned. Street fighting spears are best to be 2 or 3 meters long. Moreover, it is best to be a sword and shield soldier at the forefront. However, wooden shields are heavy. Generally, those who are selected as sword and shield soldiers are relatively strong and can swing wooden shields with their left hands. Or, they are simply left-handed and it is convenient to use wooden shields. Therefore, the proportion of sword and shield soldiers in an army is not high, and they can only occupy a minority. Marin knew that at this time in the Ming dynasty, a rattan shield that was as effective as a wooden shield but very light was popular in the southeast region. Unfortunately, Marin had never seen a rattan shield and didn't know how to make it. Moreover, there must be an old rattan suitable for making rattan shields. There were rattan shield hands in Qi Jiguang's Mandarin Duck Formation, and they had an important position. It is said that in the Qing dynasty, rattan shield soldiers belonged to elite special forces, named Tiger Clothes rattan shield soldiers. Because Kong Matsi thought that rattan shield soldiers were too awesome, he later ordered the private manufacture of rattan shields by the people. Then, in some southern sword techniques handed down from later generations, people would find that their left hands were always waving around blindly. In fact, their left hands should have been equipped with rattan shields, but the Qing court prohibited the people from owning rattan shields, so they could only gesture with their left hands. The advantage of rattan shields is that they are light and not easy to crack like wooden shields. It's definitely not effective against muskets, but it's absolutely great against the natives. If the whole army holds rattan shields, the natives' attacks will basically have no effect. Of course, that's a matter for the future. For now, the 2,000 sword and shield soldiers selected by Marin can only carry heavy wooden shields covered with iron sheets to cross mountains and ridges. Fortunately, they have the support of their comrades, and they are also the strongest men in the whole army. Otherwise, just carrying heavy wooden shields to climb mountains would be very miserable. Chapter 1048, The Movement of the Fourth Legion. Just as 15,000 mountain infantrymen were marching from the village of Eric to Siena, the soldiers of the 4th Legion, under the command of Sequeira, also launched a landing battle along the coast of Grosseto province. However, the landing points of the 4th Legion and the Mountain Infantry Corps were different. The landing point of the 4th Legion was at Talamone, a larger port near Grosseto city. Talamone is the seaport of Grosseto province and the main seaport of the Republic of Siena. Generally speaking, the Republic of Siena imports and exports through the port of Talamone, then through Grosseto city, and through the only mountain road to the capital Siena city. But at this time, because Maximilian I's army knocked on the gate to attack Radicofani, all the troops of Siena were transferred to the southeast front. At this time, there were only 2,000 mercenaries in the province of Grosseto, most of whom were stationed in Grosseto city, guarding the only mountain road from Grosseto to Siena city. The troops left in the port of Talamone were only more than 100 people, and they were completely for show. Under the powerful attack of the 4th Army, the port guards of Talamone were quickly defeated and surrendered. After capturing Talamone, the army of the 4th Army began to land slowly, instead of waiting like the Mountain Infantry Army. This is because the docks of the port of Talamone are sufficient and there is no need to wade into the water. In addition, the 4th Army's mission is not urgent. Their mission is to transport the baggage to the city of Siena. Grosseto is only 80 kilometers away from Siena. If they march normally, even if they take the mountain road, they will almost arrive in 3 days. Of course, they must first take down the city of Grosseto that is blocking the intersection. In addition, the 4th Army's occupation of Talamone is also of great significance. Because, as long as the port of Talamone is occupied, it is equivalent to cutting off the possibility of the French reinforcing Siena by sea. Because the main port for Siena to communicate with the outside world is Talamone. As long as this port is controlled, there is no need to worry about the French sending reinforcements. Even if the French army sent reinforcements, it would be useless if they landed in other areas. Because if they wanted to go to Siena, they had to take the only mountain road where Grosseto was located. After controlling the port of Talamone, Sequeira left 2,000 Frisian sailors to guard the port of Talamone. He himself led the main army, the militia, and 5,000 Frisian sailors to the city of Grosseto. However, Sequeira's behavior was very strange. He first let the 5,000 main forces and 5,000 Frisian sailors escort the baggage and food and walk slowly behind, and then he personally led the 5,000 main forces to go into battle lightly, taking a small road to bypass the city of Grosseto, as if he was going to attack the city of Siena, completely ignoring the 2,000 defenders in the city. The Siena general Pinaiati who guarded the city of Grosseto was confused, but Pinaiati was very cautious. Although, he was very worried that this army would lose the opportunity to attack the city of Siena. However, he did not dare to lead his troops out of the city rashly to pursue. Because he had few soldiers and could not defeat the enemy. After all, he only had 2,000 people, and there were 5,000 enemy troops passing under his nose. In fact, Sequeira wanted to bring more people, but he was afraid that the Sienese would be scared and dare not go out of the city to pursue, so he only brought 5,000 people. For safety reasons, he first sent people to Talamon for reconnaissance. However, all the spies he sent were intercepted and killed. The spies sent to the northeast reported that the enemy had no signs of stopping at all, and seemed to be in a hurry to rush to Siena. After repeated consideration, Pinayati was sure that the 5,000 troops were going to attack Siena. Moreover, the other party was not worried about sending someone to report. Because there was only one mountain road to Siena. Although there was no intelligence sent back from the southwest, Pinayati could not care so much at the moment. If Siena was really attacked without any preparation, the Republic of Siena would be finished. So, he resolutely made up his mind, personally led 2,000 mercenaries to open the city gate, and chased in the northeast direction. As for the city of Grosseto, he arranged for the city's militia to defend it. If there was a problem, he could send cavalry to chase and notify himself. Although those militias had poor combat effectiveness, it was no problem for them to guard for 2 or 3 days before his army came back to help. In this way, General Pinayati led 2,000 soldiers and horses to chase Sakara's army. But he didn't expect that the spies in Grosseto had already been monitored by the scouts of the 4th Legion. The difference between the spies of both sides was that the scouts of the 4th Legion had telescopes, while the spies in Grosseto relied on naked-eye observation. So, soon after General Pinayati chased out with 2,000 mercenaries, Sakara got the news. Then, Sakara set an ambush on the mountain road, imitating Marin at the beginning. As a result, General Pinayati, who was eager to rescue, was ambushed. In fact, Pinayati was still quite cautious. While pursuing, he kept sending cavalry to scout ahead. However, his scouts' whereabouts had long been exposed to the eyes of the scouts of the 4th Legion with the help of telescopes. Then, Sakara set up a trap. Sakara personally led 3,000 men to ambush on the hillsides on both sides at night, but erased the traces of the ambush. The remaining 2,000 people continued to march northeast with great fanfare. The mountain road was narrow and there was only one road. The scouts sent by Pinayati were unable to determine how many enemies were on the mountain road ahead, so they reported that the enemy was still desperately rushing forward. Then, the unlucky General Pinayati led his men into the ambush circle. When General Pinayati led 2,000 soldiers into the ambush circle, for a while, there were rolling stones and arrows falling from the hillsides on both sides of the road, making the Sienese army, which lacked armor protection, cry for their parents. If they wore armor, they couldn't rush on the mountain road. After just over an hour of fighting, Pinayati's 2,000 Sienese troops collapsed and began to flee in the direction of Grosseto. And Sakara also slowly led his army to chase after them. But what Pinayati didn't know was that halfway through, a group of people, wearing tattered Italian clothes, simulating the attire of defeated soldiers, took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the defeated Siena army. Because Sakara was chasing closely, Pinayati had no time to stop and count the defeated soldiers, and could only flee with the defeated soldiers until they retreated into the city of Grosseto. But before Pinayati could breathe a sigh of relief and finish his dinner, Sakara's army rushed into the city of Grosseto. It turned out that dozens of 4th Legion soldiers who had infiltrated Pinayati's defeated soldiers, took advantage of the dinner time, gathered together, seized the northeast gate of Grosseto, and led Sakara's army into the city. That night, General Pinayati and hundreds of defeated soldiers under his command became prisoners of Sakara. The next morning, another 5,000 soldiers and civilians of the 4th Legion arrived at the southwest gate of Grosseto with food and fodder. At this point, the 4th Legion completely controlled the only important road leading to the southwest coast of the Republic of Siena. At the same time, it also cut off the possibility of the Republic of Siena getting help from the outside world. It was impossible to get help from the north of Siena, although there was the Via Francigena leading to Florence, but Florence and Siena were mortal enemies, and it was still under the control of the Holy See. Chapter 1049, Enemy at the Gate. While Sakara led the soldiers of the 4th Legion into the city of Grosseto, Khan, Stade and others, with 15,000 mountain infantry, crossed the mountains and arrived at the small village of Urani in the valley where Marin was hiding. Although the local terrain is complex, Marin specially selected an infantry army composed of mountain people to walk the mountain road as if walking on flat ground. If everyone had not carried a big bag, it would probably take less than 2 days to arrive. After all, the distance of this road is only 70 kilometers. Even with heavy packages, it took the army only 3 days to arrive. After the army arrived, Marin did not rush to attack, but let everyone have a good rest. Anyway, the Siena defenders in the city did not know the existence of this army, and time was not urgent. In addition, the mule team was still behind. The musketeers in the army still needed the gunpowder carried by the mule team. While there was time, the army was reorganized and counted. At this time, only 4,000 pieces of rhinoceros leather armor were made in this army. Marin gave all the 4,000 pieces of rhino leather armor to the veterans in the front row. Of course, the officers also got one each, including Marin himself. As for the others, they wore wooden armor, which is the legendary mahjong mat. There was no other way. In Senegal, Eshwain and Reyes had done their best, but they only hunted 700 or 800 rhinos. The main reason was that the territory of the West African black rhino was too large. The territory of a West African black rhino reached 10 square kilometers. 800 rhinos would be 8,000 square kilometers, which is as large as the Republic of Siena and twice the size of East Frisia. Moreover, the territories of these black rhinos were not close together, but scattered. In order to hunt these rhinos, Reyes's men were divided into more than 30 groups, searching tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory, and only hunted less than 800 rhinos and made 4,000 sets of rhino leather armor. In desperation, the other 11,000 people could only wear wooden armor. Fortunately, there is a layer of iron sheet on the outside of the wood armor. Although it is relatively thin, it has good protection and is lightweight. As long as you are not facing a musket, you can still use it. It just so happens that the Siena army does not have a formal musketeer, so wearing this kind of armor is enough. Of course, the city of Siena does not have musketeers, but it has artillery. If you are hit by artillery, no matter what armor you wear, it will not work. However, there are not many artillery on the top of Siena city, and they are concentrated on 3 city gate towers. The reason for this is determined by the layout of Siena city. The shape of the old city of Siena is very strange, like an inverted triangle. The 3 sharp corners are exactly the 3 city gates. This is because the city of Siena was originally built relying on 3 small mountain ranges. The old city is sandwiched by 3 small hills in the southwest, north and southeast. And the 3 city gates are just the gaps left when the 3 hills are sandwiched. Therefore, the city of Siena is a natural Jedi, the north, southwest and southeast sides are naturally hillsides, and the city walls are built on the hillsides. The terrain is extremely dangerous. The 3 gap-like gates are the only entrances and exits. As long as the army of Siena guards these 3 gaps and gates, they can resist the invasion of the enemy. Therefore, the artillery of the city of Siena is also deployed on the 3 gate towers. With such a dangerous terrain, as long as the massive attack of the enemy at the 3 gates is repelled, the safety of the city can be guaranteed. What? You said that the enemy will climb up the wall on the hillside? Don't worry about that. Indeed, there are people in the world who can climb up the wall on the hillside, but it is definitely rare. If you find it, just send more soldiers to kill them. Besides, there are very few enemies, so what if they climb up the wall on the hillside? Can you really let the army climb with them? If the army can't climb up, it's a waste of time. A few climbing experts will soon be drowned in the wave of group fighting of the defenders. While reorganizing the troops, Marin also ordered the construction of siege ladders. Although it is unlikely to be used, it is better to be a little prepared, maybe it will be used. The next day, the mule team finally arrived, and the team was complete. After another day of repair, on the morning of the 3rd day, the army set out again and drove towards the east of Siena. However, the army did not set out until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The reason for this is that Marin wanted to attack at night. There is no way, a natural Jedi like Siena is extremely difficult to conquer. If it is a strong attack, God knows how many people will die. Take these veterans of hundreds of battles as cannon fodder to attack the city. Marin is not so extravagant. Therefore, launching a surprise attack at night is the wisest choice. Although it is not fair, it is more affordable. Besides, Marin started his career by attacking Charles VIII at night, and his reputation has long lost its uprightness, and it is difficult to recover it. Therefore, Marin simply goes all the way to the dark. Moreover, sneak attacks are indeed very cost-effective. As for being upright, there will be in the future. When Marin's strength is strong enough to walk sideways, and there are enough cannon fodder soldiers, he will choose to confront the enemy head-on. Why do you say that? This is reality. Only those who are strong will want to fight with others in an upright manner. Because this is most beneficial to those strong. And those strong people who manipulate power and public opinion will make a big fuss, being upright and upright is the kingly way. In fact, only fools will believe this nonsense. Why? Because being upright is only beneficial to the strong. For a weak person, pursuing something upright is definitely a donkey kicking his head. Real examples are there. The Red Army fought against Chang in the Hunan-Jiangxi region in the early days. When using Taizu's guerrilla tactics, it was like a fish in water and won frequently. Because Taizu knew very well that his army was a group of poor people who didn't even have enough bullets. If they had confronted the bald man's army head-on, they would have been destroyed long ago. After Wang Yiming and Boigu, who liked to be upright, came to power, they listened to the nonsense of Li De, who was a jack of all trades, and fought an upright battle. Soon, the 300,000-man army was crushed by the bald man's million-man army. So, for a commander, when you are strong enough to beat everything, being upright is the best choice. Because it is not only safe, but also can make a name for yourself. But if you are not strong enough, but like to be upright, sorry, there is a place reserved for you in the cemetery. Moreover, the ruling class who holds political power and the right to speak will also advocate what is upright when promoting. For example, the ancient Europeans advocated the spirit of chivalry. Why do they promote it like this? Isn't it because they hope that those stupid rebels will confront them head-on? But how can the strength of the rebels compare with those rulers? All the rebels who confronted the rulers were defeated or hanged. In short, for a qualified commander, when you are strong, you should choose an upright method of warfare and fool those rebellious fools into fighting you uprightly. In this way, you are very sure to defeat or even eliminate them. And if you are weak, don't hesitate, Taizu's guerrilla tactics are the truth you should follow. If you want to win, you have to rely on surprise. Because, you can't just face it. Of course, surprise is very risky. Because, once you fail, you may be finished. Just like Marin's raid this time, the plan he took at the beginning was too risky. If the sneak attack fails, the food will be eaten up again, and you can only starve to death. There is no need for the enemy to attack, and he will collapse because of lack of food. So, later Marin transferred the 4th Legion to send supplies by the main road. In this way, even if the sneak attack failed, there was a way to retreat, and it would not be a complete failure. In winter, it gets dark early. When Marin led the army in the mule team carrying food out of the valley and came out of the mountain, it was already dark. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, Marin led the army and quietly arrived at Clark village west of Siena City, which was the place where Marin originally decided to store food. In order to keep it secret, the army did not light torches, but quietly sat on the ground in Clark village to rest for a while, put down everyone's packages temporarily, and deposited them in the village. They began to take out maple syrup biscuits and kettles and started to eat dinner. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, seeing that everyone was asleep, the ancients had no entertainment at night and went to bed early, Marin ordered the army to start gathering and quietly touched the southwest wall of Siena. Chapter 1050, Failed Night Attack. After arriving at the southwest wall of Siena, Marin did not order an attack, but came to the yard where the 2 tunnel digging teams were located. What? The tunnel has not been dug through yet? When I came last time, didn't you say that it was almost dug through? Marin was furious at the leader of the tunnel digging team. Grand Duke, when you came last time, we did dig near the city wall. But who knew that the bottom of the small hill below the city wall was all granite? We can't dig. The leader of the tunnel digging team in charge of the team was about to cry. The digging was going smoothly all the way before, but unexpectedly, the bottom of the small hill below the southwest wall of Siena was all granite geology, and it was really impossible to dig. It's not that it can't be dug at all. With a professional pickaxe used for quarrying, we can continue to dig. However, the stone is so hard that it takes too long to dig. It will probably take 2 or 3 months to dig through. When he told Marin about this idea, Marin almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Nima, 2 or 3 months. My army would have starved to death long ago, and the enemy didn't even have to do anything. However, Marin also knew that this was not the fault of the tunnel excavation team. Because he didn't know that the base of the small hill surrounding Siena City was all granite. From the outside, the appearance of the hillside was still lush and green, making him think it was a dirt mountain. Marin sat down dejectedly. Without thinking, the tunnel excavation team in the other city must have failed. Because the 2 teams excavated in opposite directions, even facing each other, so that the tunnels of both sides could be connected head-on. But now, the other side must not be able to dig the granite at the root of the hill. By the way, I have another insurance measure. At this time, Marin suddenly remembered that he still had a 3rd team in Siena City, which was responsible for cooperating in the storming of the city gate. There are 40 people in the team responsible for the internal and external attack on the city gate. They are all strong men hired from all over Italy by spies from the Italian branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce at a high price by Marin. They are led by spies from Italy sent by Marin and live in 3 small courtyards near the northwest gate of Siena City. Moreover, Marin spent a high price to buy off the guards guarding the city and transported in a batch of swords and shields to equip these 40 people. 40 strong men holding swords and shields attacked the city gate, and ordinary Italian mercenaries really couldn't stop them. Marin's army lurked quietly, so the Siena defenders in the city should not have filled the city gate hole with debris. Because that is the practice only in wartime. After all, once the city gate hole is blocked, the city gate cannot be opened. The city of Siena is a transportation hub of the Republic of Siena and an extremely important three-way intersection. If the city gate is not opened, I am afraid that the traffic of the Republic of Siena will be paralyzed. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, the other party will not pile up bricks and stones in the city gate. In order to control the death squad in the city, Marin sent his men to the northwest gate of Siena city, took out double-bang firecrackers, and set off 3 in a row as a code to contact the city. The code means, launch an attack from this gate in 3 hours. The reason for launching the attack in 3 hours is that the firecrackers are so loud that many Siena defenders must have been alarmed at this time. Even some Siena officers will be suspicious and alert. If you launch an attack at this time, you may just hit the muzzle. But if you launch an attack 3 hours later, it will be different. Even if the Siena defenders are curious, they should be tired after 3 hours. Moreover, the middle of the night is tiring. If you don't sleep for 3 hours, do you want to sleep to death? Even the curious defenders should relax after an hour of vigilance. After relaxing, of course, they continued to sleep. It was just right to seize the city gate at that time. At this time, in Siena, near the northwest gate, the 3 spies of the Italian branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce who were scattered and hidden in 3 small courtyards were shocked at the same time. They knew that the opportunity they were waiting for had come. During this period, the 3 spy leaders slept during the day, and at night, they sat there specifically to listen to the sound, waiting for the sound of firecrackers. Their mission was also to lead 3 teams of 40 dead soldiers, holding swords and shields, and rush to the inside of the northwest gate of Siena 3 hours after hearing the sound. After hearing 3 double cannons, the 3 immediately stood up and began to prepare for the attack 3 hours later. While the men were still sleeping, the 3 solemnly took out a key hanging from their chests and quietly walked to the basements in their own small courtyards. After opening the basements, the goods in the 3 basements appeared in front of them. This was a batch of single swords, wooden shields and leather armor. Single swords and wooden shields were ordinary goods. Of course, these dead soldiers did not need 2 high-end goods. As for the leather armor, it was not rhino leather armor, but ordinary cowhide leather armor. There was no way. Marin's main rhino leather armor was not enough, so how could it be sent into the city for these hired outsiders? Only 3 leaders were their own people, and the leather armor they wore was double-layer special leather armor. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the 3 leaders woke up the men in their respective courtyards and distributed swords, shields and leather armor. Then, the people in 2 courtyards, fully armed, followed the leaders, came to the courtyard closest to the northwest gate, squeezed in, and waited for the final launch time. At 2:50 in the morning, only 10 minutes before the agreed time, the 3 leaders began to give each person a pottery bowl of strong liquor, asking them to drink it to strengthen their courage. Of course, after these people finished drinking, they did not smash the bowl like in the TV series. Because that might alarm the defenders. Therefore, after drinking the strong liquor, these people put down their bowls silently, and then lined up to walk to the gate of the courtyard. At the same time, outside the northwest gate, Marin also lurked near the gate with his army on time, just waiting for the gate to open. At 3 o'clock in the morning, suddenly, inside the northwest gate of Siena, there was a sudden burst of shouting and killing. Then, there were bursts of sounds of swords and guns colliding and screams. Obviously, the death squad in the city took action. Marin was happy, so he waved his hand and sent sword and shield soldiers to the city gate. However, half an hour later, the shouting and killing in the city continued, but the city gate was not opened. Let's put our sights on the city gate hole. At this time, in the city gate hole, there was a tough guy who looked like Schwarzenegger, also holding a sword and shield, with a group of defenders, struggling to resist the impact of the death squad. The death squad rushed many times, but was blocked by this unreasonably strong defender. It was also Marin's bad luck. If he didn't launch an attack tonight, he might not have met this Schwarzenegger. Because this guy was not responsible for defending the northwest gate, but came from the south gate. The reason is very simple, this guy has a good friend stationed at the northwest gate. Tonight, this guy happened to be off duty, so he came to play with his friend. And his friend happened to be responsible for guarding the northwest gate tonight, so this guy also lived here. That is to say, the military discipline of Italian mercenaries is average. If they were in the North Sea Army, even if they were colleagues, they would not be allowed to live in the barracks casually. But it was such a coincidence that Marin was in big trouble, this ancient copycat version of Schwarzenegger actually led a group of weak Italian mercenaries to block the successive attacks of 40 dead men and guarded the gate for half an hour. This fully confirms Na's theory that a group of sheep led by a lion can defeat a group of lions led by a sheep. Although the quality of Italian mercenaries was average, half an hour was enough for the defenders in the city to react. So, the 40 brave warriors of the Death Squad in the northwest gate were surrounded by the Siena defenders in the city. Oops! The night attack failed. When Marin saw a large number of Siena defenders pouring out of the city, he knew that this night attack was a complete failure. Moreover, he also took with him 3 excellent spies and 40 warriors hired at a high price. Chapter 1051, Fighting the Reinforcements. There was no time to grieve for the members of the Death Squad who were doomed to die in the city. Marin quickly divided 2 teams of people and carried siege ladders to the south gate and northeast gate of Siena city, intending to steal again while the Siena people had not yet reacted. As for the northwest gate, there was no need to think about it. At this moment, the gate tower was full of defenders. But the news before dawn was not optimistic. The teams that attacked the other 2 gates failed. The army in the city seemed to be ready. Obviously, after the incident at the northwest gate, the army in the city immediately sent people to the south gate and northeast gate to warn. At dawn, Marin, who was standing on the high ground outside the city and looking at the city of Siena, also took a breath of cold air. I saw that the wall of Siena was built on a hillside more than 10 meters high. Counting the height of the wall itself, it is estimated to be 20 to 30 meters high. At such a height, ordinary siege ladders are not useful at all because they are not long enough. As for the gate towers of the 3 gates, they are so solid. Moreover, many flankers were set up on the top of the city. If you dare to attack the gate tower, you have to take a wave of artillery shells first. And if you attack the city wall, it will be even more difficult. The city wall is 30 meters high, and the hillside has a certain slope. If you want to climb the city wall diagonally, you need a 40-meter long siege ladder. Just ask, where can you find such a long ladder? A 50-meter sprint takes more than 7 seconds for an average person to run wildly. Moreover, even if such a super large ladder is built, how heavy is it? It takes many people to carry it to the city wall. But the Siena defenders on the top of the city are not dead. If you dare to set up a ladder, they will dare to shoot arrows and throw stones from the top of the city. Moreover, even if the ladder is set up, it is easy for the defenders to push it down diagonally, or simply cut it off or saw it off. In short, the city of Siena, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, is too difficult to attack. No wonder Charles V sent a large army to join the Florentine army to besiege Siena in 1555, and it took 18 months to break the city. It's really too difficult. Marin didn't give up. He took Kahn and others and rode on horses bought from nearby villages. He circled Siena several times, but didn't find any defensive loopholes. What made Marin collapse the most was that the people of Siena were so rich that the 3 city gates were all cast iron. Even if you bury gunpowder barrels, you can't blow them up. What should I do? What should I do? Marin was a little anxious. If you attack by force, you may not be able to beat it in a year or 2. Forget it, keep digging the tunnel. In desperation, Marin could only let the previous tunnel digging team continue to dig the tunnel. Moreover, he sent a lot of people to help. Even if the granite is hard enough, I have a lot of people digging, and each person works hard for a while, it is also very efficient. Of course, Marin also sent people to faint every day to cover the digging of the tunnel. However, at this rate, it won't work in a few months. Marin thought of withdrawing. Otherwise, there will be no food. With the maple syrup biscuits in everyone's hands and the food that Marin stored in the village of Arani, it will last for 20 days at most. After 20 days, the army will be out of food. Without food, it may collapse. Fortunately, 2 days later, when Marin was in a dilemma, good news came from the south. Sakara's 4th Legion had conquered Grosseto and was leading the army to Siena city, and it was estimated that it would arrive in 2 days. Fortunately. Marin breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of the 4th Legion meant that he didn't have to worry about the food problem. Because the transportation road from Grosseto to Siena city must have been opened. And Marin stored a lot of food in the Papal States, which could be transported to Talamone port by sea at any time, and then transported to Siena city through Grosseto. On the 3rd day, news came from the south gate. Radicofani sent 4,000 reinforcements to the southeast to urgently support Siena. It should be pointed out that both the Via Francigena and the mountain road leading to Grosseto intersect at the south gate of Siena. Then, Via Francigena passed through Siena, went out from the northwest gate, and continued to the northwest. Marin suddenly became energetic. I can't break through your city wall, and I can't defeat your reinforcements. So, he also brought 4,000 soldiers and horses to the south gate and blocked the road. At this time, a word popped up in Marin's mind: siege and attack reinforcements. This is a classic tactic of our army during the War of Liberation, and its main purpose is to destroy the enemy's living force. Moreover, destroying the reinforcements under the enemy's nose is conducive to hitting the enemy's morale. The 4,000 troops that Marin brought to the south of the city were all elite troops wearing rhinoceros leather armor. Of course, behind them, there are still thousands of troops, watching the enemies in the city with a covetous eye, to prevent them from rushing out and attacking from inside and outside with the reinforcements. However, although the Via Francia is known as a highway, it can only accommodate 7 or 8 people in parallel, which is not conducive to the display of the army. Therefore, the formation of the Marin army can only be very flat. When the 4,000 Siena reinforcements arrived, the other side did not show weakness, bravely rushed up, and fought hand-to-hand with Marin's army. The main reason is that the other side mistakenly thought that Marin's army was sent by the Papal States. At present, the Papal States are the ones who have conflicts with Siena. In addition to the Austrian army of Maximilian I who went south to Rome to be crowned, the Sienese really couldn't think of anyone else who would raid Siena except the army of the Papal States. Moreover, even Siena's mortal enemy Florence is now under the control of the Papal States. Therefore, Sarimo, the commander of the Siena Radicofani garrison who received the alarm, concluded without thinking that it was the army of the Papal States. Because it is impossible for other countries' troops to come so quickly. His judgment is also in line with common sense, because recently, apart from the army of Maximilian I heading south, the people of Siena have not heard of any other country's troops coming to Italy. If it is the army of the Papal States, the people of Siena are not afraid. Therefore, Sarimo sent 4,000 elite troops directly back to Siena city. In addition, the 4,000 elite troops brought by Marin this time were all wearing black rhinoceros leather armor, and did not wear the classic white-bottomed black cross vests of the North Sea Army. Therefore, the enemy army did not know the depth and directly ran into them. But at the beginning of the battle, the Siena reinforcements felt something was wrong. How could the opponent's combat effectiveness be so strong? Because it was a battle that met on a narrow road, Marin directly put the beast Khan in the front. Khan was seen wearing rhinoceros leather armor, wielding a heavy mace, and rushed to the enemy first, starting the strong mode. And beside him, there were several fierce generals from the Wolf Fang Commando following him to cover him. The heavy mace swung at the Siena reinforcements with a whistling sound, and Khan, with several Wolf Fang Commando soldiers, was in the front row, beating the Siena reinforcements back step by step. In desperation, the Siena reinforcements General Caramosi ordered bows and arrows to greet. However, rhino leather armor is not afraid of ordinary bows and arrows at all, and the Siena reinforcements did not bring heavy crossbows or muskets in order to rush back to help. So, Khan and others didn't care. It's a pity that the road is too narrow. Although Khan and others have achieved brilliant results, the whole army cannot attack and can only nibble away at the opponent's progress bit by bit. The battle lasted until the evening, and the Siena reinforcements were completely repelled. Marin didn't order a pursuit, because fighting on a narrow mountain road is really too damn pit, and it is difficult to expand the results. So he simply ordered not to pursue. Of course, Marin had another idea, which was to wait for Sakara's men to arrive. Sakara's 4th Legion would arrive tomorrow. When the 4th Legion arrived, they could cooperate with the Mountain Infantry Regiment to encircle and completely destroy the reinforcements. If they chased too closely at this time and chased the enemy too far, the 4th Legion would not be able to block the enemy's retreat. By then, the mountain roads would be narrow, and once the enemy retreated further south, they would not be able to block this army, let alone destroy it. Chapter 1052, The Door is Opened. In the middle of the night, Marin sent his men to cross mountains and ridges overnight, bypassing the camp of Siena's reinforcements, and came to the mountain road leading to Grosseto in the southwest, rushing to the southwest, so as to contact Sakara in advance to form cooperation. The next morning, after rushing in the middle of the night, Marin's messenger finally encountered the 4th Legion on the march. What? An enemy reinforcement is confronting the Grand Duke. Do you need me to lead the troops to encircle them? Okay, all troops, pay attention, speed up. At noon, the 4th Legion finally arrived a few kilometers away from the south gate of Siena, blocking the retreat of Siena's reinforcements. After stubbornly resisting for half a day, at night, seeing that the retreat was blocked and the enemy was very strong, the Siena reinforcement commander Caramosi, who felt hopeless, had to order surrender. Marin attached great importance to the surrendered Caramosi, because he wanted to use Caramosi to trick the gate of Siena into opening. But the Siena defenders were too smart. When Karamosi brought a remnant to the south gate in the middle of the night and asked to enter the city, the defenders in the city refused to open the gate. The reason for the refusal was simple: the city gate was blocked. Then, the defenders said that they were willing to put a hanging basket to take them into the city. However, this remnant, except for the leaders such as Karamosi, the rest were all troops from the North Sea Kingdom. If they were pulled up by the hanging basket, they would not be recognized at first glance, and they would be hacked to death by random knives. Therefore, Karamosi had to lead people back in dismay. Marin was very disappointed and was not enthusiastic about Karamosi. Karamosi, knowing that he had boarded Marin's pirate ship and it was difficult to get off the ship, simply tried his best to help Marin. Because he thought that the Republic of Siena would definitely be finished if the Holy See dispatched such a large-scale army this time, and it was only a matter of time. If he made great contributions before the demise of Siena, he could continue to help the Holy See and keep his wealth after Siena was destroyed. So, he offered his own plan to Marin. "What, you said you want to cheat to open the gate of Radicofani?" Marin was a little surprised. "Yes, Archduke, the garrison of Siena is commanded by Governor Pandolfo Petrucci himself. And the governor has always been cautious and suspicious, so it is not surprising that our cheating failed. But the garrison commander of Radicofani, General Sarimo, is different. This general is average in wisdom and not so suspicious. If you use your trick of pretending to be a defeated soldier knocking on the door in the middle of the night to cheat the city gate, the other party will be fooled 9 out of 10 times. Moreover, I was originally one of his most important generals. If I personally lead people to cheat the city, the other party is very likely to be fooled," Karamosi said confidently. "Cheat to open Radicofani." Marin touched his chin, but fell into deep thought. Others don't know, but Marin must know it in his heart. Don't look at the 20,000 troops of Maximilian I outside the Radicofani Pass, but they are just acting, not fighting. Even if they are let in, it will be useless. Because His Majesty the Emperor is not stupid, he will not really help. Moreover, with the rugged terrain of Siena City, even if there are another 20,000 troops, it is actually useless. In other words, even if the Siena army guarding the pass is defeated and the Emperor's army is let in, it seems that there is no help. No. Marin suddenly thought of a problem. Although the Emperor's army will not really help the war, but if the Siena army guarding the pass is eliminated, it will definitely be a major blow to the defenders of Siena City. You know, the defenders in Siena City are probably also looking forward to the more than 10,000 defenders of the Radicofani Pass. If they knew that the defenders of Radicofani were annihilated, they would definitely feel desperate, and then their morale would plummet. In the end, Marin made up his mind to lead his troops to open the Siena border Radicofani and cut off the hope of the Sienese. So, Marin handed over the task of continuing the siege of Siena to the 4th Legion, and he took the army, as well as surrendered generals such as Karamosi, to the Radicofani Pass. After Marin left, Sakara took over the duties of the Mountain Infantry Corps and continued to besiege Siena. Because the 4th Legion came by road, the baggage and artillery were brought along. So Sakara simply ordered the artillery to be set up and began to bombard each other with the enemy troops on the 3 city gate towers. Moreover, the purpose of Sakara's bombardment was not to damage the city gate. After all, he brought a 6-pound cannon, which could not damage the cast-iron city gate of Siena. He ordered the artillery to directly bombard the Siena defenders on the city gate tower, especially the artillery positions. The purpose of doing this was actually to consume the gunpowder of the defenders in the city. Because Sakara got a message from the captured Siena reinforcements, the defenders in the city did not have much gunpowder. This was mainly because the Sienese were not well prepared for the war and did not have time to reserve enough gunpowder. Therefore, Sakara simply bombarded each other with the other side to consume the other side's gunpowder. Moreover, in order to protect the artillery, Sakara ordered the artillerymen to carry 6-pound cannons and change positions after each shot, so that the defenders on the top of the city could not aim in time. Of course, in order to consume the gunpowder of the city-top artillery, the artillery of the 4th Legion waited for the other side to calibrate before evacuating the original position. The so-called calibration means that the first shot of the artillery is generally inaccurate and needs to be adjusted again. In the era of smoothbore cannons, it often takes several adjustments to hit the target, except for flat shooting. Although the artillery on the top of the city has the advantage of being high above and having a long range, the only problem is that it cannot be fired directly. Because if the muzzle is lowered, the iron ball shells in the barrel of the smoothbore cannon will easily roll out. Therefore, the cannons on the top of the city need to be ejected. For the cannons under the city, it is not so troublesome to shoot upward. Of course, the bending of the trajectory of the shells must also be taken into account, but it is much better than the cannons on the top of the city. The characteristics of the cannons on the top of the city are that the closer they are, the harder it is to aim. Unless they are shooting at a crowd, as long as the muzzle is in the right direction, they can always kill a group of unlucky people. If they are shooting at the cannons under the city at close range, the cannons on the top of the city are a bit blind. Smoothbore cannons can't always be fired at a large angle. If they are farther away and fired at a small angle, the shells are not easy to roll out. The artillery of the 4th Legion was supported by the 1st Legion. They were all old-time artillerymen and were very familiar with the characteristics of the city defense cannons. So, they came directly to the distance of 100 meters below the city, which not only allowed them to avoid the opponent's bows and arrows, they also wore breastplate armor, but also easily hit the cannons on the top of the city, and made the cannons on the top of the city very uncomfortable and could not be fired directly downward. The cannons of this era were fixed and could not be moved at will. Only the artillery of the North Sea Kingdom was pushed around because of the movable gun carriage invented by Marin, making it impossible for the artillerymen on the top of the city to aim, let alone wait for them to slowly calibrate their fire. After 3 days of marching, Marin finally brought Caramosi and other surrendered Siena soldiers to the city of Radicofani. According to Caramosi, because it was inside the pass, the defense force of the northwest gate of Radicofani was very small. Moreover, the gate hole was not blocked, so it was easier to open it. In the middle of the night, Caramosi led several surrendered Siena officers and more than 100 real Siena surrendered soldiers to lead the charge, and brought more than 2,000 North Sea Kingdom soldiers disguised as defeated soldiers to the gate of Radicofani. "Open the door quickly, I'm Caramosi." When he arrived at the gate, Caramosi took the lead and raised his head and shouted loudly. The officer guarding the gate took a look. It was indeed General Caramosi. However, as a gate officer, he was not qualified to let people into the city in the middle of the night. After all, although the Italian army had poor discipline, they still had basic rules. So he quickly reported to General Sarimo. Sarimo was woken up in the middle of the night and was very angry. But when Caramosi led his troops to rescue Siena, he was actually defeated and fled back, which scared him a lot. So he went to the city gate tower and asked, "Piero, Caramosi's full name is Piero de Caramosi, didn't you go to rescue Siena? Why are you back? The enemy is very strong." "Yes, sir, we encountered the enemy army that attacked Siena. They are German mercenaries, not ordinary Italian mercenaries. They are probably the 7,000 North Sea mercenaries guarding Rome. We were defeated and had to flee back. Fortunately, the mountain road is narrow and the enemy can't display their strength, otherwise we can't come back alive." Caramosi said loudly according to the script he and Marin had studied. General Sarimo thought about it and it seemed that it was true. Rome did have the 7,000 mercenaries that Marin Hoffman of the North Sea provided to the Pope. Their combat effectiveness was indeed stronger than that of the Italian mercenaries. However, he was still a little confused about Caramosi's army coming back in the middle of the night. So he asked, "Why did you run back in the middle of the night? Can't you wait until daytime?" Of course, Sarimo was not suspicious. Because, in the history of Europe, there was no precedent for such a trick to break into the city in the middle of the night, so he was naturally not alert. Caramosi had a countermeasure, and he replied, "Sir, the enemy is chasing us. If I hadn't brought people back in the dark, they would have chased us all the time. Tomorrow morning, they will find that we abandoned the camp and ran away, and they will definitely catch up with us." Caramosi answered without any problem, and the more than 100 people standing in the front row were all familiar faces. Sarimo thought about it and felt that there was no problem, so he ordered the city gate to be opened to let them in. So, Marin's army finally succeeded in tricking the city gate of Radicofani Pass. Chapter 1053, Capturing the Thief and the King and Breaking Through the Gate Easily. To be honest, seeing that the gate was so easily opened by trickery, Caramosi was a little confused at the moment. After all, he had been rejected by the city of Siena before. But in fact, in addition to the caution of Governor Pandolfo Petrucci, the south gate of Siena was blocked early, which was also an important reason why he failed to trick the city of Siena. It is impossible to mobilize a large number of people to clear the bricks and wood blocking the gate in order to receive Caramosi's group of fleeing soldiers into the city, right? On the contrary, the inner gate of Radicofani's city gate was not blocked because there was no enemy attack. After all, Maximilian I's army was blocked outside the gate. In addition, since the Europeans entered the Dark Ages of the Middle Ages, their IQ has declined, and they have never experienced any trickery of the city gate, so naturally they have no defense against it. Seeing the city gate open, the excited Caramosi was about to wave his hand and order an attack. But at this time, Nicholas Cage, the captain of the North Sea Special Forces who came with him, reached out and grabbed him, stopping him from ordering the capture of the city gate. Caramosi was puzzled, and Cage whispered in Latin, the common language of the nobles, to explain, let's try to control Sarimo. Caramosi was shocked, but he thought about it and thought that with Sarimo's carelessness and the fact that he was on the city gate tower, it was indeed a good opportunity. So, the 2,000 German mercenaries disguised as Siena's defeated soldiers did not rush into the city, but walked slowly towards the city gate. Caramosi led several well-known officers and subordinates and took the lead. Following behind them were several special forces soldiers led by Cage. However, they all kept their heads down to avoid being discovered. Caramosi was also a skilled actor. After entering the city gate, he burst into tears, "General, I almost didn't see you." After that, he excitedly rushed to Sarimo who was going down the city gate. Caramosi was an old subordinate of Sarimo and an important adjutant. Of course, the Siena soldiers near the city gate would not stop him. Moreover, the few people wearing officer uniforms behind Caramosi were indeed familiar faces. Although it seemed that these officers looked a little nervous, everyone thought that they were worried because they were afraid of being punished after losing the battle. However, the Siena soldiers near the city gate did not notice that the muscles of the soldiers who lowered their heads behind the Siena officers were all tense. Sarimo was a hot-tempered man. After he walked down the stairs, he walked directly towards Caramosi and gave Caramosi a slap in the face. "You useless man, how could you lose the battle? Tell me about the situation." But before Caramosi could report the details, several figures suddenly rushed out from behind the officers behind Caramosi and rushed towards Sarimo. In the North Sea Army, if we talk about martial arts, Khan is definitely the first. This guy is already very strong, and after receiving complete martial arts training, he began to become extremely powerful. However, if we talk about the speed of attack, Nicolas Cage must be the first. In the siege of Dithmarschen, this guy relied on his quick attack to quickly capture Marin, who was unable to react, and used this as a threat to force Marin to sign the city siege. This time, Cage was supposed to cooperate with Caramosi and lead a team of elite soldiers to raid and control the city gate. However, after seeing Sarimo, the Siena commander, appearing carelessly near the city gate, Cage remembered the experience of capturing Marin alive, so he temporarily changed his plan. Before everyone could react, Cage, who was very fast, had already leaped in front of Sarimo, and before he could react, he put a dagger on his neck. Sarimo and the Siena soldiers near the city gate were all confused. What happened? At this time, Caramosi quickly got into the middle of several North Sea Special Forces soldiers, and shouted in the German he had just learned, "Attack." Then, the 2,000 German soldiers who had only walked slowly to the vicinity of the city gate suddenly accelerated, rushed in, quickly controlled the city gate hole, and also protected Caramosi and others who were at the stairs near the city gate hole. Until then, General Sarimo reacted, "Caramosi, what are you doing? Are you going to commit treason? Guards! Guards! Drive them all out of the city." Caramosi, who was protected in the middle, said calmly, "General, Siena has fallen, and we have surrendered to the Holy See. Don't insist, because Lord Pandolfo has become a prisoner, and our resistance is meaningless." In fact, Caramosi lied to Sarimo, and the city of Siena was still intact at this time. However, in order to disintegrate the will of the Siena defenders in Radicofani to resist, Caramosi lied casually. And the effect of this lie was indeed amazing, because the Siena defenders near the city gate were stunned. "Liar, you are lying. How could Siena be so strong, how could it fall? You must be lying." Sarimo shouted in disbelief. For hundreds of years, the strength of Siena has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of Siena people. As a native Siena citizen, Sarimo could not believe that the impregnable city of Siena would fall. After Sarimo shouted this, the nearby Siena soldiers nodded in agreement. Caramosi panicked for a moment, but soon calmed down and said, "So, General, tell me, how did this city gate get lost?" Sarimo choked, then he raised his head, stared at Caramosi, and roared, "You bastard, did you trick the city of Siena open?" After thinking about it, Sarimo imagined a scene of Caramosi used the same trick to trick the city of Siena open. "Yes, that's right, I did it, so you have no hope, surrender." Caramosi also admitted it. At the same time as he admitted it, the sound of footsteps that shook the earth suddenly rang out outside the city gate. This was Marin and his main force arriving. When approaching the city gate, more than 10,000 soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom shouted in unison in the Siena dialect of Italian that they had learned temporarily, "Put down your weapons. No one will be killed if you surrender." The shouting of more than 10,000 people at the same time was so spectacular that some Siena soldiers in the city who had originally planned to resist finally confirmed one thing after hearing the tsunami-like shouting outside the city gate. What Caramosi said might be true. Because there were indeed too many enemy troops in the north of the city. Then, the defenders in the city had a disagreement about whether to resist or not. And the fierce Sarimo shouted, "Don't worry about me, keep resisting." Bang! Seeing that Sarimo was so stubborn, Nicolas Cage was afraid that he would talk nonsense again, so he directly chopped Sarimo on the back of his neck with a palm and knocked him unconscious. Karamo saw this and took the opportunity to shout, "Sarimo is dead, everyone surrender. Put down your weapons, and those who surrender will be spared." As he spoke, Marin's army poured into the city gate. Seeing that the commander's life or death was unknown, most of the Siena soldiers chose to put down their weapons and surrender, but there were also those who insisted on resisting. However, Marin released the beast Khan, and in a few seconds, he smashed several of the most cheerful rebels into meat patties, and the others gave up. In this way, because the commander was accidentally captured, the 8,000 defenders in Radicofani Pass had to put down their weapons and surrender. Moreover, Italian mercenaries generally did not have the determination to fight to the death. And occasionally, a few who showed up and insisted on resisting were also smashed into meat patties with maces by the cruel big devil Khan. In fact, those who still insisted on resisting were basically local soldiers. Only they would attach so much importance to the fate of the Sienese. Most of the defenders were mercenaries recruited from other places. Seeing that their employers were gone and their leaders were unknown whether they were alive or dead, they would not persist in resisting. Of course, this refers to the main force. As for the militia, their courage was much worse than that of the regular army. If they relied on the city walls for defense, it would be fine. Seeing that the enemies were pouring into the city, even if they were locals, they would not have the courage to resist. So, just like this, the precipitous pass of Radicofani was easily breached. Chapter 1054, Proposal for Marriage. It's taken down now. The process was so smooth that the entire Guancheng was captured without fighting a few battles. Marin was even a little uncomfortable. But seeing Sarimo still fainted on the ground, Marin suddenly gathered his important officers and gave a stern lecture. "See, this is the result of opening the door in the middle of the night. In the future, if you are guarding the city, you will never let anyone in at night, even if they are your own people. Even if they are your own people, they must be brought into the city by hanging baskets, and they must be closely monitored and guarded to avoid accidents like this time. Do you understand?" "Understood." The officers under Marin shouted. They were also stunned by the easy breakthrough this time. Under normal circumstances, it is no less difficult to break through a Xiongguan pass than to break through a dangerous city like Siena. Therefore, they obviously learned a lesson. At the same time, in the Austrian camp outside Xiongguan Pass, Maximilian I, who was awakened by the shouting and killing in the Guancheng, was also in doubt. He thought that the Siena army came out of the city to rob the camp in the middle of the night, but it turned out to be a battle in the city after a long time. Is there an internal conflict among the defenders in the city? Maximilian I could only guess this way. Because it is extremely difficult to attack a strong pass like Radicofani. Therefore, he could only guess that the defenders in the city were fighting among themselves, and he did not think that someone would break into the city. But when Marin sent people to clear the accumulation in the gate of the south gate of the city the next morning and opened the gate to invite Maximilian I to enter the city, Maximilian I was directly stunned. "How did you take this city? It is so dangerous." Although he did not plan to attack by force, Maximilian I was also an expert in military affairs, and he could see that the Radicofani fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Marin took this city without making a sound, which surprised him. Moreover, judging from the situation in the city, it seems that there was not too fierce fighting. It's very simple. I caught one of their officers and asked him to lead his soldiers to flee to the north gate of the city in the middle of the night, pretending to be defeated soldiers, and lied that they were the defeated Siena army. The soldiers in the city knew that officer, and they couldn't observe other people carefully in the middle of the night. I asked my soldiers to follow the officer into the city and control the city gate. Then, I suddenly rushed out of the darkness with a large army and occupied the city gate. Marin thought about it and decided to tell the truth. It's not that he doesn't want to keep it secret, but even if he doesn't say it, these defeated Sienese will tell the process in the future. Instead of causing discord between the two families because of deception, it is better to tell the truth. Maximilian I was immediately stunned by Marin's wave of operations. Can sieges be played with such tricks? Maximilian I suddenly felt that he was old and could not keep up with the times. Taking advantage of the time when Marin went to the toilet, Maximilian I suddenly ordered the clerk beside him, "Write it down, and order the generals of each department in the future. When defending the city, never open the city gate in the middle of the night, even if you encounter suspected friendly forces." At noon, Marin warmly entertained Maximilian I in the city hall in the city. Of course, Marin did not bring much food, but the food in Radicofani itself was relatively rich. Marin just arranged for the chef of the kitchen team to process it. The Republic of Siena is a famous wealthy state, and Radicofani is also an important tax station on the border of Siena. The officials in the city are naturally very profitable. This era is not like the highway toll stations in later generations, and all the money must be handed in. Radicofani is the entrance to the only main road in the Republic of Siena, with an important tax station. In addition, in this era, tolls did not have to be paid, and because there were no advanced management machines and software, tax collection was very irregular, which made it easy for officials at the tax station to embezzle. Therefore, the ingredients in the Radicofani city hall were very rich, all of which were big fish and meat. Under the skills of the military chef under Marin and Maximilian I had a great time. After dinner, the two came to the reception room to continue chatting and digesting. As they chatted, the topic of the two people unconsciously turned to the issue of marriage. I plan to propose to Princess Claude, the only daughter of King Louis XII of France, on behalf of my grandson Charles. What do you think? Maximilian I asked casually. Prince Charles was born in 1500, and Princess Claude was born in 1499. The two were only 1 year apart, and they were indeed quite a match. Moreover, both of them were 8 or 9 years old, basically avoiding the time period when they were most likely to die in childhood, and they could also talk about marriage. In particular, the woman would not wait. Many noble girls get married when they are in their teens. Marin thought for a moment and said, "It's a good idea. Louis XII doesn't seem to have any more children. If he marries Princess Claude, Prince Charles might be able to jointly rule Germany and France. You think it's feasible?" Maximilian I was a little excited. He was a fan of marriage alliances and liked marriage alliances the most. If Marin hadn't intervened to save Juan III. No, that's not right. In this time and space, Prince Miguel, the son of the Spanish Princess Isabella, has not died yet, and it is not the turn of Juana's son. Otherwise, Maximilian I would definitely be dissatisfied with Marin. Marin shook his head decisively. "Not feasible, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten about Philip VI and Edward III? Maximilian I was shocked and said, "You mean, the French will disagree?" Marin nodded. "Of course, the French are very xenophobic and will not agree to a foreign prince becoming their king." Maximilian I nodded, but suddenly asked, "Then why did you let your son Caesar marry Edward's daughter Princess Margaret? Aren't you afraid that the English will oppose Caesar's acquisition of the British throne?" Marin smiled meaningfully. "The great nobles of England have been killed by His Majesty Edward, who can object?" Maximilian I was silent for a moment, but after a moment of silence, he asked again, "Who do you think Charles should marry?" "Princess Mary of Bohemia," Marin said confidently. In fact, he had wanted to make this suggestion to Maximilian I for a long time, but he never had the chance. "Why?" "His Majesty Vladislas II has a son." Marin thought for a while and decided to give some spoilers. "My teacher Einstein once helped me to predict the future and said that Prince Lajos, the son of Vladislas II, might die in the war with Turkey after he succeeded to the throne, and would not leave any offspring." After a pause, Marin continued, "In fact, I hesitated for a long time on the issue of marriage. I hesitated for a long time between Princess Margaret of His Majesty Edward of England and Princess Mary of Bohemia. You know, the Kingdom of Bohemia and the Kingdom of Hungary combined are larger than England and have a larger population. What's more, the Kingdom of Bohemia also occupies Silesia, which is so large that it makes people salivate. However, because of the existence of Prince Lajos, there is uncertainty in the future. For safety reasons, I finally chose the Princess of His Majesty Edward of England." Maximilian I nodded and said, "In fact, I had long planned to let Philip's second son Ferdinand marry Princess Mary. They are exactly the same age." "Don't do that." Marin immediately interrupted Maximilian I. "Why?" Maximilian I frowned. "Your Majesty, even if according to my teacher's divination, Prince Lajos has no heirs, if you let Prince Ferdinand marry Princess Mary, then it will be Prince Ferdinand who will get Bohemia, Hungary and Silesia. However, it will be Prince Charles who will inherit Austria and the Netherlands. At that time, you will find an embarrassing problem. The Habsburg family will have two powerful heirs. At that time, not only will the Habsburg family not be strong, but also because the two heirs are very powerful, it will lead to internal strife." Marin is not talking nonsense, but the original historical facts. After Ferdinand obtained the throne of Bohemia and Hungary, he had the ability to challenge Charles V. If Charles V did not have the support of American gold and silver from the Spanish Empire, it would be difficult for Austria and the Netherlands alone to suppress Ferdinand, who owned Bohemia, Hungary and Silesia. Even if he suppressed the other party in the early stage, in the later years of Charles V, when he wanted his son Philip II to inherit the Spanish Empire and the Holy Roman Emperor at the same time, he was resisted by the powerful Ferdinand. In the end, Ferdinand took the Holy Roman throne, and Philip II only got Spain. Even Austria, the foundation of the Habsburg family, was taken away by Ferdinand. Maximilian I nodded and agreed with Marin's statement. However, he still doubted. This is just your guess. Whether Prince Lajos will die young and leave no offspring is still a question. It was because of this doubt that Maximilian I chose to let his second grandson Ferdinand marry Princess Mary. Marin thought about it and decided to tell you something explosive. Your Majesty, according to my teacher's divination, Prince Lajos' future queen is your granddaughter Mary. Mary? She is only 1 year older than Prince Lajos, which is appropriate. What do you want to say? Marin looked around and saw that no one else was around, so he whispered, if Princess Mary becomes the Queen of Bohemia, what if she is infertile? Even if Prince Lajos did not die young as predicted. Maximilian I shook violently, and seemed to have experienced a huge struggle in his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, I will not harm my granddaughter. But Marin clearly saw that Maximilian I had a moved look on his face, and now he said this just to show that he is a good man with a conscience. Marin said indifferently, it's not like he killed her, he just made her infertile. If Prince Charles could get Bohemia, Hungary and Silesia. Oh, yes, Moravia. Add Austria and the Netherlands, and Franche-Comté. It would be more than half the size of the empire. After that, Marin stopped talking about this topic. However, when the emperor left, his face was full of struggle, as if he was having a very intense ideological struggle. Chapter 1055 A Chrysanthemum. Maximilian I was a very strategic monarch, but he was not a ruthless monarch. His personal integrity was considered good in this era, and he was called the last night king by later generations. When it comes to family issues, he is very caring for his children. Just like his son, Prince Philip never took the initiative to visit him, but he would look for his son eagerly. Of course, he was also a very ambitious monarch who always dreamed of unifying Germany. For him, Marin's suggestion was simply the temptation of the devil. If the Kingdom of Bohemia, the Kingdom of Hungary, Silesia and Moravia were annexed, the territory of the Habsburg family would more than double. Because the Kingdom of Hungary alone is larger than Austria and the Netherlands combined. The Kingdom of Hungary in this era is not the Hungarian Republic of later generations. The area of Hungary in later generations is only 93,000 square kilometers, which is slightly larger than Austria. And the Kingdom of Hungary in this era, after the expansion of successive Hungarian monarchs, has a considerable territory. In addition to Hungary in later generations, it also includes Croatia, Transylvania, northwest Romania in later generations, etc., with a total area of about 280,000 square kilometers. Transylvania alone has an area of about 100,000 square kilometers. The Kingdom of Bohemia is not bad either. The Kingdom of Bohemia in this era not only includes the Czech Republic in later generations, but also Moravia, Slovakia in later generations, and Silesia, originally belonging to Germany. After the defeat in World War II, most of Silesia and East Prussia were ceded to Poland. Its total area is equivalent to the sum of the Czech Republic and Slovakia in later generations, plus a Silesia region with an area of about 40,000 square kilometers, a total of more than 160,000 square kilometers. It seems that this area is equal to the sum of Austria and the Netherlands, and the difference between the two is not much. If you calculate it this way, Marin is wrong. Because, this is not doubling the area, but tripling it. Moreover, the population of these two countries is several million. That night, Maximilian I made a rough estimate. There were no accurate statistics at that time, so he could only make a rough estimate, and was immediately frightened by this approximate number and trembled directly. When Marin saw him here the next morning, he saw a sloppy uncle with dark circles under his eyes. Obviously, His Majesty the Emperor had insomnia last night. Maximilian I mysteriously pulled Marin into the secret room, dismissed the people around him, and then asked seriously, "Tell me, is your method permanent or temporary infertility?" Obviously, Maximilian I still couldn't bear to hurt his granddaughter. Marin originally wanted to take out the sterilization powder, but suddenly remembered, what if the sterilization powder became popular in Europe and someone used it to deal with the Hoffman family? So, he changed his words temporarily. Actually, that was not a method I invented, but a method invented by the French to deal with His Majesty Edward. What? His Majesty Edward was plotted against. Maximilian I was shocked. This was explosive news. This is also a secret that my spy in France accidentally found out. Then, Marin told the story of how Count Duarte arranged for a chef to put a colorless and tasteless contraceptive in Queen Anne's food for the sake of his family's wealth. No wonder you are sure that Edward will not have another son, but why did the French do this? Maximilian I was a little confused about the French's motives. The French want to annex England. Our King Louis XII dreams of having a son all day long, and now he is pulling Queen Anne to make a little man every day. However, my doctor told me that Queen Anne hurt her body when she gave birth to a child in her early years, and I am afraid she will not be able to have children in the future. Marin did not dare to spread the fact that he had given Queen Anne a sterilization powder. If the news really got out, such a wicked act would easily be criticized by all of Europe. You mean, let me use the French method to deal with Edward? Yes, that is, you arrange a young full-time female chef for Princess Mary since she was a child, so that Princess Mary gets used to eating the food cooked by this female chef. When she marries to Bohemia, put this medicine in Princess Mary's food. I have inquired about it, and this medicine has no harm to the body except for contraception. If you stop taking the medicine for more than a week, you can also restore your fertility. If Prince Lajos dies according to fate, Princess Mary can get pregnant after remarrying. These days, it is no problem for European princesses to remarry. In fact, princesses who have given birth to children and proved their fertility are very popular, and some nobles are willing to take over. Even if Princess Mary has never given birth to a child because of taking medicine, the granddaughter of the current emperor and the sister of the future Emperor Charles V, such an identity is there, and there are many people willing to marry her. Maximilian I was relieved. If that's the case, then it's okay. Maximilian I obviously knew that widowed princesses in Europe had no trouble finding a husband, and in the royal family, marriage was not free. Sacrificing Princess Mary for a few years was nothing to Maximilian I. Moreover, Bohemia and Hungary in exchange could take the Habsburg family to a new level. More importantly, the King of Bohemia was one of the 7 electors, and the head of the secular electors. With this throne, he naturally got a vote for the emperor, which would make it more likely that his offspring would become the emperor. By the way, Your Majesty, don't tell anyone about Queen Anne's cook. Marin said in a fake tone. In fact, even if this matter was leaked, it didn't matter. Because Edward had been kicked as a bad guy. However, he used this matter to fool Maximilian I, so he naturally had to act very nervous. Maximilian I immediately understood. In his opinion, Marin was afraid that he would ruin his son's chance of obtaining the Kingdom of England. However, he couldn't be so stupid as to tell it to others. The Hoffman family was originally an ally of the Habsburg family, and it was not a bad thing for England to fall into their hands. In fact, Maximilian I really thought about letting his second grandson Ferdinand replace Marin's son Caesar and Edward's daughter Princess Margaret to marry. In this way, the Habsburg family can also annex England. However, Marin has already taken the lead. If he really did that, he would definitely completely anger Marin and make him completely turn to the enemy camp. Maybe he would start with the Netherlands. After all, destroying his son's hope of becoming king is definitely a great hatred that will never end. And secretly telling Edward that his queen was given contraceptives would not work, because in this way, he would not benefit himself. If Anna stopped taking contraceptives, Edward might give birth to a son. At that time, even if Ferdinand replaced Caesar and married Princess Margaret, it would be meaningless. So Maximilian I would not say anything. Moreover, he was counting on getting information about the colorless and odorless contraceptive from Marin. The news about that medicine. Don't worry, I will send someone to find out the details. It is said that it was a miraculous medicine invented by a French alchemist, and it was originally supplied to the women of the French women's branch for contraception. If you are afraid of being exposed, you can send a reliable person to contact the alchemist as the boss of the women's branch and buy the formula at a high price. In the future, you don't have to ask for help. Marin suggested considerately. In fact, he has already spent thousands of gold coins to buy a formula. However, he would not give it to Maximilian I, mainly to clear himself. That's great. After saying that, Maximilian I's old face completely stretched out, and he smiled like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 1056 Sending Sulfuric Acid. Looking at Maximilian I, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum, Marin was a little emotional who said that this guy was the last night king. In the face of huge interests, didn't this guy succumb to blackening? Wait, blackening. I seem to have been blackened a long time ago. Marin was a little annoyed, feeling that he was becoming more and more insidious and dark. However, after thinking carefully, there was nothing he could do. In his previous life, he was just a small clerk, and he couldn't do anything bad even if he wanted to blacken. If it was illegal, he was afraid of being shot. But this life was different. He was born in a shameless and chaotic era. The Pope, Alexander VI, took the lead in poisoning and killing, and the German nobles fought against each other. If I still maintained the innocence of my previous life, I would have been swallowed up without any bones left. The environment can make a person. If you stay in a small mountain village all your life, don't contact the outside world, don't watch TV or listen to the radio, you may be very simple. However, as long as you come to the city and enter this world, it is inevitable to get this or that kind of problem. If you want to stand out, you can't avoid being blackened. Even if I was a simpler person in my previous life, I had encountered a situation in which two candidates who were once very good friends turned against each other in order to compete for the position of department manager in the company. This is a real world, not a fantasy world where one person and one sword can suppress the heavens. In this ordinary world, even the world-class generals like Lu Bu, Guan Yu and Jian Wei will die from conspiracy and intrigue, let alone Marin, who has a captain-level martial arts. Therefore, if he wants to have a future, he must walk into the darkness and move forward with a heavy burden. Just like the old chrysanthemum Maximilian I in front of him, known as the Night King, didn't he abandon his principles in the face of such super prophets in the two kingdoms? As a monarch, you can't be white even if you want to be white. Unless you are willing to be overthrown and killed. To be honest, if Marin had only one legitimate son, Caesar, he would have wanted his other son to marry the kingdom of Bohemia. What a pity. Although the combined area of Bohemia and the Kingdom of Hungary is much larger than that of England, and the population is much larger. But facing the problem of Turkey directly is obviously not very good. No matter how strong the national strength is, it can't stand a stronger enemy. Therefore, Marin chose to let Caesar marry the only princess of England instead of the princess of Bohemia. Marin felt lost when he gave Bohemia and Hungary to Maximilian I. On the contrary, Maximilian I was very happy at this time. Those are two kingdoms. It makes sense to wear two crowns first. And with strength, you can also compete for the Holy Roman Emperor and wear another crown. The happiest thing is that Bohemia, Hungary and Austria are connected, and it is very convenient to rule. Unlike Austria and the Netherlands now, although they belong to the same family, they are too far apart and not easy to manage. In a good mood, Maximilian I discussed with Marin the issue of continuing to send troops to Siena. Marin, do you think I still need to participate in the next Siena siege? In fact, from this, it can be heard that he is not very willing to participate in the Siena siege, which is a very costly offensive battle. However, he was here to act, so he had to act the whole thing. Moreover, Marin did not want Maximilian I to work too hard and share his own credit. Of course, it would not be appropriate if Maximilian I was not brought along to play. So, Marin thought about it and said, Your Majesty, your mission has actually been completed, and you can wait to be crowned as a real emperor. Hearing this, Maximilian I was very happy. Emperor, that was the title he had always dreamed of. Although he had been chosen as emperor a long time ago, without the Roman coronation, he could only be called the King of Germany and the King of the Roman people, not the Holy Roman Emperor. Only when it was internal, everyone respectfully called him emperor. But when he encountered uncooperative opposition, he was called His Majesty the King, which made him helpless. However, the battle to capture the Radicofani Pass was won by Marin, and Maximilian I acted as a spectator. This made His Majesty the Emperor very embarrassed, so Maximilian I was planning to show his presence. How about I take my troops to Siena? Maximilian I planned to take his troops to the outside of Siena to show his presence and scare the defenders in the city. Although he didn't have to work hard, it would be good to scare the Sienese. Marin frowned and said, Your Majesty, you don't know that Siena is surrounded by mountains and the terrain is narrow. Even if your 20,000 troops go there, there is no place to camp. Marin was telling the truth. Siena was originally in the mountains and valleys, and there was no flat land. The 4th Legion and Marin's Mountain Infantry Corps surrounded the outside of Siena, which was already a bit crowded. If the 20,000 Austrians went there, it would probably have no place to stay. But, I'm here to help conquer Siena in name. If I don't contribute to the Siena siege, it's a bit unreasonable. Marin suddenly realized that the other party just wanted to pretend. So, he gave an idea, or, you can send 5,000 soldiers to go with you. At that time, your 5,000 soldiers will be responsible for the south gate, and there is no need to besiege it, as long as the enemy is not allowed to break through. 5,000 people should be enough to guard the mountain road outside the south gate. At that time, my people can concentrate on attacking the northwest gate and the northeast gate. The Emperor's 5,000 soldiers are enough to guard the mountain road in the south, and flying the flag of Austria can also put more psychological pressure on the defenders in the city. Therefore, Marin finally decided to let Austria send 5,000 people to play a guest role. 5,000 people, that's fine. Just like that, Maximilian I divided 5,000 soldiers and followed Marin's large army to attack Siena. As for Maximilian I, he took another 15,000 troops to stay in Radicofani Pass to rest and wait to go to Rome for the coronation. The 5,000 soldiers who were divided were actually Austrian soldiers, the real elite among the 20,000 people. Although they don't have to attack Siena, the task of guarding the important mountain roads south of the city is also very heavy. If the Siena army goes out of the city to attack the camp, it also needs to be repelled. If it is defeated by the Siena army, Austria will also be very embarrassed. Therefore, Maximilian I simply sent 5,000 strongest soldiers to follow the siege. But before leaving Radicofani, a man suddenly reported, "Grand Duke, the manager of the Florence branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce in Italy, Mizio, wants to see you." Manager of the Florence branch? Marin frowned. From the title, it can be seen that this guy is a manager in charge of trade. Because, in the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, only those who are responsible for trade will have the title of manager. If it is an intelligence officer, it should be a team leader or something. If it is not an intelligence officer, it should not be here to report important intelligence. So, what is this guy here for? Is it to flatter? Marin really guessed it right. Manager Mizio is here to flatter. He learned that the big boss behind the Chamber of Commerce had come here and had captured the fortress of Radicofani. At this time, he was escorting a batch of goods to Rome for loading and passing by Radicofani. Therefore, Mezio, who was good at scheming, decided to enter Radicofani and flatter the big boss behind the scenes. Anyway, the big boss had just captured a fortress and should be very proud of himself. Flattering him at this time should make him happy. Maybe, he can take a step forward, or even half a step forward. In fact, Mezio was really wrong. Because Marin has no interest in people who flatter him. However, when he heard what Mezio had done, Marin immediately became excited. "What did you say? Is this Mezio in charge of purchasing sulfuric acid in Florence?" "Yes, I heard from him that there are several alchemists in Florence who know how to make sulfuric acid. Mezio is mainly responsible for purchasing finished sulfuric acid from these alchemists in Florence, and then sending it to Rome every 3 months, and then shipping it back to the North Sea Kingdom from near Rome." The guard replied. Indeed, when Marin was making smokeless gunpowder before, he felt that there was not enough sulfuric acid, so he ordered people to go to various parts of Europe to find alchemists who knew how to make sulfuric acid to purchase finished sulfuric acid. And Italy is a region with many alchemists. Obviously, this Mezio is the person in charge of purchasing and transporting finished sulfuric acid in Florence. Sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid. Iron City Gate. Please invite him in. Marin laughed and asked his guards to invite manager Mezio, who was responsible for delivering sulfuric acid, in. Chapter 1057, Wishful Thinking. When Mezio met his boss behind the scenes with trepidation and excitement, he saw Marin, whose face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Of course, it was different from the chrysanthemum that Maximilian I smiled. Maximilian I, who was almost 50 years old, smiled like an old chrysanthemum, the kind that was about to wither. Marin was still a handsome young man, but his smile was like a daisy. "Hey, our boss's boss has seen it, why is he smiling so wretchedly? It seems that he owes people a lot of money. No, isn't he one of the richest nobles in Europe?" Mezio was confused and even suspected that the Marin in front of him was not Marin. However, Marin was wearing exquisite armor with the family emblem and sitting in the main seat. Ordinary people would not dare to sit like this. In this era of strict hierarchy, wearing clothes and sitting in random seats would kill people. Mezio, manager of the Florence branch of the Italian branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, greets the master. After saying that, Mezio bent down with a flattering face. Logically speaking, Marin was only his boss, and he was not Marin's slave, so he didn't need to call him master. Even when Khan and others served as Marin's servants, they never called him master, or they could call him that. So, this guy is definitely a flatterer to the extreme. Suddenly, Marin imagined such a scene in his mind: a Bowie slave with a rat tail behind his head knelt in front of an 8-banners child with a flattering face and said with a mean face, "The slave has seen the master." For no reason, Marin suddenly felt disgusted in his heart. However, thinking of the sulfuric acid brought by this guy, Marin couldn't control his smile immediately. Because, with these sulfuric acids, he didn't worry about not being able to break through the iron gate of Siena. So, Marin chatted with Mezio, the flatterer, in a friendly manner. Through a conversation, Marin learned that the sulfuric acid that Mezio escorted this time was the sulfuric acid produced by several alchemists in Florence in 3 months. There were a total of 100 pottery jars, each of which was about 1 liter, and they were all dilute sulfuric acid of average concentration. The reason why pottery jars were used instead of oak barrels was because sulfuric acid would corrode oak barrels. However, dilute sulfuric acid was enough to dissolve the iron door. If it was replaced with concentrated sulfuric acid, it would not dissolve the iron door. Because concentrated sulfuric acid would form a protective film with iron. Marin even wondered when using dilute sulfuric acid to dissolve the iron door, should hydrogen be collected to make hydrogen balloons? Then, Marin was too lazy to pay attention to Mizio, and after promising to promote him and reward him with 500 gold coins, he sent him back to Florence. After sending Mizio away, Marin excitedly returned to Siena with the army and the car of 100 pottery jars of dilute sulfuric acid. That night, while the enemy was not paying attention, Marin arranged for a trusted special forces member, this tactic was also confidential, to hold a pottery jar of dilute sulfuric acid, avoid the enemy's sight on the top of the city, and quietly touch the big iron gate of the northwest gate of Siena. Then, the soldier carefully picked up the pottery jar and poured the dilute sulfuric acid in the jar on the big iron gate of the northwest gate of Siena. But what surprised the special forces soldier was that the iron gate was not dissolved into a big hole as Marin said, but flowed down along the iron gate, causing slight corrosion to the bottom of the iron gate. However, the effect was not very obvious. If it is at this efficiency, even if the 100 cans of dilute sulfuric acid are used up, the big iron gate cannot be corroded. So, the special forces member immediately went back to report this unfortunate news to Marin. What? The corrosion speed is very slow. And it all flows to the bottom of the ground? Marin was shocked. Is his plan going to fail? Yes, this acid can't stay on the surface of the upright iron gate. Once it is poured on, it will flow down along the smooth surface of the gate. Even at the bottom where the acid gathers, it seems that the corrosion rate is very slow. The corrosion rate is very slow. Marin thought about it, and then suddenly realized. My brain, this memory. Marin suddenly remembered that in his previous life, the chemistry teacher once said that metal zinc is generally used to produce hydrogen in the laboratory. This is because zinc is much more active than iron. It is feasible to react iron with dilute sulfuric acid, but the speed is very slow. Therefore, in order to show the phenomenon of hydrogen generation, zinc metal with higher activity is generally used to react with dilute sulfuric acid or dilute hydrochloric acid to produce hydrogen, and you can see the obvious process of bubbles rising. If iron is used, it seems to be much slower. Moreover, pouring dilute sulfuric acid on the iron gate and putting iron into dilute sulfuric acid are completely different things. Soaking iron in sulfuric acid has sufficient contact area. Even if the speed is slower than zinc, the effect is obvious over time. However, pouring dilute sulfuric acid on the iron gate is different. First of all, the iron gate is upright. If dilute sulfuric acid is poured on it, it will not stay on the gate at all, but will flow down along the gate to the ground. It fell to the ground before it had time to slowly contact and react. In addition, the reaction speed of dilute sulfuric acid and iron is not fast, which is a waste of sulfuric acid. In addition, the people of Siena are rich, and the iron gate they made is thick enough. If you want to corrode the iron gate with these 100 cans of dilute sulfuric acid, it seems that it is not feasible. Also, Marin remembered that even in the previous life, even if zinc metal was used to make hydrogen, zinc was ground into zinc powder in order to maximize the contact area. If it is a whole piece, it will be much slower. Because, if you want to corrode the metal inside, you have to corrode the outside first. Iron doesn't react quickly with dilute sulfuric acid, and it's a whole iron gate, so you can't throw it into a pool of dilute sulfuric acid. So, it's difficult to corrode the big iron gate with dilute sulfuric acid. At least, this truck of dilute sulfuric acid is not enough. In addition, Marin also thought of a very serious problem. Even if he could corrode a big hole in the heavy iron gate, he couldn't blow up the gate by stuffing a gunpowder barrel. Why? Because the iron gate is not the same as the wooden gate made of oak. Generally speaking, if it is a wooden gate, as long as you make a hole in the gate and stuff a gunpowder barrel into it, you can blow up the gate and get away into the city. However, it is the oak gate that is easy to be blown up and a way into the city appears. But now, the current gate is an extremely heavy iron gate. Even if the buried gunpowder barrel explodes, it may not be able to blow up the heavy steel gate. If the gate cannot be blown up, what is the point of corroding the iron gate to make a small hole that can be stuffed with a gunpowder barrel? Even if the hole corroded on the iron gate is exactly the position of the gate latch, it is useless, because during the attack and defense of the city gate hole is often blocked. As long as the gate itself is not blown up, the gate hole that has been blocked for a long time may not be completely blown open. So, the idea that dilute sulfuric acid can destroy the heavy iron gate is too ideal. Chapter 1058, Drilling a Dog Hole. In addition to the fact that even if a small hole is corroded, it may not necessarily blow up the iron gate, there is another important reason. With the reaction speed of the whole iron gate and dilute sulfuric acid, it is estimated that it will take several days of corrosion to produce a hole. And with such a long time, the defenders in the city will definitely be able to react accordingly. Moreover, with such a long corrosion time, in addition to the fact that the defenders in the city may not give you time to slowly corrode, it is easy to leak secrets, which is also a very important problem. In this era, it is not a common chemical knowledge that strong acid can corrode steel. Because modern chemistry has not yet emerged, European chemistry is still in the ignorant and backward stage of alchemists. Even many alchemists cannot understand the chemical principles even if they can produce dilute sulfuric acid. Marin still wants to rely on the gate covered with tinplate to defend against the enemy's attack in the future. How can he expose the chemical knowledge that dilute sulfuric acid can corrode the big iron gate in public? In fact, if it is replaced with aqua regia, which has an extremely domineering effect, it meets Marin's requirements. Aqua regia is poured on the iron gate, and a large hole can be corroded in a few minutes. If the amount is enough, it is not impossible to corrode the entire gate. But the problem is that aqua regia is made of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a ratio of 3:1. Marin has now mastered the preparation of concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid, but the preparation of concentrated hydrochloric acid has not yet been mastered. Although concentrated sulfuric acid and table salt can produce hydrogen chloride gas, hydrochloric acid can be obtained by collecting it with water. However, this can only produce dilute hydrochloric acid. It is not that simple to obtain concentrated hydrochloric acid. Because hydrochloric acid and nitric acid are both volatile acids, unlike sulfuric acid, which can be purified to obtain concentrated sulfuric acid by heating. If dilute hydrochloric acid is heated, hydrogen chloride gas may evaporate before water. Therefore, concentrated hydrochloric acid is more difficult to prepare, and aqua regia is also difficult to obtain. Even if Marin can develop aqua regia, it will probably take a long time. By then, the daylily would have been cold. Marin began to rack his brains for a solution. As for the problem of dilute sulfuric acid easily flowing down after being poured on the iron gate, Marin came up with a solution after thinking about it, that is, use a brush to brush the dilute sulfuric acid on the iron gate like paint. In this way, the possibility of flowing down is reduced. In order to enhance the viscosity and prevent the dilute sulfuric acid from flowing down quickly, Marin even had people mix some special ingredients into the dilute sulfuric acid to increase the viscosity of the dilute sulfuric acid, making it less likely to flow down the iron gate. As long as the dilute sulfuric acid adheres to the iron gate for a long time and the reaction time is long enough, it is definitely much better than flowing to the ground quickly. As for the problem that the brush is easily corroded by sulfuric acid, this is very simple: prepare more brushes. However, even if a small hole is corroded on the iron gate, the big problem that the gunpowder barrel may not be able to explode is still unsolvable. After Marin tried to pour the wastewater of the solution mixed with paint ingredients and dilute sulfuric acid into a wastewater ditch, he suddenly asked, "By the way, take a closer look and see where the drainage ditch outlet of Siena City is. Such a big city of Siena must have a drainage ditch, right? Look for it." After asking this question, Marin suddenly remembered that in many movies in later generations, it seems that many spies and assassins sneaked into the city or the mansion through the sewers. Maybe, this can be done. The Iron City Gate is difficult to deal with. Is the sewer exit also an iron gate? Marin really guessed it right. The sewer exit of Siena City is indeed an iron gate, and it is very thick. After careful investigation, Marin's Special Forces soldiers found that there is indeed a sewer exit in Siena City, near the northeast gate. Of course, the smell of the sewer is too bad. Therefore, this sewer exit is a short distance away from the northeast gate, so as not to affect the defenders on the top of the city from the stench of the sewer. However, because the entire city has only 3 gaps in the northwest, south and northeast. Therefore, this sewer exit is not too far from the northeast gate. However, the architect who designed the city is very clever and used a small ditch outside an inconspicuous city gate as the exit of the sewer. Even the superb architect added a lid, that is, a layer of bricks were laid on the top, on the sewer exit near the ditch and the northeast gate, which perfectly concealed the sewer exit. If you don't remove the brick cover, you can't imagine that this is the sewer exit of Siena City. Marin's Special Forces soldiers also judged that this was the sewer exit of Siena based on the unpleasant smell. After all, the sewer exit must have a bad smell. But after removing the brick cover, the Special Forces soldiers were also dumbfounded because there was also an iron door at the sewer exit. This iron door was very small, less than 1 meter high, and looked more like a larger dog hole. But in order not to affect the outward discharge of sewage in the city, this iron door is not completely closed, but a large iron door with a steel structure similar to that of later generations. In the middle of the night, Marin personally put on a mask and went to investigate. In the end, Marin came to the conclusion that although the steel bar iron door at the sewer exit was extremely strong, it was much easier to deal with than the authentic city gate. Of course, this iron dog hole door cannot be removed with great fanfare. Even if this steel bar door was damaged, it would be difficult for Marin's soldiers to enter the city through this large dog hole less than 1 meter high. Because this dog hole is too small. If the enemy in the city finds someone breaking in from here, they can easily guard this dog hole by sending a small team. Because this hole is too small, a large group of people can't rush in at all. Even if the iron door is smashed, they can only crawl in one by one. In the process of crawling in, the enemy only needs to send a few people with knives to wait inside the dog hole and chop one head that pops up, and the problem will be easily solved. So, even if Marin knew that he could send people into the city by removing the iron door of this dog hole, he couldn't let people do it in a big way. Because once discovered by the enemy, it would be very easy for the enemy to defend. Unless the iron door of the dog hole at the exit of the sewer can be destroyed without anyone noticing, and then quietly send people to drill into the dog hole, the effect can be achieved. The main thing is to allow a few fierce generals to get in first, and then block the enemy troops who come to counterattack, and provide protection for the subsequent troops to enter. It is worth noting that although the defenders in the city sometimes send people to pay attention to the sewer exit, no defenders will guard this dog hole. Why? Because this is the sewer exit, the smell is bad. Which soldier is willing to guard this sewer exit all the time? Therefore, even the soldiers guarding this sewer exit are standing at the foot of the city wall more than 10 meters away, looking over here from time to time, and no defenders are willing to stand by this stinking ditch and guard it all the time. If someone dares to violently destroy the iron gate of the sewer exit, the defenders more than 10 meters away will definitely notice it. It is easiest during the day, you can observe it with your naked eyes, or listen to the sound. In the middle of the night, just listen to the sound. Because in the middle of the night, everything is silent, and if you want to destroy the iron gate of the sewer, you will definitely be heard. In addition, because the sewer exit outside the city is cleverly camouflaged, generally few people will find this point of the sewer exit. Even if they found out, it would be useless, there's a heavy iron door blocking the way. If you dare to break in violently, a small team of guards won't work in vain. If they just block you and yell at you, you won't be able to break in. Of course, the so-called heavy iron door here only refers to the dog hole. Compared with the real big iron city gate, the sewer iron gate here is really not thick, nor heavy. However, under normal circumstances, it is too difficult to destroy this iron gate without being noticed. But coincidentally, Marin really has a way to destroy this iron gate silently. So, Marin called the trustworthy special forces soldiers and ordered, "You, wear masks, lurk at the sewer iron gate in the middle of the night, and use a brush to brush the mixture of dilute sulfuric acid and paint on the dog hole iron gate. You take turns to brush until the dog hole iron gate is corroded and damaged. That is, until the iron gate can be quietly opened. What about after it is opened? Send a few fierce generals to drill into the dog hole first, and cover the large group of people to drill in slowly. Finally, seize the northeast gate from inside and outside. Fierce generals." Everyone suddenly cast their eyes on Khan next to them. "Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to drill a dog hole?" Khan suddenly felt very bad. "Ahem, let's not talk about this for now. You guys, go and destroy the small iron door of the dog hole first." Chapter 1059, Entering the City. On the side, Nicolas Cage looked at Kane and laughed, "Haha, Khan, everyone says you are the god of war. After drilling the dog hole this time, you will be dubbed the god of war who drills the dog hole in the future." Ha! Khan was angry and wanted to beat Cage. However, although Cage could not beat Kane, he was very fast, and it was very difficult for Khan to catch up with him. The two were chasing each other, and Marin coughed and said, "Nicholas, don't be happy, because this time, in addition to Khan, you and your special forces will definitely be the vanguard in attacking the city through the sewer." The entrance to the sewer hole was too small to accommodate only one person. Even if the iron door was opened, they could only crawl in one by one. Therefore, there must not be many people who entered the city in the early stage. When there are few people, it is easy to be suppressed by the enemy. As long as the enemy repel the first batch of vanguards who drilled into the city, and then send heavy troops to guard the sewer, they will not be able to attack. Because, if you want to crawl in through the dog hole, you will probably face countless swords and knives as soon as you enter. Therefore, it is necessary to let a fierce general like Khan take the lead in drilling through the dog hole. Only Khan can withstand the first wave of counterattacks from the enemy guarding the sewers by himself. But Khan can withstand the small group of people guarding the sewers, but it is difficult to withstand the large number of enemy troops. After all, this sewer exit is not far from the northeast city gate. Once the alarm is sounded, a large group of enemy troops will definitely come. Even if Khan is a martial arts master, he can only fight 10 people alone. Wearing full plate armor, he is not afraid of swords and knives, but he can only fight 20 at most. But if the enemy rushes in hundreds or thousands of troops, Khan will also kneel. Therefore, the soldiers who follow Khan through the dog hole must be elite. For example, the dozens of special forces soldiers led by Cage are the best candidates for the first batch of people to enter the city. With the assistance of these dozens of people and the narrow streets in the city, Khan can stop the enemy's army from counterattacking. Then, wait for more soldiers to crawl in through the dog hole. Of course, the above is Marin's plan. But first, he has to ask someone to open the iron door of the dog hole at the exit of the sewer. It's called an iron door, but it's not like a city gate made of a whole piece of iron like a city gate. Why? Because this is the exit of the sewer. Sewage and debris must flow out. If it is made into a whole piece of iron door, how can sewage and debris flow out? Is it blocked in the city and stinks? Therefore, the iron door of the sewer is actually very similar to the iron fence door of later generations. Only in this way can we ensure that the sewer outlet is not drilled in by the enemy while allowing sewage and debris to pass through and flow out of the city. In order to facilitate the solution of this iron fence door, Marin even covered his mask and personally inspected the iron fence door in the middle of the night. Marin found that although the steel bars of this iron fence door are very thick, it is much easier to deal with than the whole iron door used for the city gate. As long as the 8 steel bars on the iron fence door are corroded, the iron fence door can be opened. Moreover, Marin has observed that the enemy will not come to observe this iron gate in the middle of the night. Because the smell here is really bad. In this era, Europeans are not like the Ming dynasty, where farmers specially push manure carts into the city to collect manure as fertilizer for the fields. Therefore, most of the feces in the city are discharged from the city through the sewer. From this, we can see how smelly the sewer outlet is. If it were summer, it would probably be so smelly that people would faint. Fortunately, it is winter now, and the stench has been reduced a lot. However, it is also difficult to stay here without a mask. Through observation through the iron gate, Marin found that the defenders inside were about 10 meters away from here, deliberately avoiding the smelly ditch. However, if there is a sound from the iron gate, someone will come to check it out. For example, Marin once deliberately knocked on the iron gate, and soon the guards came to check it out. However, the way Marin asked people to fix the iron fence door next was really silent, so it did not alarm any defenders. Marin selected several reliable special forces soldiers, put on masks, each holding a can of paint ingredients, mainly adhesive ingredients, and brought a few brushes. They took turns to lurk at the door of the sewer dog hole in the middle of the night, and gently dipped the brush in dilute sulfuric acid and brushed it on the steel bars on the iron fence door. They moved gently and focused, and repeatedly brushed the selected nodes with a brush dipped in dilute sulfuric acid. In that scene, those who didn't understand thought they were brushing sauce on the barbecue on the bamboo sticks. There was a faint background music in the air he shwa shwa, oh oh. The dilute sulfuric acid with paint adhesive ingredients did not flow down as easily as before, but stuck to the steel bars and flowed down very slowly. In this way, the dilute sulfuric acid can have enough contact time with the steel bars of the dog hole iron fence door. But despite this, several special forces members took turns to fight, and after several nights, they finally corroded and broke several important steel bars. Moreover, because they did not make any noise, they were not discovered by the careless defenders. Mainly, the defenders were unwilling to get close and only judged the threat based on the sound. After all, according to common sense, if you want to destroy the iron fence door at the exit of the sewer, the sound should generally be earth-shattering. Marin was extremely excited to learn that the iron fence door of the dog hole in the sewer in Siena City was finally corroded. Then, he turned his eyes to Khan and Cage, who looked unnatural, and smiled, "It's up to you. If you can withstand the enemy's counterattack and lead the army to open the northeast gate from the inside, you will be the first to do it." Khan and Cage did not waste words, and led dozens of special forces soldiers to change into full body plate armor. The Mountain Infantry Corps led by Marin did not originally carry plate armor, but only rhinoceros leather armor and wood armor. After all, it is inconvenient to carry plate armor over mountains and ridges. However, the 4th Legion of Saqqara brought it. The 4th Legion took the main road, so they were naturally not afraid of carrying baggage and plate armor. Considering the dangers that might be faced after going through the dog hole, Marin specially arranged for people to go to Saqqara to get dozens of sets of plate armor for Khan, Cage and dozens of special forces soldiers to change. In this way, after they go in, they are not afraid of the enemy's swords, and can more easily withstand the enemy's counterattack, waiting for more people to crawl into the dog hole. Just when Khan and others were wearing plate armor and making preparations, the 4th Legion of Saqqara launched a large-scale feint attack in the direction of the northwest gate in advance to attract the enemy defenders to gather in the direction of the northwest gate to reduce the pressure on the northeast gate. After hearing the shouts and screams coming from the northwest gate, Marin looked at the time and nodded, saying, "Okay, Khan, you guys go. Remember, after defeating the enemy's counterattack, quickly lead people to capture the tower of the northeast gate. The gate hole must be full of debris at this time, don't worry about it. As long as we occupy the tower, our large troops can climb up with ladders. Finally, we will occupy the gate hole and slowly clean up the bricks and debris in the gate hole." Understood. Khan, Cage and dozens of special forces soldiers answered in unison. Then, the devil muscle man, Khan took the lead, holding a mace, and touched the iron fence door of the sewer dog hole. At this time, after several special forces soldiers' operations like brushing sauce, the steel bars on the iron fence door of the sewer dog hole were only a little bit away from falling off. However, Marin did not let them break these steel bars that were about to fall off. The main reason was that he was afraid that the enemy would find out. After all, although the enemy was unwilling to get close to this sewer dog hole, they would sometimes take a look from a distance. Therefore, Marin asked his men to corrode the 8 steel bars without breaking them, but to corrode them until only a little bit was left. As long as they were gently bent, they would break. Khan came to the iron fence door of the sewer dog hole, put the mace aside first, and then easily broke all the 8 steel bars that were still connected to the iron fence door. Then, he quickly picked up the mace, got into the dog hole, and entered the city of Siena. Chapter 1060, Occupy the Northeast Gate. The sound of Khan breaking the steel bars still alarmed the guards in the sentry post more than 10 meters away. The alarmed night guard Captain Pyrakasang was startled by the sound coming from the iron gate of the sewer. So he ordered, "Pani, go to the sewer and see if there are any enemies destroying the iron gate." "Boss, the steel bars of the iron gate over there are so thick, who do you think can easily destroy it?" Although he was not very happy, Soldier Pani yawned and walked towards the sewer exit. But when he was about to reach the sewer exit, he happened to meet Khan who had just come in. Then, Pani was stunned for a moment, and then shouted, "Boss, there are enemies coming in." Khan was anxious and went up to hit him with a mace. Then, the people in the outpost heard a muffled sound. Oh no, something happened. Captain Pyrasong knew something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Assemble, assemble. An enemy is coming in from the sewer. Drive him out." Then, he shouted again, "People at the city gate, quickly support the sewer. An enemy is coming in from the sewer exit." As soon as he finished shouting, Khan, who had reacted, rushed over aggressively and hit him hard with a stick. Captain Pyrasong quickly raised his sword to block, but the sword was quickly smashed away. Then, he himself was crushed. "Oh my god, monster." Seeing the loss of 2 comrades in a row, Captain Pyrasong's arm, Vice Captain Garnier, did not dare to continue to resist, but quickly closed the gate of the sentry post and bolted it. And Khan had no time to pay attention to them, because his mission was not to eliminate these sentinels, but to guard this dog hole. No, it was the sewer exit. After Khan, Cage and dozens of special forces soldiers also got in. At this time, hundreds of Siena defenders also ran over from the direction of the city gate. "Pyrasong, Pyrasong. What's the situation in the sewer?" The leading Siena officer Paul shouted. But when he got closer, he stopped shouting. Because he had already seen Khan and the others. "Not good, the enemy has entered the city. Brothers, form a formation. Attack. Be sure to eliminate these invaders." Then, hundreds of Siena soldiers raised their weapons, shoulder to shoulder, and rushed over in a neat formation. However, the terrain at the exit of the sewer is narrow, and even if there are hundreds of soldiers, the Siena defenders can only march in parallel with 7 or 8 people. Khan, Cage and dozens of special forces soldiers took the initiative to meet them. Khan took the lead and rushed up with a mace. When he got close, 7 or 8 spears poked at him. But Khan, who was wearing a full set of plate armor, didn't care at all. Instead, he gave up defense and swung the heavy mace directly. Crack crack crack. A series of cracking sounds came, the spears of the first few spearmen were broken. Then, while the other party didn't react, Con rushed up and swung the mace directly at their faces. Suddenly, several screams came. And Cage and others were not vegetarians either. They followed closely, waving their weapons and began to slaughter those Siena defenders who didn't react. The Siena officer Paul who was supervising the battle on the side was stunned. Damn, this fighting power is too scary, right? It seemed that the spears were ineffective against them. So, Paul, who had reacted, shouted, "Spearmen retreat, sword and shield soldiers push forward. Sword and shield soldiers push forward." After a pause, Paul turned around and shouted, "The enemy is very fierce, request more support. Request more support." Judging from the combat effectiveness of the dozens of people in front of him, the hundreds of people he brought might not be able to defeat them. Paul's command ability was pretty good. When the sword and shield soldiers came up, it was not so easy for Con, Cage and others to massacre the enemy soldiers. Because the sword and shield soldiers have a higher protective power. Even if the dozens of Siena sword and shield soldiers who came up were still not opponents, but because of the high protective power of the shields, they would not let Con and others kill them wantonly. And when Con, Cage and others finally dealt with the 50 or 60 sword and shield soldiers in front of them, they found that more and more enemy troops were rushing towards this side. "We can't delay any longer, we must quickly occupy the city gate." Con looked behind him, another 100 or 200 soldiers followed in, and they were basically sword and shield soldiers. After all, sword and shield soldiers are a good type of soldiers for both defense and attack in street fighting. Moreover, sword and shield soldiers are basically elite soldiers with great strength, otherwise they cannot hold the shield. So, Con ordered, "Leave 30 people to guard the cave entrance, and the rest of you, follow me to the city gate. Those who continue to come in, follow me." After that, Con was about to rush forward. But Cage held her back and said, "Wait a little longer, gather 500 people and then attack the city gate." Cage thought that it seemed a little insufficient to attack the city gate with just a few dozen of them and more than 100 sword and shield soldiers. After all, the Siena defenders were almost all gathered near the 3 city gates, and the personnel were very dense. Even with a fierce general like Con leading the way, 500 people would be enough. "But if we wait any longer, the road to the city gate will be blocked by the enemy," Con said anxiously. "In this way, we will defeat the troops in front of us first," Cage said after thinking for a while. Then, Cage and Con led dozens of special forces soldiers and rushed forward. The hundreds of troops led by Paul had already lost their most elite sword and shield soldiers. The spearmen were at a great disadvantage facing Con and others wearing full sets of plate armor. Because they couldn't poke. Con looked at Paul who was still shouting and yelling, and his heart moved. He rushed sideways and knocked away several enemy soldiers who were blocking him, and then rushed towards Paul who was still shouting and commanding on the side. Not good. Paul was shocked when he saw Con rushing over. Just now, he saw Con killing people with his own eyes. So he shrank into the crowd to protect himself. But Con had no intention of letting him go, and continued to rush, and savagely knocked away the people who blocked his way. Seeing Con so brave, the hundreds of Italian mercenaries in front of him were a little timid and gave way. Then, Paul was exposed to Con. "Go to hell!" Con shouted, and then flattened the unfortunate Paul. Seeing their commander dead, the other Italian mercenaries had no determination to resist. So, hundreds of people turned around and ran at the same time, throwing away their spears. "Don't chase them, let's stabilize first and don't let the enemy counterattack. You stay here with them and don't move. I'll go back and bring those sword and shield soldiers," Cage said, and returned to the sewer, bringing back 300 sword and shield soldiers. "This number is almost enough, let's rush the city gate." While the enemy was running away, Cage didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Because if they waited any longer, another enemy would definitely take the opportunity to occupy this road and block them from going to the city gate. It was only 30 meters away from the city gate, but it would be troublesome if there was a large enemy army blocking it. After all, the street can only accommodate a few people walking side by side. This is because it is close to the city wall. If it was a small street in the city, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. "Okay, follow me." Con excitedly raised his mace and led the charge towards the city gate. After rushing to the vicinity of the city gate, Con found that, as Marin expected, the inside of the city gate was full of bricks and debris. If you want to clean it up, it will probably take a long time. So Con made a quick decision and rushed to the stairs to the city gate tower beside the city gate. And Cage and others also rushed over. At this time, the city gate tower was also full of Siena defenders, with hundreds of people. But Khan was invincible. He relied on his brute force to charge forward, leading Cage and others, as well as 300 sword and shield soldiers, to the city gate tower. The terrain on the city wall was narrow, but Khan and Cage were both masters, not to mention dozens of special forces soldiers. The sword and shield soldiers who followed behind were also very strong. With Khan, the monster-like pioneer, leading the way, they quickly defeated the 700 or 800 enemy troops on the city gate tower and controlled the city gate tower, especially the artillery position on the city gate tower. Good, very good. Stayed, order the army to set up siege ladders to climb the city gate tower. Yes. Then, dozens of ladders were pulled up and placed on the city gate tower. Under the cover of Khan and others on the gate tower, more and more soldiers climbed up the gate tower and began to pour down through the stairs. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom who climbed up the gate tower finally controlled the northeast gate of Siena City and began to send people to clean up the bricks and stones in the gate hole. At dawn, it was late in winter, it was around 7 in the morning, the debris in the gate hole was finally cleared. Then, the city gate was slowly opened. And Marin, with the main force of the Mountain Infantry Corps, drove into the city. Chapter 1061 Bank Robbery. After entering the city, Marin was not in a hurry. The most troublesome thing about Siena is that it is difficult to break into the city, but now that the city defense has been broken, there is no need to worry. As long as the northeast gate is defended, the city will definitely be occupied next. Because, according to Karamosi, the defenders in the city are only 2,000 regular troops and 5,000 militiamen. If these people gather at 3 steep gates to defend the city, it will be really difficult to deal with. But if the city gate is breached, such a small number of people will not be enough in front of Marin's 15,000 elites. In addition, Siena is very narrow. Because it is a fortress-like city built on the mountain, the streets in the city are narrow. The entire city has only one Y-shaped main road, connecting the northeast gate, northwest gate and south gate respectively. Even this main road can only accommodate 7 or 8 people in parallel. The rest of the small streets and alleys can generally only accommodate 3 or 4 people in parallel at most. This leads to the fact that even if Marin has an advantage in military strength, it is difficult to play it out. After all, the streets are so narrow, how can you stack up with more people? So, Marin decided to play steadily and advance step by step. So, Khan and others were replaced to rest. The new batch of sword and shield soldiers stood in the front, not in a hurry to attack, but also guarded against the enemy's counterattack. Originally, Marin found a recliner and lay there to rest. However, the words of the surrendered General Karamosi made Marin jump up immediately. What, you said that there is a lot of cash in the vault of Siena Bank? Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that he had read a report in the future that the People's Bank of China had invested in 2 Italian banks, UniCredit Bank and Siena Bank, in 2015. Among them, UniCredit Bank is one of the 2 largest banks in Italy in the future. And Siena Bank is one of the oldest banks. The headquarters of the Bank of Siena, which was built on Piazza Salimbini, was established in 1472. Yes, Grand Duke, the Bank of Siena is the gateway for Siena's bankers to lend money to the outside world. In order to facilitate lending to the outside world, more than a dozen banking families in Siena jointly funded the construction of the Bank of Siena building as a center for receiving customers. However, more than a dozen banking families have their own office areas in the building. The reason why they are concentrated in one building is mainly to facilitate customers to find them. Generally speaking, for these bankers, the spring when there is a shortage of food is the time when customers borrow the most. At that time, there is not much money in the bank because they are busy lending money. But autumn is different. October is the time of autumn harvest, and it is also the time when borrowers repay their loans in batches. After all, everyone has a lot of money at this time. Therefore, after October, the vault of the bank building will be full of money. Karamosi explained. Full of money. Marin couldn't help swallowing. Yes, full of money. When I led the troops to Radicofani, I heard that many carriages had already transported the repayments from all over the country back to the bank building. That is to say, you acted a little too early. At this moment, the repayments returned to the vault of the bank headquarters are probably less than 2/3. If we wait another half a month, the bank may have collected all the repayments. Generally speaking, small short-term loans will be repaid with interest after the autumn harvest. And those huge loans to great nobles, although they cannot repay the principal, will also be repaid with interest. You know, the loans of those great nobles have very high interest rates, at least 10%. Therefore, the amount of repayments in November each year is very considerable. Then, how much cash do you estimate is in the vault of Siena Bank at this time? Marin asked after swallowing. Caramosi thought for a moment and said, about 1 million gold coins. You know, this is the wealth of more than a dozen powerful banking consortiums in Siena. If those nobles did not repay the principal but paid the interest every year, it is estimated that the funds in the vault of the Siena Bank would exceed 2 million gold coins. Gulyalup Marin took another deep breath. Are you sure? All the money is in the vault of the Siena Bank. Why don't they take it home? Marin asked in confusion. According to the custom of the Chinese, gold and silver are hidden in the secret room of the house. Caramosi explained, this is to facilitate lending. After all, when customers come to borrow money, those bankers can't go home to get the money, right? It's a waste of cost and unsafe. Therefore, these dozen banker families jointly built this building and built a highly secure vault. It is said that there are 800 most elite mercenaries guarding the vault of the building, which is very safe. These people don't participate in the defense of the city. No, they are bank employees, only responsible for guarding the vault, not responsible to the authorities. Very good, I'll do this. Marin stood up excitedly. Grand Duke, please say a few good words to the Pope in the future. Caramosi is well informed and knows that the current Pope has a close relationship with Marin. Okay, no problem. You take a team back to your family's mansion, and my people won't search your house. Afterwards, I will recommend you to the Pope as the city lord. Thank you, Grand Duke. However, I'm afraid there is no need to protect my family. Since I wanted to open the south gate, my house has probably been searched by Governor Pandolf. Give me some men and I have to go to the prison to rescue my family. Marin nodded and ordered a guard to take a team to help him go to the prison to rescue his family. In addition, he promised to return his confiscated property afterwards. Caramosi, who got the promise, was in a good mood and pointed out a shortcut to Marin. Grand Duke, look at the map. If you send people to kill halfway on the southeast wall, there will be a staircase going down. Then, there is a medium-width street leading directly to the municipal square. The Siena Bank is next to the square. As long as you build enough momentum on the mainland, the defenders will put most of their troops on the main road. And you can send a team of elites to take a shortcut to occupy the Siena Bank. Also, next to the bank is the governor's palace, and you can also send people to capture Governor Pandolf. Ha 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 ha, good idea, I won't treat you badly when you rescue your family. After that, Marin sent troops and launched a massive attack on the main street. At the same time, Marin asked Khan and Cage to select 3,000 elites, and according to Caramosi's instructions, they began to advance on the southeast wall until they found the staircase Caramosi mentioned. Caramosi also followed, because the prison where the prisoners were held was also next to the municipal square. He and Marin were on the same route. Marin led 3,000 elite soldiers and marched along that street towards the municipal square. There was not much resistance along the way. Because this street was not important, it was defended by only a few hundred militiamen. In front of Marin's 3,000 elite soldiers, they were beaten and fled. Soon, Marin led his army to the municipal square. Then, Marin divided his troops into 3 groups. He led 2,500 people to attack the Siena Bank building. Cage led 400 people to the governor's palace to arrest Governor Pandolfo Petrucci and other major officials of the Republic of Siena. And Caramosi led 100 people to seize the Siena prison. When attacking the Siena Bank building, as Caramosi expected, they encountered fierce resistance from an elite force. The vanguard sent by Marin was beaten back directly, and many people were injured. Marin had no choice but to look at Khan again. Khan shrugged helplessly, took off his leather armor and put on a set of plate armor, then rushed into the building with a mace in hand. With a series of dull bangs, Marin's soldiers finally rushed into the building and gradually headed towards the vault. In front of the vault door, more fierce enemies gathered. However, they were still not good enough in front of the humanoid monster Khan. What's more, Khan was accompanied by dozens of elite special forces. However, these Italian mercenaries hired to guard the vault still insisted on fighting to the end until they were killed or crippled. Those who were hired to guard the vault were indeed mercenaries with good character. When the door of the vault was opened, Marin, who was used to big scenes, was also shocked. The vault was divided into more than a dozen stalls, obviously belonging to more than a dozen families. Every stall was filled with big boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with glittering gold coins. As for silver and copper coins, they were not qualified to be put into the boxes, but were randomly piled on the ground, everywhere. In addition to coins, there were many cast gold bricks and silver bars in the vault, neatly stacked there, making people dazzled. Mine, mine, all mine. Marin, who was blinded by the light, murmured. Chapter 1062, Controlling the City. Seeing that Marin looked a little crazy, Khan patted Marin on the shoulder and said, "Master, wake up." Marin finally woke up, then laughed and said, "Little guys, get to work, pack all these gold coins, gold bricks, silver bars and silver coins and take them away." Then, Marin looked at the ground again and said, "Well, you can pick up the copper coins on the ground. However, if someone is found to have privately hidden gold and silver coins, they will be dealt with by military law. Also, copper coins are only allowed to be put in the pockets of clothes, not in sacks." Understood. The soldiers who followed into the vault shouted excitedly. Unlike the German region, southern European countries such as Italy and Spain have copper coins. The reason for the copper coins is that the business in Italy is developed. Silver coins can no longer meet the needs of trade, so copper coins came into being. The economy in the German region is backward, and the demand for currency is not large. The smallest currency unit is only the small silver coin of Pfennig. Although the silver content of the small silver coins minted by some princes is very low, almost close to copper coins, there are no pure copper coins after all. In Italy, copper coins suitable for small transactions have already appeared. And Spain, which has close ties with Italy, has also appeared copper coins. According to the normal exchange rate, one silver coin can usually be exchanged for 12 small copper coins. But because the silver content of silver coins in Italy is too low, it is close to copper coins. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a small silver coin can only be exchanged for 3 or 4 small copper coins or 1 or 2 large copper coins of double weight. Therefore, copper coins are actually quite valuable at present. A handful of copper coins can be exchanged for a small handful of silver coins with low purity. However, Marin did not allow them to use other bags, only to put them in the pockets of clothes. Now, many soldiers with fewer pockets on their clothes were about to cry, "Damn, I knew I should wear clothes with more pockets today." When they had picked up almost all the copper coins scattered on the ground, these guys began to help Marin carry the gold bricks, silver bars, gold coins and silver coins. However, there were only more than 100 soldiers who followed him into the vault. The soldiers outside the door saw their colleagues with pockets full of copper coins, and their eyes turned red with envy. Marin laughed and said, "What are you worried about? When things are over here, you can go to those shops and rich people's homes to search for stubborn resistance elements." These veterans immediately understood and cheered. Marin promised them to rob. Of course, even if they robbed, there were rules in Marin's army: gold could not be hidden privately, and all must be handed over. Silver coins could not be hidden too much, there was a limit, and copper coins were free. In addition, they were not allowed to kill people or rape women indiscriminately. Even if they were bachelors, they could only attack unmarried women. Moreover, it was not a mess, but a forced marriage proposal and marrying back as a wife. The so-called forced marriage proposal means that no matter whether the girl's parents object or not, as long as the girl is not married yet, the soldiers can force her to marry. However, it is necessary to pay bride price to the girl's family to show fairness. Because there is an opportunity to rob a wife, the bachelor soldiers under Marin are very enthusiastic in every war. Because they can carry and run away with any beautiful girl they like in the occupied area. At that time, the logistics department will even help advance the bride price and write a note to prove that both parties are in love. Of course, if an ordinary rural girl is taken away by these big-headed soldiers as a wife, it is really not a loss. Because these soldiers are treated well by Marin. After retiring, they will be arranged to be the leader of the manor, and their lives will be absolutely worry-free. Even if they die in battle, their families will be properly taken care of. However, the ladies of those rich families suffered. They originally had a good family background and would marry into a wealthy family in the future. If you are unlucky enough to be robbed by this group of crude soldiers, you will cry to death. Fortunately, Marin forbade his soldiers to rob noble ladies, otherwise, he would definitely be blamed. As for those rich ladies who were robbed, it would not touch the nerves of the dignitaries of various countries. After all, once a war breaks out, there are many cases where rich families are robbed and become poor. Only the aristocracy is an existence that cannot be moved. It's not that the nobles' houses are not allowed to be moved, but Marin will let his men not offend the nobles' families when robbing the nobles' mansions. But property and the like will definitely not be polite. Just when Marin led his men to move the gold bricks, silver bars, gold coins and silver coins in the vault to the outside of the Siena Bank building and install them, Cage also escorted the officials of the governor's palace out. The governor of Siena, Pandolfo Petrucci, who was being escorted in front, changed his face when he saw the boxes being moved out of the bank. The Petrucci family was also one of the shareholders of the Siena Bank. As the patriarch of the Petrucci family and the governor of Siena, How could Pandolfo Petrucci not know that Marin had robbed the Siena bank? So he shouted angrily, "You robber, how dare you do this?" Marin dug his ears indifferently and said, "Please, this is a war. Isn't this what everyone does? You should be grateful, because our North Sea army will not harm the people of Siena, but just want some benefits. If other armies invade Siena, many people will probably be killed. Also, if you don't want too many casualties in Siena, quickly order to stop the resistance. If you are willing to cooperate, my soldiers will leave you enough money to subsidize your family when they search your mansion. If you don't cooperate, I can't guarantee what those soldiers will do. I heard that your 2 daughters are very beautiful, hee. How dare you? Don't your soldiers not rape women? Besides, they are noble ladies and cannot be offended." Petrucci said in horror. "Who said I want someone to rape your daughter? My soldiers really won't do that. But, you know, many of my soldiers can't get married, so they can invite your daughter to be their wife. Don't worry, some of my soldiers are ugly, poor, and maybe even missing limbs. But they will really treat your daughter well." Marin smiled and showed his white teeth to Pandolf Petrucci. "No, you can't do that." Thinking that his 2 beautiful daughters might be taken away by ugly men with missing limbs to be village women, Pandolf Petrucci trembled all over. For him, this was more terrible than those soldiers raping his daughter. Europeans don't care about reputation, and the daughters of remarried nobles are still wanted by others, so it's no big problem to be raped overnight. But if they are forced to marry a poor soldier with missing limbs, it will be a big problem. Because, according to European religious regulations, married women are not allowed to divorce easily. Divorce is only allowed with the permission of the Pope. The Republic of Siena and the Holy See are mortal enemies, and the Holy See cannot make a ruling in favor of the Petrucci family. Therefore, if they are really kidnapped and married by the poor soldiers under Marin, it will be a big trouble. Think about it carefully, this place will belong to the Holy See in the future. If you cooperate now, the Petrucci family can still remain rich. Otherwise, hee. Okay, I will cooperate with you. After struggling with his thoughts for a while, Pandolf Petrucci finally surrendered. In fact, he had no choice but to surrender at this moment. Because the city of Siena has been breached, it is only a matter of time before it is completely occupied. Marin asked him to cooperate only to reduce the casualties caused by the fierce resistance of the other side. Otherwise, it would take some time to occupy the whole city. After Pandolf Petrucci agreed to cooperate, Khan immediately took him to the North Street to shout and order the defenders to stop resisting. When the garrison officers who were still resisting saw that the governor had been captured, they ordered them to surrender. Since resistance was useless, the officers on the street immediately surrendered when they saw stairs to go down. Then, the defenders of the Northwest Gate and the South Gate also surrendered. However, Marin was careful. In order to prevent the Austrian army outside the South Gate from coming in to participate in the robbery, Marin did not immediately open the South Gate, but let the surrendered South Gate defenders stay on the spot. Then, Marin began to let his soldiers take turns to go to the shops and rich people's homes in the city to search for stubborn resistors. As for himself, he took the gold and silver robbed from the Siena bank, found a yard to settle down, and arranged reliable soldiers to protect him closely. Chapter 1063, Making a Fortune. Siena's wealth is still far beyond Marin's imagination. Before, the gold bricks, silver bars, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins that the soldiers could not take away from the Siena bank were nearly 1 million gold coins, which was about the same as Caramosi's estimate. However, after sending people to rob the big households and shops in the city, Marin realized that the wealth of the Siena bank was not the bulk of Siena city. The Republic of Siena is a commercial republic in Italy with a history of hundreds of years, which is famous for trade and finance. Although it is not as high as the annual fiscal revenue of more than 1 million gold coins of the Republic of Venice, there are many rich households in the city. Moreover, in this era, European commercial taxes are levied based on physical trade. It has 3 professional terms, namely, pound tax, ton tax, and output tax. It is mainly that tax officials levy corresponding taxes based on the quantity of goods and the estimated unit price. In addition to these physical taxes, there is the tithe of the church. But for a financial city like Siena, the financial industry does not involve physical taxes. The tithe is also mainly aimed at the output of the fields. Because private financial trade cannot be monitored at all, naturally there is no question of collecting taxes. Financiers can complete the transaction by issuing a few bills in private. How can you monitor it? Therefore, Siena is so prosperous and rich, and the annual tax revenue adds up to only more than 300,000 gold coins, which is still because a lot of tithe is swallowed. But as far as the small state of the Republic of Siena is concerned, it is not short of money at all. From those wealthy families, the soldiers carried out boxes full of gold and silver coins. Except for the churches in the city, all the conspicuous buildings in the city were basically looted by the soldiers. Even the private residences of the bishops in the city were looted. Unlike the teachings of other places, the Church of the Republic of Siena has long been alienated from the Holy See. Although it is close to Rome, because of the dangerous terrain, the local government and the Church don't care much about the Holy See. Therefore, the Holy See never regards the priests of the Republic of Siena as their own people. Since the citizens of Siena deprived the local bishop of his ruling power in 1167, the local church has been out of the control of the Holy See. Therefore, before coming, Julius II said that the priests in Siena were just the scum of the church, and they could be disposed of at will as long as they were not beaten or killed. Therefore, this time, Marin focused on the private residences of some local bishops and abbots, and indeed, many boxes full of gold and silver were lifted out. In order to carry out this looting, Marin also conducted special search training for some officers. For example, in those mansions, you must push the bookshelves in the study, turn the metal lamps, and check whether there are pull rings under the bed. Even the toilet must be searched. Then, the captains of the search team who got Marin's true teachings really found many secret rooms and searched out many treasure chests. No, that's the savings of our family for hundreds of years. The patriarch of a banker family saw more than a dozen treasure chests searched out of the secret room in the study and shouted excitedly. This family had been searched and taken away nearly 200,000 gold coins in cash from the bank. Unexpectedly, they still had a similar amount of money hidden at home. It's no wonder that they have been running a bank for hundreds of years, so it's normal for them to have a lot of money. The family that runs a bank must have some backup plans, otherwise, they will be ruined if they are maliciously run on the bank. Private banks are not like the national bank in China in later generations. If the national bank is run on, it can still mobilize funds from other branches. Or, simply let the higher authorities order a ban on runs. If you are more shameless, you can print more banknotes. Therefore, the national bank is not easy to collapse unless the regime is overthrown. Private banks are different. The fundamental survival of private banks is credibility. Otherwise, no one will be willing to deposit money with you. Moreover, because of long-term lending, the cash in the bank is often insufficient. As long as a run occurs and the banker can't come up with money to deal with it, the bank will go bankrupt. Therefore, cautious bankers often keep some backup plans to avoid being plotted against by competitors. Therefore, in the private homes of more than a dozen bankers in the city, there are basically some backup plans, which are usually hidden in their own homes. This is different from bank reserves, which is the last safeguard. In addition, there are some wealth accumulated by the family. Another point is that since the declaration of the Republic in 1167, the city of Siena has never been breached or looted. The only war with Florence in 1260 was won. In addition, the biggest disaster was the Black Death in 1348. However, the city of Siena has never been breached, so it can be said that it has prospered for hundreds of years. And the wealthy families in the city mostly have hundreds of years of savings. Moreover, many families will build secret rooms to hide treasures. If it were an ordinary army, even if they went in to search, they might not be able to find the treasure room. However, this time they met an opponent. Marin had watched a lot of TV dramas in his previous life, and he had seen many strange ways to hide secret rooms. For example, in the legend of the Condor Heroes, there is the plot of moving iron bowls in Nyocha village, the plot of pushing bookshelves, the plot of turning torches, and even the plot of the secret room in the toilet. Marin told these experiences to dozens of loyal and smart middle and lower-level officers under his command, and asked them to search and confiscate those century-old families according to the instructions. Sure enough, many secret rooms were found. What made Marin laugh and cry was that there were really two families who set up secret rooms next to the toilet. Moreover, these two families who hid their assets in the secret room of the toilet had very rich assets. But now, they all belong to Marin. There is also a family whose secret room is also cleverly disguised. Their treasure room is under the base of the statue of Jesus in the family hall. I have to say that the people of this family are very smart, because Europe is currently a place dominated by Christianity. Generally speaking, no one dares to touch the statue of Jesus casually. If the church knows about it, you will definitely be sentenced as a heretic. But the team leader who led the team had heard Marin tell the story of the legend of the Condor Heroes before. In the untold story, the treasure is the big golden Buddha and the treasure room under the lotus base of the golden Buddha. The captain named Hans was surprised to see the head of the family sitting calmly in front of the statue of Jesus and praying. Then, he remembered the plot in The Untold Story, and guessed that the old head of the family cared so much about the statue of Jesus. Could it be that the treasure was hidden under the statue? Or, the statue itself was made of gold and covered with mud? Then, Hans walked forward curiously and knocked on the statue of Jesus with his hand. As a result, there was no metal echo, it seemed to be a real stone statue. But at this moment, the old head of the family who was originally sitting there praying became excited. Stop. Are you going to blaspheme the gods? Hans was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Because Marin had said this when he was training them before. When the head of the other family excitedly doesn't let you touch something, you must check it carefully. Moreover, this is The Untold Story. So, Hans excitedly stepped forward and touched the statue of Jesus up and down. Finally, he hugged the statue of Jesus, turned it left and right, and found the entrance to the treasure room. Seeing the family treasure room exposed, the old man fainted on the spot. And Hans also had people search out a large amount of gold and silver treasures from the treasure room. When boxes of gold and silver treasures were transported to the courtyard where Marin was stunned. Is this the heritage of Siena City for hundreds of years? Then, Marin suddenly had an idea and led people to search in the courtyard he had seized, and actually found a small secret room. Although only a box of silver coins was found, Marin was very happy. Finally, after statistics, the total value of the gold and silver treasures found from the wealthy families in Siena City is estimated to be more than 1.5 million gold coins. As for copper coins, there are not many. After all, these wealthy families don't use copper coins much. But those civilians may have more copper coins. But Marin didn't want to rob those civilians, so when he only searched the wealthy families, the copper coins were only worth more than 100,000 gold coins. But although the value is low, the total number is really not small. Marin was in a good mood, and with a big wave of his hand, he directly asked his soldiers to divide the copper coins. After all, he had already taken the big head, and he had to give the small head to make the soldiers happy. In addition to the cash of nearly 1 million gold coins robbed from the vault of the Siena Bank, this time the looting of Siena City, minus the copper coins worth more than 100,000 gold coins distributed to the soldiers, Marin almost obtained a huge wealth of more than 2.3 million ducat gold coins. Moreover, this is only the value of gold, silver, and copper coins. The various artworks stolen from the wealthy families were estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. I've made a fortune. Even though Marin had a strong family background, he was stunned by the wealth in front of him. After all, most of his wealth was food, and he didn't dare to cash it all out. The gold and silver treasures in Siena City were piled up in front of him, which simply blinded Marin's eyes. Chapter 1064, The Plan to Silence. After laughing foolishly for a long time, Marin suddenly remembered something. He called Stade and asked, "Last time you led troops to conquer Florence, why didn't you bring much money back?" Marin remembered that Stade only brought back about 300,000 gold coins last time. Before that, Stade had led 7,000 elite soldiers to help the Papal States capture Florence. Logically speaking, Florence is a stronger financial city than Siena, and it should have a lot of money. Even if Florence had been conquered and looted for hundreds of years, it would not be much less than Siena. Could it be that Stade kept most of it privately? Thinking of this, Marin looked at Stade with a sharp look. Stade saw Marin's eyes and thought he was in trouble. Damn, this is to settle accounts with himself. But he was also very aggrieved. "Grand Duke, you didn't let me send troops to plunder the entire city of Florence. The little money I looted was still looted from the homes of those big families who opposed the Holy See. Also, you didn't teach those officers the trick to find the secret room last time. I guess, if these officers who have learned to find lost people are allowed to lead people to plunder Florence again, they will definitely be able to grab 1,000,000 gold coins." Marin thought about it and it was true. Stade was only ordered to help the Holy See to attack the city of Florence, and he did not get the authorization to plunder the entire city. Moreover, Stade's courage is not as fat as his own. In addition, when Florence was captured last time, the soldiers did not receive his training on how to find the secret room, and indeed the gains were limited. Marin sighed and felt very entangled. However, he suddenly remembered that it seemed that the city of Grosseto on the way here had not been looted yet. "When I go back, I will pass by and send someone to find the secret room according to the old method." After all, Grosseto is the only way for Siena's maritime trade, so there must be a lot of money. When Marin was imagining a bright future, his 4 generals, were chewing chicken legs heartlessly. Stade was trembling because he was afraid that Marin would suspect that he was hiding the wealth of Florence. Hanks was in a low position and had little experience, so he lowered his eyebrows and listened to his ears, and said nothing. Only Sakara, after hesitating for a while, stood up and said, Grand Duke, we have plundered so much wealth, how can we explain it to the Holy See? If they knew that you had plundered such a huge amount of wealth, if you didn't share it with the Holy See, I'm afraid those greedy cardinals in the Holy See would hate you. Marin was shocked when he heard it, and thought to himself that it was really true. However, thinking that Julius II was his father-in-law, he said confidently, the Pope will definitely not bother with me. Of course, the Pope was his father-in-law's business, and he would not let them know. What about those cardinals? The Pope is old, who knows how many years he can still serve. If the next Pope hates you because he didn't get any benefits. That's right. Marin thought carefully and ordered, you four, arrange people to control those who know the total amount of treasures, and never let the total number be disclosed. If outsiders ask, just say that we have looted wealth worth 1 million gold coins. The four immediately took the order and said that they would send someone to give orders immediately. Marin continued, the treasures we looted, the cultural relics and artworks worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, you keep a batch of the most valuable ones. Then, send most of them to Rome and hand them over to the Pope for disposal. In addition, give a generous gift to Bishop Giovanni of the Medici family privately. Obviously, Marin knew who the Pope would be in the future. With this cheating ability, he didn't worry about offending the future Pope. Give gifts directly to the future Pope. As for other hopeless cardinals, why give gifts to them? Waste. Moreover, the cultural relics and artworks worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins will definitely be given to Julius II. Later, Sakara asked again, Grand Duke, the figures you announced to the public are useless. Those Siena banker families, how much money you robbed? The Siena Bank alone has millions. In addition, the secret rooms of those people have been looted. As long as they spread the news, the truth will definitely be revealed. In this robbery, some big families lost 300,000 or 400,000 gold coins. As long as they reveal the figures, Marin will definitely not be able to hide it. Marin thought about it, frowned and said, what should we do? Kill those nobles. This will break the rules. Sakara thought about it and was a little scratching his head. At this time, Hanks, who had been silent, suddenly suggested, Grand Duke, why don't you hold a banquet? Hold a banquet? For what? Do you want me to poison those people from the banker families? If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. No, Grand Duke, do you remember how Caesar died? Caesar? Assassinated? Hanks nodded excitedly and said, yes, assassination. What I mean is that you hold a banquet to entertain the heads of those dozen bankers. Then, deliberately lure them to assassinate you. They are all old men, how can they succeed? But as long as you have evidence that they assassinated you, you have a reason to kill them all. As long as they are dead, no one will leak the specific number. Lure them to assassinate me, and then kill me back. This is a good strategy. After speaking, Marin looked at Hanks deeply. As expected of Eunuch High, he was so sinister. Maybe, I can pretend to be stabbed. Then, I can destroy these dozen families. Marin thought seriously. After making up his mind, Marin began to set traps for the dozen or so banker families. First, Marin sent people to return a box of copper coins to each family as capital for them to subsidize their household expenses. But the value of copper coins is very low, even a box is not worth much. Marin's move will not only not gain their gratitude, but will probably anger them. And Marin wants to anger them. Then, Marin will deliberately arrange for spies from the Italian branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to disguise themselves as hawkers, set up stalls in front of these people's homes, and sell daggers, and take the initiative to provide them with weapons. Finally, he will send a message to invite the heads of the dozen or so bankers to the banquet. And Marin will state in the invitation that he is asking them to help stabilize the situation in Siena to dispel their suspicions. Moreover, when the spies of the Italian branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce shouted and sold daggers at the doorsteps of these people, they would deliberately brag that the daggers they sold were the same ones that the members of the Senate used to assassinate Caesar. After the hidden wealth of the family was robbed, the heads of the dozen or so banker families must have hated Marin. How could they not be tempted to hear such a deliberate hint? Marin did not ask the heads of the dozen or so families to buy daggers and assassinate him at the banquet. As long as one person took action, he would have a reason to kill all the heads of the families present. Then, kill their direct descendants. After all, confidential information such as family treasures is generally only known by direct descendants. Of course, Marin is not a fool, and he will really take risks. On the day of the banquet, he will wear rhinoceros leather armor inside his silk robe. In this way, it will be difficult for the opponent's dagger to hurt himself. In addition, the spies who were arranged by him to sell the same dagger as the assassination of Caesar at the gate of the banker's family can also obtain intelligence in real time. If the head of a family buys a dagger, Marin can also prepare for specific targets in advance to avoid accidents. Moreover, in order not to be criticized, Marin will put the banquet venue on the edge of the Siena municipal square, and it will be during the day. In this way, citizens passing by may witness the assassination of Marin. In this way, Marin has a theoretical basis for killing more than a dozen banker families. And with the proof of passing citizens, it is not easy for others to question his behavior of killing nobles. After all, in terms of identity, Marin is the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke was assassinated, and it was right to kill the nobles who assassinated him. Once these dozen families of the parties involved were silenced, it would be difficult for outsiders to know the true amount of gold and silver looted by Marin. Money can move people's hearts, and Marin doesn't want to become the target of public criticism. Chapter 1065, The Hongmen Banquet. In fact, under normal circumstances, Marin does not need to silence people. Even if the wealth robbed is a little more, there is no need to block the news. The main reason is that this time Marin helped the Holy See to attack Siena not for money, but to accumulate credit for the Holy See, and then seek to obtain the Holy See's authorization to reward colonization in America. Therefore, this time not only must the Holy See take Siena, but the impact must be positive. If the reputation is affected by too much money robbed, causing jealousy in various countries, and the Holy See rewards the right to colonize America, other countries will not accept it. But the money robbed this time is too much, and Marin is really unwilling to return it. But if it is not returned, it will definitely be hated by all of Europe. So, Marin decided to block the news. And the best way to block the news is to let the insider die. However, after several days, Marin's spies did not sell a dagger, the same as the assassination of Caesar the Great. Think about it, these old men who are the heads of the family are all smart, how can they take risks easily? Therefore, Marin changed his strategy, no longer inviting those old patriarchs, but inviting their sons to the banquet. Young people are hot-tempered and easier to be hooked. In order to further stimulate the heirs of these patriarchs, Marin deliberately sent his soldiers, disguised as undisciplined soldiers, to catch the opportunity of these family heirs taking their wives out, and molested their wives in front of those young family heirs. Some were wretched, and they tore off the clothes of the other's wife in public, touched them randomly, and many people touched them together. After touching, this group of soldiers would praise Marin in Italian, obviously to pull hatred for Marin and lure this group of young people to get angry. Of course, these were all done to avoid those cunning old men of the patriarchs. If you do this in front of those old men, you may be seen through. Once the other party endures it, there is nothing you can do. Sure enough, the heirs of the two families were stimulated by the behavior of the soldiers, and lost their minds, and quietly bought the same style of assassination of Caesar the Great dagger. What the two heirs didn't know was that after they bought the dagger, of the same style as the assassination of Caesar the Great, the vendor who sold them the dagger quickly closed the stall and went back to report the news. When Marin learned that two people had bought the dagger, of the same style as the assassination of Caesar the Great, he also knew that the opportunity had come. Then, new invitations were sent out. A few days later, many tables were set up in front of the municipal hall in the municipal square, and it was obvious that there were buffets. In the square, Marin sent people to set up a cordon and prevent civilians from approaching. However, Marin did not block the main road, and many civilians could still see the situation at the door of the town hall from a certain distance. Of course, no one would be greedy for the banquet. Because this time when Marin captured Siena, he only let his soldiers rob the big families in the city. Moreover, they only robbed money, not food. Therefore, no one in the city was hungry. But the people in the city were still very interested in this kind of aristocratic banquet held in the open air, and many people came to watch from afar. Marin put on a rhinoceros leather vest and a silk robe on the outside. In addition, a dagger is hidden at the waist of the rhino vest to deal with unexpected situations. He knew how Caesar died. Caesar was stabbed to death by a group of old men in the Senate because he did not carry weapons and had no ability to fight back. If he had brought weapons, how could the old men in the Senate succeed? Hey, that's not right. Caesar seemed to be 58 years old at the time, and he was also an old man. It turned out that it was a group of chickens pecking at each other. It was almost noon, and more than a dozen young family heirs finally arrived one after another. At the entrance of the square, they took off their swords and handed them over to the soldiers for safekeeping. At this time, Alessandro and Crissetti, who had been targeted by Marin's spies and privately purchased the same style as the assassination of Caesar the Great, looked very nervous, fearing that the soldiers would search them. Because both of them had the same style as the assassination of Caesar the Great, dagger hidden in their boots. However, to their surprise, the guards did not search them carefully, but let them go after touching their waists, which greatly relieved the two. In fact, what the two did not notice was that even if they hid the dagger in their leather boots, it was the spy sent by Marin who suggested it. Because when they bought the dagger, the same as the one used to assassinate Caesar, the spy who sold them the dagger demonstrated the method of hiding the dagger in leather boots. And today, they really relied on this trick to successfully get away with it. But what the two did not know was that when they entered the banquet area, someone quietly pointed them out to Marin. And Marin, often inadvertently glanced at the two, quietly raising his vigilance. The reason why Marin had to guard against the two was that he was afraid that the two would wipe his neck. After all, he wore rhinoceros leather armor on his upper body, but his neck was not protected. Therefore, he needed to guard against the two sneaking attacks on his neck and head. Soon, the banquet finally began. Marin raised his glass, filled it with royal salute, and talked affectionately with the dozen young family heirs. He clinked glasses with each other from time to time, and the atmosphere on the scene was extremely harmonious. After drinking, Marin seemed a little drunk. In fact, he pretended to be a little drunk on purpose. Why? Otherwise, the other party might not dare to do it. Marin is a genuine German knight. Although his personal martial arts are average, he is not comparable to the dandy boys of the dozen business families present. Although Siena was also an important state of the Holy Roman Empire at that time, many families were also granted the title of nobles. For example, among these dozen families, 7 or 8 families were baron families who had been canonized by the emperor in their early years. The other families were noble families canonized internally after the independence of the Republic of Siena. There were also nobles in the Republic of Italy in the Middle Ages. Some were old nobles, and some of them got their noble status after they became rich. But anyway, because these dozen families are very rich, they basically got the status of hereditary nobles. Therefore, Marin could not just kill their family. If it was a civilian merchant family, Marin would have done it long ago. Seeing that Marin was a little shaky, Alessandro and Crosetti looked at each other quietly, then nodded to each other. After that, Marin found out of the corner of his eye that the two were quietly approaching him. At this time, a short family heir named Minero suddenly came over to toast. While Marin was toasting with the other party, he was absent-mindedly paying attention to the direction of Alessandro and Crosetti. Minero was a smiling little man, the heir of the Palato family. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall, and looked very ordinary. Moreover, this guy looked soft and had no masculinity at all. However, it was heard that he married a beautiful wife named Juliet. The reputation of his wife spread throughout Siena. Of course, the main reason why Marin paid so much attention to his wife was that his wife's name was too famous, the same name as the heroine of the world-famous play, Romeo and Juliet. After Minero toasted, he walked behind Marin. Alessandro and Crosetti, both of them, also raised their glasses and came to Marin with fake smiles on their faces. "Dear Grand Duke Marin, my name is Alessandro, the heir of the Moria family. I have heard of your reputation and I love you very much. So, I came here to express my respect to you." After that, he handed over the wine glass respectfully. And Marin was also very considerate, and he touched the wine glass with him with a smile on his face, and then began to drink a sip with his head raised. Just as they were clinking glasses, Crosetti beside Alessandro seemed to have dropped something on the ground, so he changed the wine glass to his left hand, and bent down with his right hand, as if picking up something. However, when Marin started to drink, Crosetti suddenly pulled out a dagger from his leather boots and stabbed Marin's heart. And Alessandro, who was just pretending to drink, also threw away the wine glass, bent down and pulled out the dagger from his leather boots, and joined the assassination. Chapter 1066, A Knife in the Buttocks. "You devil, come and die!" Crosetti yelled wildly. The dagger in his hand, the same one used to kill Caesar, stabbed straight at the heart of Marin who was drinking with his head up. However, Crosetti, who was rushing towards Marin, and Alessandro, who had just drawn the dagger, did not notice Marin's mocking eyes. Just when Crosetti was about to succeed, Marin, who was still drinking, suddenly took the big-footed wine glass from his mouth, and then smashed the wine glass in his hand into Crossetti's face. Pa! With a crisp sound, the big-footed wine glass smashed Crossetti's face and made him stagger. At the same time, Marin turned to Alessandro who was holding a knife, and the red wine in his mouth sprayed like an arrow on the other's face, blurring his vision. Taking advantage of this gap, Marin kicked Crosetti, who was stunned but still rushing forward, and kicked him to the ground. Then, he took advantage of Alessandro's opportunity to wipe his eyes with his sleeves, lifted his outer robe, and drew a long dagger from his waist. When Alessandro woke up and swung the dagger at Marin, Marin easily blocked it with a one-handed sword. Marin was very proud, because he easily dealt with the two rubbish who wanted to assassinate him. However, before he could be happy for long, suddenly, several of the young heirs present drew out daggers and other weapons that were conducive to assassination, which surprised Marin. What's going on? Didn't they say that only 2 people were going to assassinate him? But it seems that there are 7 or 8 people who want to kill him. Marin didn't think about it. Young dandies are the most face-saving. They may not care much about money, because their families are not short of money. However, these second generations are all face-saving. Those who really care about interests and not face are those mature middle-aged and elderly heads of the family. Young people, on the other hand, pay more attention to face. When one day these young dandies no longer care about face, but pay attention to practical interests, it means that this guy has been trained. However, in order to anger these young people, Marin specially selected the youngest heirs of these families to tease them. After each teasing, he also asked the soldiers who insulted them to praise themselves in Italian, which was obviously to help him to attract hatred. As for the dagger used for assassination, these people are all children of wealthy families, and their families will lack weapons. Only Alessandro and Crosetti, 2 idiots, were fooled by the spies sent by Marin, and bought the dagger of the same style as assassinating Caesar the Great, and then Marin learned the news. The other few people did not choose to buy the dagger of the same style as assassinating Caesar the Great, but just got a dagger or something from their own home. Marin finally dealt with the 2 idiots Alessandro and Crosetti, and then made a defensive posture against the dandies holding weapons in front. At the same time, he shouted, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Then, the guards who were hiding in the city hall rushed out from inside. At this moment, Marin suddenly felt a heavy blow on the left side of his back. Turning back, he saw that it was the little Master Minero who looked weak before, stabbing him in the back with a short knife. The part that was stabbed was obviously the heart. However, he was wearing a rhinoceros leather vest, so it was obvious that Master Minero had miscalculated. "I will kill you, a beast, for letting your soldiers defile my beautiful and noble Juliet," Master Minero shouted angrily. However, after stabbing once, Minero obviously knew that Marin was wearing an inner armor. Seeing that Marin was about to turn around to deal with himself, Minero changed the part in a panic and stabbed again. "Ah!" Marin screamed immediately. Because Minero's dagger pierced his buttocks. "Damn, if I had known I would have worn a skirt armor that could protect my buttocks. The vest can only protect the upper body, not the buttocks." Marin thought miserably after being stabbed in the buttocks. Of course, he was not slow in his hands, and he knocked Minero unconscious with a punch. Then, he covered his buttocks and jumped and continued to howl miserably. And not far away, several dandy young masters holding daggers, and short knives also came over. Fortunately, Cage, who had been ambushing in the city hall, was very fast and had already come to Marin. Wearing rhino leather armor and holding a knight's sword, he rushed up to block the dandy young masters and prevented them from rushing towards Marin. Later, Khan also arrived and protected Marin, who was covering his buttocks and howling miserably. "Catch all these bastards!" Marin ordered while jumping and howling miserably. Probably to prevent anyone from begging for mercy, Marin ordered Khan, "Knock them all out." After seeing the guards come to take over the job of protecting Marin, Khan rushed towards those dandy young masters. The reason why Khan knocked all these people out was because not all of them participated in the assassination. Among the dozen or so dandy young masters, 6 or 7 were timid and did not participate. However, Marin would not give these people a chance to defend themselves. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Originally, he planned to wipe out all these dozen families. Therefore, he could not give those 6 or 7 innocent people a chance to protest. After all, there were so many people watching the excitement on the edge of the square. Moreover, after knocking those people out, the guards would secretly put a dagger or short knife on them to frame them for the intention to assassinate. Anyway, they were all knocked out and could not defend themselves. When they wake up, we will directly judge them based on the evidence, and then detain and kill them, without giving them the opportunity to appeal for injustice or contact the outside world. Oh my God, although I have already made plans to stage a self-torture plan. But, I really didn't expect that it would be a knife in the butt. Marin thought depressedly while jumping and howling. Being stabbed in the butt is a very embarrassing thing. So many people present must have seen his glorious image with a knife in the butt. Although the group of dandy young masters have confirmed the crime of assassinating him, he has also lost face. Then, Marin looked at Master Minero who had been knocked unconscious with a fierce look in his eyes. In fact, Minero was helpless. Originally, he wanted to stab Marin's heart. But Marin wore a rhinoceros leather vest that could defend against swords. Then, Monero wanted to stab Marin's head or neck. But the problem is that Monero is short, about the same height as Uncle Pan. Marin was a 1.8 meter tall man. He could reach Marin's heart, but he couldn't reach Marin's head. Originally, he wanted to jump up and stab Marin in the back of the neck. However, Marin turned his head too quickly. In a hurry, the short Monero stabbed randomly, but accidentally stabbed Marin's buttocks. Ouch, it hurts. Marin covered his buttocks and jumped and screamed. After waiting for a while, Marin was a little tired. However, he found out sadly that he couldn't sit down. At this time, Monero's dagger was still stuck in Marin's buttocks. If he sat down, wouldn't it be stabbed deeper? Moreover, even if the dagger was pulled out, the wound was there, and he couldn't do it. Then, Marin found out sadly that he couldn't sit down, and could only find a bed to lie on. Then, he couldn't ride a horse, so he could only find a carriage to travel. And he could only lie in the carriage. Chapter 1067, The bank was robbed in vain. Marin achieved his goal. With so many people in the square witnessing these family heirs assassinating him, he had a reason to take action. Then, more than a dozen banker families in Siena were uprooted. Then, the savings of these families for hundreds of years were naturally embezzled by Marin. Moreover, after eradicating these banker families, Marin publicized that he only took over the Bank of Siena and confiscated the property of these dozen families, totaling more than 1 million florin gold coins, equivalent to ducat gold coins. Moreover, wealth worth hundreds of thousands of florin gold coins was handed over to the Holy See. Next, Marin sealed the documents of the Bank of Siena and left 3,000 Frisian sailors to garrison the city of Siena. He himself led the army out of the South Gate and went to Rome with 5,000 Austrian troops outside the South Gate. Of course, shortly after leaving the South Gate, Marin also divided 3,000 people to the city of Grosseto to confiscate local wealth. In order to maximize the harvest, Marin transferred a group of officers who had experience in confiscating secret rooms. Grosseto is the second largest city in the Republic of Siena and a transportation hub. Although this city is certainly not as rich as Siena, where bankers gather, it is definitely richer than ordinary cities. Moreover, like Siena, Grosseto has not experienced war for a long time and has a strong foundation. However, General Ludwig, the commander of the 5,000 Austrian troops stationed outside the South Gate, expressed dissatisfaction with Marin for not opening the South Gate to let them enter the city to rob. However, Marin had more than 20,000 troops, which was not something he could fight against, so he had to endure it. But after returning to Radicofani, General Ludwig immediately slandered Maximilian I in front of him, saying that Marin did not take Maximilian I seriously and forgot about the emperor when he looted the rich city of Siena. Of course, Maximilian I could not deny this. After all, he was one of the most capable emperors of the Habsburg family. If he had not been young and ignorant, and had not exposed his ambition to unify Germany too early, causing opposition from the German princes, maybe he could really complete the unification of Germany. At least, he could have swallowed up more territory. Maximilian I was indeed a little dissatisfied that Marin did not let the Austrian army enter the city to participate in the looting. However, Maximilian I also knew that the Austrian army was just pretending and did not really participate in the siege, and there was really no reason to enter the city to pick peaches. Moreover, Marin was so strong that Maximilian I would never turn against Marin because of this. However, he still had his own plans. What, borrow money? Marin jumped up in shock. But he forgot that he was lying on the couch to heal his wounds, so he accidentally pulled the knife wound on his buttocks. Ouch! Marin almost cried in pain. Yes, Marin, I heard that you robbed more than 1 million gold coins in Siena this time. How about lending me some? Don't worry, the interest is based on the market price, 10% annual interest. Maximilian I said gently. As the quasi-emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Maximilian I was well informed. Marin claimed that he had confiscated more than 1 million gold coins worth of property in Siena, of which only 500,000 were in cash, and the rest were cultural relics, artworks and other property. Maximilian I didn't believe it at all. Because, according to intelligence, the total capital of the Bank of Siena alone reached more than 1.5 million gold coins. You ask Maximilian I why he knows the total assets of the Bank of Siena? Because he also borrowed money from the Bank of Siena. Up to now, the Habsburg family still owes the Bank of Siena a debt of 60,000 gold coins. According to inference, Maximilian I believes that there are at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins in cash in the vault of the Bank of Siena. The private collections of the wealthy families in the city must be more than 200,000 gold coins. Therefore, Maximilian I estimated that Marin should have robbed more than 1 million in cash. Of course, poverty limited the imagination of this poor emperor. Siena is not a poor place in the German region. In addition, it has not experienced war for hundreds of years, and its foundation is much thicker than Maximilian I imagined. In fact, Marin robbed more than 2.3 million gold coins in cash, more than double what Maximilian I imagined. Mainly, Marin taught his men to find the means of the secret room and robbed the hundreds of years of savings of more than a dozen of the richest families in Siena. If it weren't for this, Marin would not be scared to silence. Marin is now very upset. He almost forgot that Maximilian I, the quasi-emperor, is a famous poor emperor in Europe. According to historical records, this guy owed a lot of money to others in his later years and ran to Innsbruck, where he often stayed, to avoid debts. As a result, the city refused to open the gates for him. Then, he had no choice but to live in a country hut. Soon, he died of illness in a mountain hut. An emperor was forced to hide everywhere because of debts, which shows that the amount of money he owed was definitely not a small amount. Therefore, he was a poor emperor all his life. It seems that he was not able to repay. Originally, with the help of Marin, Maximilian I's finances had improved. However, probably because he was afraid that the Habsburg family would become too powerful, Marin asked the emperor to conquer Switzerland. Finally, in order to cope with the war with the Swiss resistance and the French, the finances of the Habsburg family ran into trouble again. Maximilian I came to borrow money with a thick face. Moreover, he asked for 500,000 gold coins as soon as he opened his mouth, which scared Marin so much that he jumped up and pulled the wound on his buttocks. "Your Majesty, you want too much, don't you? I only robbed this much money this time. You know, I dispatched 25,000 troops this time, and the expenses were terrifying. But I heard that you robbed the vault of the Siena Bank. As far as I know, the total share capital of the Siena Bank has reached more than 1.5 million gold coins. Even if there are many foreign debts that have not been recovered, there are still hundreds of thousands of cash in the vault. Together with the cash robbed from the rich families in the city, there must be millions of gold coins in cash, right? I don't want all of it, I just want half of it. Moreover, it's not asking, but borrowing, and I pay interest." Maximilian I said with a smile, exposing Marin's lie. This. Marin was choked. But Marin lowered his head, rolled his eyes, and quickly thought of a reason. "Your Majesty, I did trust the vault of the Siena Bank, but the things inside must be handed over to the Holy See for disposal, and I can't make the decision. If you don't believe it, go ask the Pope." Looking at Marin with his eyes rolling, Maximilian I also knew that it was not easy to borrow money. However, he sighed and went out first. After all, it would take a long time to get to Rome. Moreover, Marin would also attend his coronation ceremony in Rome. But before reaching Rome, Marin's ally, the future Pope Leo X, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, hurriedly rode to find Marin. But after arriving at the carriage where Marin was, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici looked around in confusion. "Hey, where is my brother Marin? Why can't I see him?" At this time, Marin's voice came from the carriage next to him. "Brother Giovanni, I'm in the carriage." There was no way, Marin's butt was injured and he couldn't sit, so he could only lie on the floor in the carriage with a blanket underneath. But through the windows outside the carriage, Marin couldn't be seen. "Oh, brother, what happened to you? Why are you lying in the carriage?" Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was a little surprised. "Oh, don't mention it, I got a knife in my butt, I can't sit, and I can't ride a horse." "Oh ha. Oh, what bad luck." Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici couldn't help laughing, but he quickly stopped. Then, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici said to Marin seriously, "Brother, you are in big trouble this time." "Trouble? What's wrong?" Marin was a little surprised. "You robbed the vault of the Siena Bank, right? And you killed more than a dozen banker families in Siena?" Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici asked back. "Why? Are there any big figures in these dozen families? Can't they be killed?" Marin asked curiously. As far as he knew, there were no big names in these dozen families. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici waved his hand and said, "Whether you kill people or not is a small matter. The most important thing is that you robbed all the treasury of the Siena Bank and caused the Siena Bank to go bankrupt. But the problem is that dozens of cardinals in the Holy See have deposits in the Siena Bank. If you let the Siena Bank go bankrupt, doesn't that mean that the deposits of dozens of cardinals will all go down the drain? So, you have offended dozens of cardinals at once. Tell me, is this a big disaster?" Marin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it was true. In this way, the money he swallowed from the bank was a lot of money from the bigwigs of the Holy See. If he swallowed the money of these bigwigs, wouldn't he make enemies with them? Making enemies with dozens of cardinals is too much for him even if his father-in-law is the Pope. Should I return the money? Didn't I rob the bank in vain? Marin wanted to cry but had no tears. That was millions of gold coins. It's almost the end of the month, brothers and sisters, please be kind and give the extra bills to Lao Nyo, otherwise they will expire. Chapter 1068, Opening a Bank with the Future Pope. After Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici got on the carriage, Marin asked curiously, Brother Giovanni, I remember that the relationship between the Republic of Siena and the Holy See was very bad. Why do so many cardinals deposit their money in the Siena Bank? Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici thought for a while and said, You know, Italy has 4 financial powers, Venice, Genoa, Florence and Siena. However, these 4 countries are republics and their relations with the Holy See are not good. Since the relations are not good, it doesn't matter which country's bank you deposit the money in. Besides, these bankers don't care about your political stance. As long as you have money, they will deposit it. And among the 4 financial powers, Siena is the closest to Rome. If those bishops want to withdraw money, it is most convenient to withdraw it from Siena. Marin thought about it, and it was really true. However, he still asked, doesn't Florence belong to the Holy See? Why don't those cardinals deposit their money in the Bank of Florence? Florence was conquered by Marin's men. Now the control is in the hands of the Holy See. It is right to deposit the money in their own bank. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici shook his head and said, That's true, but those cardinals have cooperated with the Siena Bank for a long time and generally will not change banks easily. Moreover, these cardinals do not only deposit money in the Siena Bank, but also in the Florence Bank. Many people understand the principle of, don't put all your eggs in one basket, let alone these shrewd cardinals. That means I have to return all the money I robbed from the vault of the Siena Bank. Marin wailed. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici smiled and said, That may not be the case, but you must return the money of these cardinals in the Holy See. Marin immediately became energetic, that's feasible. I will send someone to Siena to get the account books from the bank's account office and return the money to the cardinals according to the account books. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Do you think those cardinals will deposit money under their real names? Many deposits will be deposited in the bank under pseudonyms to avoid freezing the account funds due to the bad relationship between the Holy See and the Republic of Siena. There is no real name system requirement these days. Many depositors will choose to remain anonymous to avoid being found out. In order to attract deposits, banks also respect the privacy of their customers. Then, after I retrieve the ticket stubs from the Bank of Siena, I will set up a desk in Rome to refund the money and let the cardinals who have deposited money to cash in the tickets. Marin thought about it and came up with this way to refund the money. It's better not to. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici shook his head again and then explained, those cardinals chose to deposit money anonymously because they didn't want people to know. If you set up a desk in Rome to publicly refund the money, wouldn't that expose them? Moreover, your public refund will have a very bad impact. Although everyone knows that the bishops are corrupt and rich, there is no evidence. If you publicly refund the money, won't the people of Rome see the corrupt and rich side of the bishops? This will be a serious blow to the reputation of the Holy See. What should I do? They deposit money anonymously, how can I know which one is which? Do I have to return the money, continue to maintain the operation of the Bank of Siena, and wait for them to withdraw the money? Marin said depressedly. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici's eyes lit up and said, That's a good idea. How about you keep the money and continue to run the Bank of Siena? Continue to run it? But I'm in Auric and can't take care of Italy at all. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici said with a smile, Have you forgotten that I am now supervising the banking industry in Florence? One person is the same as 2 people are the same. You are not good at bank management, but I am. If you are worried, you can send a trusted accountant to stay and supervise the flow of funds. Think about it, the profit of opening a bank is more than 10%. Money can make money, which is much better than hiding it in the warehouse. But I still can't bear to part with the money. That's 1 million gold coins, how could Marin bear to part with it? You are really. Brother Marin, do you know that money can only exert its power when it is circulated? If you can control a large bank with strong capital, your influence in Europe will be very huge. Have you heard of the power of capital? Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, who was born in the Medici family, is very knowledgeable about finance. Marin also reacted and realized that he was dazzled by the gold. In fact, if he really swallowed this batch of wealth, he would be rich, but he would also make countless enemies unintentionally. Especially those cardinals whose money he swallowed would definitely hate him. If Julius II wanted to reward Marin for the right to colonize America, he would definitely be strongly resisted by them, and perhaps Marin would not be able to get what he wanted. After a fierce ideological struggle, Marin finally planned to return the money. Moreover, opening a bank with the future pope seems to be a very novel thing. In addition, as Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici said, controlling a large bank with a capital of more than 1.5 million gold coins can indeed influence European politics. With control of this bank, Marin can fund his allies according to his own ideas. Moreover, he can also refuse to lend money to his enemies. Of course, he can also set up traps for his enemies and deliberately lend money to them, but important collateral is required. By the way, what if the lender defaults? You know, if those nobles default, the banking industry can't do anything. Marin asked worriedly. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici laughed, and then replied, normally, nobles will not default on their debts. After all, this is related to the family's face. If it is said that a noble family defaults on their debts, then this family is finished. They will be despised in the future, and no one will want to associate with them. For nobles, reputation is very important, no less than life. Marin thought about it, but sneered in his heart, haha, this is generally the case, but you definitely don't know that later a Spanish king named Philip II invented the rogue trick of national bankruptcy, and used bankruptcy as an excuse to forcibly drag down many banker families in Genoa and Germany. The famous Fugger family was forcibly brought down by the national bankruptcy of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty. Unlike personal bankruptcy will be forced to liquidate and auction the remaining assets by the National Law Enforcement Department to repay the debt as much as possible. But after the national bankruptcy, no law enforcement department dared to liquidate and auction the king's property. In this way, those weak bankers can only admit that they are unlucky. In fact, during the reign of Charles V, Spain owed a huge foreign debt of 20 million ducats due to the wars for hegemony. In order to avoid these debts, Charles V simply passed the throne to his son Philip II. Then, within 2 years, Philip II declared national bankruptcy, leaving the Fugger family and other big bankers who lent money to Spain dumbfounded. After several shameless bankruptcies, the Fugger family, once the first financial family in Europe, was dragged down and left a bloody lesson for future generations: don't lend money to people who are stronger than you. After hesitating for a long time, Marin told Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici about this concern. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici thought about it and felt that Marin's concerns were also correct. However, how to solve this problem? Marin was also thinking about a solution. Maybe, we can set up a debt collection company? No, ordinary debt collection methods are not feasible against the nobles. Do we have to send troops to collect debts? This seems to be a solution. Marin's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he told Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici about this idea. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici looked at Marin in surprise and said, do you want the North Sea Army to collect debts from the bank? This is inappropriate, right? It will cause diplomatic problems. Anyway, he was frightened by Marin's weird idea. Hey, who said I'm going to use the army of the North Sea? I can use the mercenaries of Blackwater. Marin suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a shell company called Blackwater Mercenary Company. It seemed that he could use it to act as a debt collector for the bank. Mercenaries collecting debts. What a weird idea. But it seems feasible. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici said after thinking for a while. That's settled. We will resume the operation of the Bank of Siena. Brother Giovanni, you send someone to help me manage it, and I will send an accountant to supervise the funds. In addition, I will let Blackwater sign an employment contract with the Bank of Siena. Once someone maliciously defaults on a debt, Blackwater will send mercenaries to collect the debt armed. That's good, let's do it. By the way, you have to be careful that the original loan customers of the Bank of Siena default on their debts. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of gold coins of loans from the Bank of Siena that have not been recovered. Don't worry, if anyone dares to default on their debts, I will send 10,000 troops to go to the door in the name of Blackwater to collect the debt armed. Ha! Just like that, Marin and the future Pope Leo X, the two cooperated to reopen the Bank of Siena. Marin gave 10% of the shares to Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, asking him to send people from the Medici family to help run the business. As for himself, he planned to send a group of elementary school graduates from the North Sea Kingdom to the Bank of Siena to serve as accountants and supervise the flow of funds. Chapter 1069, Lending Money to the Emperor. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was so happy that Malinkin handed over the management of the Bank of Siena to him. Although he only got 10% of the shares, he was very satisfied. After all, it was free. You know, the total share capital of the Bank of Siena exceeded 1.5 million gold coins, and 10% of the shares was almost 150,000 gold coins, which was simply a windfall. What Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici valued most was that with the management rights of the Bank of Siena, he could use the power of capital to help himself. For example, in the future papal election, he would take out hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the Bank of Siena to bribe the cardinals for himself, which was simply a breeze. Even when bribing the cardinals with voting rights, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici did not have to go through the trouble of giving real money, he only needed to issue a check from the Bank of Siena. Anyway, after the cardinals got the money, they had to deposit it in the bank. In this way, it is convenient for both parties to write a check to the other party. What's more, because there is no need to pay cash, the issuance of this check will not affect the daily operation of the Siena Bank. And the bank's money can be loaned out as usual. In other words, even if Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici gave the bribes to the cardinals, the money still remained in the Siena Bank, allowing the bank to continue to lend and make money. Even in this era when modern commercial banks have not yet really taken shape, there is no need to pay interest on the deposits of the cardinals. Because, in this era, there is no such thing as interest on deposits. It was probably not until 1580 that the Bank of Venice was completely reorganized into the world's first commercial bank, and deposits began to have interest. Before that, depositing money in a bank was just equivalent to letting the bank keep it. Even the depositor had to pay the bank a custody fee. Of course, that was in other countries, and the Ming dynasty money houses of the same period were also the same. But now in the Italian region, the four major financial states no longer charge custody fees to attract depositors to deposit money in their own banks. Moreover, in this era, the banking industry is not called a bank. For example, the Siena Bank should actually be called the Siena Loan Office, and its main business is lending. And those big customers deposit money in it for safety, not for interest. Of course, it is also very convenient to deposit money in a bank. For example, it is inconvenient for you to go from Rome to Paris with 300,000 gold coins. However, it is very convenient for you to carry a check for 300,000 gold coins. Of course, the premise is that the bank where you deposit money has branches in Rome and Paris. In addition, 300,000 gold coins are not a small amount, and you need to make an appointment in advance to allow the bank to have enough time to mobilize funds. Although Marin is reluctant to return the cash of 1 million gold coins, it seems to be a loss. However, because he set a trap to kill the people of the dozen Siena banker families. Therefore, the ownership of the Siena Bank now belongs to Marin. Of course, Marin gave 10% to Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici as a political investment. Although Marin handed over the management rights to Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici for custody, Marin also put forward his own requirements. That is, do not lend money to France. Why? Because France is too powerful and shameless. If you lend money to France, it is easy to be refused to pay back. Even if Marin can use the mercenaries of Blackwater Company to collect debts, he can't do anything about the overly powerful France. In line with the principle of, don't lend money to people who are stronger than you, Marin asked not to lend money to France, so as not to be refused. However, whether to lend money to Maximilian I gave Marin a headache. Because, according to the principle of, don't lend money to people who are stronger than you, Maximilian I also does not meet the requirements for borrowing money. But the problem is that Maximilian I is his ally. If you don't lend money, it seems a bit unreasonable. However, if you borrow too much money, you are afraid that this famous poor emperor can't pay it back. Although Maximilian I has a good character, he is very poor. In the end, this guy died on the way to avoid debt. When discussing with Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici about restoring the Siena Bank, Marin knew that Maximilian I would come to him to borrow money again. Of course, Marin now has an excuse not to lend. I want to return the money I robbed from the Siena Bank. However, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici thought that he could consider lending money to Maximilian I. The reason is that Maximilian I has a large family and a lot of mines to mortgage even if he has no money. Even Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici believes that the Habsburg family's territory in the Netherlands can be used as collateral. The territory of the Netherlands? What's the value of that? Marin was a little confused. In his impression, there seemed to be no industry worth mortgaging in the Netherlands. Although those territories belonged to the Habsburg family in name, the land actually belonged to the local small nobles and big landowners. Speaking of mines, it seems that the Netherlands, which is the Netherlands in later generations, has no valuable minerals. No. Marin suddenly screamed. Because he remembered that the current Luxembourg also belongs to the Netherlands territory belonging to the Habsburg family. The Duchy of Luxembourg is currently an important duchy in the German region. Even the Holy Roman Empire has produced 3 emperors of the Luxembourg dynasty. However, because the Luxembourg dynasty was extinct, the Duchy of Luxembourg also fell into the hands of the Habsburg family. At present, the Duke of Luxembourg is the handsome King Philip, the son of Maximilian I. Of course, Maximilian I borrowed money to conquer Switzerland. In the end, these territories were inherited by the handsome King Philip. Therefore, if Marin asked to take the iron ore of Luxembourg as collateral, Philip would not refuse. Anyway, the laterite iron ore in the Gutland plain in southern Luxembourg has not been developed on a large scale. Only Marin has purchased some iron ore, but the amount is not large. Marin, who owns the Ruhr area, is currently worried about not having enough iron ore sources. For now, the iron ore near the Ruhr area mainly includes the Lorraine iron ore in the Duchy of Lorraine and the laterite iron ore in the Gutland plain in southern Luxembourg. But the problem is that the Duchy of Lorraine is currently on the side of France. Marin can't make plans for the Duchy of Lorraine unless he is prepared to go to war with France. Therefore, the laterite iron ore in Luxembourg is the easiest large iron ore for Marin to get. Moreover, the Habsburg family is very short of money. Marin can completely obtain the ownership of the Luxembourg iron ore by borrowing money and mortgaging. Therefore, Marin, who intends to seek the laterite iron ore in Luxembourg, invited Maximilian I and first explained to him that he would return all the cash he had robbed from the Siena bank. Then, he recommended him to borrow money from the Siena bank. The head of the bank is currently Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici. Chapter 1070, Helping the Holy See to mint coins. As soon as he heard that there was money to borrow, Maximilian I immediately went to Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici to negotiate the loan. And Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici also knew Marin's bottom line, to obtain the laterite iron ore in the south of the Duchy of Luxembourg. But Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici disagreed with Marin's proposal that the emperor use the laterite iron ore in the Duchy of Luxembourg as collateral. Because, in Europe today, iron ore is not that valuable. Why? Because there is no modern industry in Europe at present, and the demand for steel is very small. Therefore, even the laterite iron ore in the Gutland plain of Luxembourg, with a reserve of hundreds of millions of tons, only 270 million tons left after long-term mining in later generations, is not that valuable. As a professional, Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici evaluated that the iron ore in Luxembourg was worth at most 50,000 gold coins. It can't be used as collateral to borrow much money. So, he suggested that Marin simply buy the iron mine. Then, let the emperor use other things as collateral to borrow money. In other words, the Luxembourg iron mine was treated as a bonus by Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici in this loan. Marin thought about it and decided to let Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici, a professional, handle it and be responsible for the negotiations with Maximilian I. Anyway, the bank has so much money, and it has to be lent out to generate interest. After some negotiations, Maximilian I, who continued to use money, finally agreed to sell the laterite iron ore area in the south of the Duchy of Luxembourg to Marin for 30,000 gold coins. Then, Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici provided Maximilian I with another loan of 300,000 gold coins, with the lowest interest rate of 10%. To be honest, this annual interest rate is already very favorable in this era. Because many usurious loans have an annual interest rate of up to 30%. Giovanni di Lorenzo de Medici gave this low interest rate as a friendly price for Marin's sake. Of course, Maximilian I also took out a large piece of land in the Duchy of Luxembourg as collateral. If the debt cannot be repaid within 10 years, then these fiefs will belong to the Bank of Siena. In fact, with an annual interest rate of 10%, the principal will be recovered after paying the interest for 10 years. If you can get the collateral again, it will be considered a profit. But the interest rate for loans in this era is so high that even an annual interest rate of 10% is considered low and very generous. Maximilian I was still very satisfied with being able to get such a low-interest loan. But he didn't know that this loan was just a cover, and Marin's real goal was the big iron mine in Luxembourg. If 270 million tons of steel were smelted, it would be very terrifying. Of course, in this era, due to technical limitations, Marin could not fully develop and utilize all the iron ore at once. However, as long as the ownership is in his own hands, Marin will not be afraid of the shortage of iron ore. The iron ore in Luxembourg is mined and enters the Rhine through the Moselle River, an important tributary of the Rhine, and can be transported to the Ruhr area to be smelted into steel. As for the Archbishopric of Trier along the Moselle River, it will not cause trouble for itself. Because the Holy See stands behind Marin. In fact, Marin would like Maximilian I to borrow more money. If he can't pay it back in the end, he can use the territory as collateral. For example, the province of the Netherlands is quite good. However, this is limited to Maximilian I. Because, in historical records, Maximilian I is a very kind person. The so-called kind person is more aware of shame. For example, Maximilian I died on the way to avoid debt in his later years, and the reason for this was because he knew shame. If you change to a shameless emperor, you owe debts, what can you do to me? Still hiding from debts? Is it necessary? His grandson, Charles V, that pitfall, used the method of abdication to make his son Philip II declare the country bankrupt, and directly defaulted on the huge foreign debt of 20 million ducats. It was extremely shameless. Only this honest emperor was afraid of being asked to pay back the debt, so he ran away. In fact, if he was a little shameless, he could simply ignore those creditors. What can a mere banker do to an emperor? Therefore, Marin still trusted the character of Maximilian I. If the other party mortgaged the territory, Marin would be relieved. But if it was his son Philip, Marin would not believe it. Because Philip was ruthless and shameless, and Charles V's shamelessness was influenced by him. After entering the city of Rome, Marin lay on the blanket in the carriage and arrived at the Lateran Basilica where Pope Julius II was. After arriving at the backyard of the Lateran Temple, Marin couldn't sit down, so he could only order someone to bring a bed for him to lie on. Seeing Marin lying on the bed with an innocent face, Julius II laughed. Marin's face was full of resentment. Father-in-law, I almost died, and you actually laughed at me. If I died, Angela would become a widow, and Felice would have no one to take care of her. Do you think my daughter will be unwanted? Even if she becomes a widow, so what? There will still be people lining up to grab her. Julius II said arrogantly. Well, Marin, who was originally planning to seek comfort, was suddenly filled with sadness. After all, he was not his biological father. If old Hoffman saw it, he would have comforted him a long time ago. Julius II then added, it's just a knife wound in the buttocks, not the front testicles. As long as you heal the wound for a month or so, you will be able to jump around again. What are you worried about? It's not a serious injury. Marin said depressedly, a knife wound in the buttocks is indeed not a big deal, but it will inconvenience my life. You see, I can't sit down or ride a horse now. It's very inconvenient. Julius II laughed with glee again, and he laughed when he saw Marin lying there. By the way, father-in-law, after I conquered Siena, I robbed millions of gold coins from the vault of the Siena Bank. However, Bishop Giovanni told me that the money could not be touched. Otherwise, it would offend many cardinals of the Holy See. What do you think about this? Julius II nodded and said, Giovanni is right. Many cardinals of the Holy See do have deposits in the Siena Bank. This is also very normal, because Siena is the closest to Rome. Even I have opened an account with several thousand gold coins in the Siena Bank, just for the convenience of withdrawing money. Marin nodded. It seemed that Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici did not fool him. Then, he told Julius II about his plan to continue running the Siena Bank. Julius II saw that the Siena Bank had become the property of his son-in-law, so he naturally supported it strongly. So, he promised Marin to allow the Siena Bank to open a branch on the street near the Lateran Basilica. Previously, due to the tense relationship between the two sides, although the Bank of Siena had business dealings with the bishops of the Holy See, it did not have a public branch in Rome, but only a relatively remote office to absorb the deposits of those bishops. Julius II allowed the Bank of Siena to set up a public branch in Rome, and it was near the Lateran Basilica, which was definitely a great support. In this way, it was very convenient for the bishops in the Holy See to deposit and withdraw money. Nowadays, the Holy See is corrupt, and those bishops are very rich. If the Bank of Siena can take over their deposits, it will definitely make the bank take off. In addition, at Marin's request, Julius II also promised to suppress the activities of banks in Venice and Genoa in Rome to prevent the banks of these two countries from competing with Marin for depositors. However, the bank in Florence made Marin a little embarrassed. Because this is controlled by the future pope, it is not easy to suppress. Of course, these are secondary. Marin came today, and his main task was actually to help the Bank of Siena win a very important business to help the Holy See mint coins. Although the Papal States have been around for more than 700 years, some popes have minted some coins during this period. However, the Papal States did not have stable coinage due to its underdeveloped finance. It was not until the establishment of the Bank of the Holy Spirit in 1605 that the Papal States had a fixed currency mint. Before the establishment of the Bank of the Holy Spirit, the Holy See actually minted coins many times. For example, in 1530, the Holy See took the lead in using a spiral coin minting machine to mint a batch of gold coins. However, this batch of gold coins is not large in quantity and is more like commemorative gold coins. Marin's plan is to use the relationship of Julius II to let the Bank of Siena take over the business of making gold coins for the Papal States. Of course, Marin's move is not to make money, but to make the Bank of Siena famous. You see, our bank mints coins for the Holy See, how great is that? This is just like the things that were listed as tribute in ancient times, which must be sought after. Can the emperor's things be bad? It must be high-end. In other words, Marin intends to use the opportunity of minting coins for the Holy See to let the Bank of Siena show its face throughout Europe and brush up its reputation. Moreover, Marin has a big killer like the spiral coin minting machine, and it is very simple to undertake the minting of gold coins for the Holy See. His specific plan is to mint a batch of high-quality gold coins with the head of Julius II for the Holy See to make a name for the Bank of Siena. At the same time, let Julius II designate the Bank of Siena as the official designated cooperative bank of the Holy See to enhance the Bank of Siena's style.